Okay. I have grown to start trusting in my own like chat here or in my own we are live button here. So it says that we're live. Hello and welcome, my gentle and of course very modern apes. Welcome to my channel. This is Gets It Gibbon. I'm here joined by two veterans of the of this circle of discussion. We've known each
That's
other
only
for a
one
while.
of the ways I'm a veteran.
Excellent point, my therapodian friend. We are here tonight to debunk a new creationist, one that we've never debunked on this channel before, on I don't think any of our channels before, which is
no, I haven't. Oh,
damn you, man!
Not only have I had, I've covered him. He has then responded to me just minutes and minutes of wasted time because he didn't even understand what I was saying.
Well, that's just darling.
So there's been a bit of a back and forth.
I looked at some of his responses to Erica, which are in the double digits for views.
They are.
And,
double digits.
Double digits. And they were pretty atrocious, but I don't think we're going to go over those anytime soon because basically everything that he says there, he's going to say in this video.
Yeah.
And so, like, what's the point?
This is the hits.
Yeah, we're doing greatest hits here, which is going to be fun. I'm excited because this person was new to me. This is a little mean, but it's like the Mad Men thing. I don't think about you at all. I didn't know that this guy was a guy, but apparently he's made quite a few videos on me, on several of us. So we thought, okay, well, we might as well cover him. We do this thing most months where we get together and just hang out and drink a couple beers or White Claws sometimes. I'm on a Michelob Ultra trend these days.
You don't
Nobody
have
makes
to
fun of me.
admit that. You don't have
Don't
to
make fun of
admit
me.
that.
I like them. They're cheap and they get the job done. And that's pretty much the summary. Anyways, we like to get together and just hang out a little bit and do what we've been doing sort of as a little triumvirate for the past several years now. Check in on our favorite creationists and see what they're up to and what they've been saying. And today we are covering a one doctor. Hold on, share my screen here so we can see him in my window. Where's my little StreamYard's here? There we go. Wait, hold on. Damn it.
Oh my goodness.
My own thing. Okay, hold on.
Guts It Gibbons is professional, everybody.
Okay, can you guys see this?
Yes, Dr. Matthew Cherhati is how I'm going with.
Dr. Matthew Cherhati. And we're sure that's what it is because in the presentation that he goes over here today, he talks a little bit about how to pronounce his name. We won't be covering those parts because we all have prior watched this video. We pre-watched, full disclosure, and we have some timestamps that we want to cover. Anyways, he completed his PhD in bioinformatics in 2011, while studying for a Bachelor's of Science in Software Development. Yes, at the same time, very impressive. Thank you, Creation Ministries International. And he also has a Master's of Science in Biology, which he got in 2003. At the time that this Facebook post was posted, he was studying for a Master's of Arts in Religion while speaking for CMI. So I know what you guys are thinking, bioinformatics. That's pretty good. That seems actually pretty relevant to the topic that we're going to be covering today, which is, say it with me, human-chimpanzee genomic similarity and also 8,000 other things, right?
I was going to say molecular baraminology, but yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
It's the thing I care about the most, so that's the thing that I'm focusing on.
That's fair.
But we're excited. We're going to cover a lot of different stuff with him and see how he fares sort of within a field that is kind of his own, as well as dipping a toe into several other fields that are arguably not. But before we do any of that, let's introduce everybody. I'm Guts It Gibbon. You guys know me. This is my channel. I'm currently getting my doctorate in biological anthropology. My background, other than that, is in primatology and pre-professional animal science. Let's just go clockwise. Dapper.
I'm Dapper Dinosaur. It might say Diaper Dino, but that's just because this is a video that was on the Donnie Badinsky channel. And for some reason, he seems to think that that's a really, really good insult name. And so I'm just, there's so many better ones, but that's okay. So yeah, I have a channel where I mostly do debunking young Earth creationism, but there's some other stuff on there too. I do there's been some flat Earth stuff. Just recently, I put into early access a video about some pseudolinguistics where there was a guy claiming that Hebrew was both the oldest writing system and the oldest language. So, if you like that kind of stuff, check it out.
Dan, tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Dan. I'm an evolutionary biologist. My channel is called Creation Myths, and I talk about all the ways that creation science is wrong. So if you have ever heard sciencey sounding words like irreducible complexity or genetic entropy or created heterozygosity, and you thought, hey, that sounds super sciencey, but it's coming out of the mouth of a creationist, I bet it's wrong. I will tell you why. I probably have several videos telling you why. And that's what I do. I also invite lots of creationists onto my channel to talk to me, and occasionally they say yes, and that
Very
often
occasionally.
leads very occasionally. They used to say yes more, not so much anymore, and that occasionally leads to some funny outcomes. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. Channel is
One
Creation Myths.
thing-
Oh, can I, Erica, let me just do a little shameless plug here. Earlier
Please,
today,
plug away.
earlier today, I was like 24 subscribers from 13K. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed to me, do me a solid, because that too is almost a 3. And that would be really cool.
I'm just saying, if you like the kind of thing that I do here on this channel, the creationism debunking side of things, you'll love Dapper and Dan's channels as well. So please go subscribe if you're interested in this type of content. And I'll add to what both of you said. I like to think that we've garnered a reputation in this circle, in this niche little community on YouTube of like engaging with young Earth creationism or with creationism generally, of taking these ideas as seriously as we can.
Yeah. Yep.
And investigating them at face value, because you know, I'm going to say this from my perspective. You guys will probably disagree, but like, I think some of them deserve to be looked into, if only because they are learning opportunities. I do
agree.
think this has already been litigated scientifically, you know, back in like the 1800s. But that being said, they're still worth looking into.
Well, look, one of the big goals that I have is I want people to come for the dunking on stupid pseudoscience nonsense, but I want them to stick around, because while I'm dunking on stupid pseudoscience nonsense, I'm also teaching you what is actually like a consensus view about these topics and why these ideas are wrong, but also what the right ideas are that we actually have evidence for. And so, yeah, I think that the best way to do that is to take these as ideas that we can examine and look at. Like, is this a scientific idea? Is it testable? If we test it, what happens? What evidence is being ignored by these pseudoscientists and things like that? And all that, I think, is educational.
And what super cool stuff can we talk about, like, in parallel with that?
Oh, yeah.
There's so many cool things that are real that we can get out there. And, like, I'm a teacher. It's what I do. It's like, I just want to, like, talk about this stuff and have people learn it. And I've got some videos that are like, let me just do basically a lesson I do in class for 45 minutes. And, like, here's some cool evolutionary biology. Absolutely nobody watches those. But if I do the same thing with some young Earth creationists on the front end, boom.
Yep.
Right? So
you're going to teach people against someone.
Yeah.
Who are you teaching against? That's the real key.
Right.
Actually, in one of my most recent video that I put up for early access, one of the things I point out is how cool it is that if you're writing with, and then I just list out so many different writing systems, you're participating in a activity that goes all the way back to the Old Kingdom in Egypt in an unbroken tradition of writing. And that's really cool. Every time you type in the Latin or the Cyrillic or the Greek alphabet or so many others, you are participating in an activity that goes back to ancient Egyptian scribes like 5,000 years ago.
I mean,
I think that's cool.
I totally concur. I mean, I don't know. There are many ways to sort of trick people into learning or trick people into being interested. And, you know, we live in an attention economy at this point. So, you know, we do what we can. And what I will say is that it's also just fun. It's fun to look at ideas that are run contra to conventional science and ask, okay, where are they coming from? Why do they think this? What are they using to support it? How can we break this down? And that's, you know, that's what we're going to be doing with Dr. Cherhadi's stuff today, which is that not the most seamless segue of all time? What do you
Very good.
Professionals over here.
Yeah.
It's almost like you scripted this.
Almost like, no, I just have too much. It's actually so much worse than that. I just have too much experience with this exact subject. Sweet. Okay, can you guys see that okay? Like, can you see the little mini screen?
I see the middle of the screen, but it's currently black.
And it looks like the volume is off.
The volume is going to be on. Hold on. Just a second. All right, let's do a little quick check here, and we're going to start around 4:10 and see what we can hear. Cool?
See it?
Okay,
I hear it.
Okay, so
could we hear him say so
Yes.
Chat, can I get a so in chat that everyone heard Dr. Chair Hadi hit us with the so I'm just gonna imagine they can. So
I put it in there.
Excellent. So this was a presentation that Dr. Chair Hadi gave over on Donnie Deals' channel, Donnie Badinsky. What was this sitting at last time you guys saw it, view count wise and comment wise?
I'll tell you. I think it was in the neighborhood of 1,000. I think it was in the neighborhood of 1,000.
Hey, for Donnie, that's actually maybe pretty good.
Well, it was from almost 3 months ago, so
that's still pretty good for Donnie. A lot of his streams have been struggling to get to that 1,000 mark. So
I think that the content of this is worth mentioning, if only because Dr. Chair Hadi, while in my opinion very incorrect on a lot of the stuff that he says, he has introduced a couple of new-ish, or at least new angles to ideas that are worth addressing. I'm being charitable. I'm being charitable. It's my channel. I get to put it on my channel. We have a mandatory nice filter until I'm at least one beer deep, and then we can get mean after that. So anybody got any last words before we get started here? We've already introduced our speaker here, who's giving a presentation on the science of molecular baraminology, or shall we just get directly into it?
I mean, we already did his introduction. We know, and we all know who Donnie is. I say we just go for it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I actually have one thing that I need to comment on, and this is not just a Chair Hadi thing. This is like an every creationist, apparently, thing. I want everyone to take a good look at that dark blue DNA molecule right in the middle there. Mm-hmm. Anyone? Erica saw it. Erica noticed. Anyone see any issues with that DNA molecule?
Maybe that it's the wrong way.
Maybe that it's backwards. Yeah.
It's
twisting the wrong way. Can creationists, if you are going to AI your DNA graphics, can you just have the wherewithal to just go into any old program on whatever computer you're using and just mirror image that so that it twists the right way, please? Because you're seeking to be, being taken seriously as like a professional with a degree in bioinformatics. I don't know. Maybe just make sure your DNA is correct.
Look, I know. Come on. I know we get accused, and really debunking in general gets this accusation a lot of like nitpicking, but it matters when you're going up against the entirety of conventional science. You can't roll up to a presentation that you prepared ahead of time with backwards DNA when you're talking about comparative genomics. Like you can't. You have to. I don't think you can do that. It's not good form.
Yeah. So just it twists. It's a right twist, not left twist, Felix. And come on.
It's possible he's going to make a groundbreaking argument despite that. So let's find out, shall we? So Dan, I've got this for full disclosure for you guys out there. The way that these usually go is that we do them live, and it's a little bit sketchy as we do it live. It's a little bit rough around the edges because we have these timestamps. And we're going to sort of jump from timestamp to timestamp. But when I repost this on the channel as its own individual video, it'll be a lot smoother. So you'll have to bear with us as we make sure that the clips go as they should. Dan, my first one is at 8:15, but you've got quite a few earlier than that. Which one would you prefer we start with?
So I think we should just do, I think we should do 6:17 because I don't think a lot of people are necessarily familiar with the concept of molecular baraminology, because for anyone, baraminology is the study that creationists do of trying to figure out what the created kinds are. And Todd Wood is the most famous creationist who does this, and he does it morphologically. So he's looking at physical traits and doing matrices of different physical dimensions of an organism and looking at the clustering to try to figure out where the dividing lines are. It's like the creationist version of the morphological species concept. But what Chair Hadi is doing is molecular baraminology. So he's trying to do the same thing, but he's using molecular data like DNA to do it. So I think it's worth just hearing in his own words what molecular baraminology is.
I think that's fair enough. let's hear directly from the horse's mouth here. We'll go for till the end of this slide, let's say.
Now, what is the goal of molecular baraminology? First, to glorify God by cultivating science that honors him. Therefore, whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all to the glory of God. 1 Corinthians 10:31. Let's also think God's thoughts after him, as Johann Kepler said. It establishes a scientific program of biblical taxonomy. We also want to discover the different kinds of organisms that God created in the living world, and to show that science speaks about the glory of God and not about random chance molecules to man evolution. I also want to show that the Bible has answers to hard questions on origins. And as Christians, I do believe that we can do science as good as evolutionists, or even better, since truth is on our side, Christ is with us. And also I want to point people to Christ revealed in Scripture, and it's also about the gospel, that the Bible talks about reality, the Bible talks about Jesus, our Lord, our Savior.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm going to stop this there. That's a lot.
And none of it was about like testing hypotheses or figuring out like predictions for future data collection or any sciencey things that could have been in there. None of them were. So it's good to know that they're all open about the fact that the goal of baraminology is not scientific. It is purely theological.
No, I think that's an excellent point, and that really outlines where he's coming from, like from here moving forward throughout the rest of this presentation. I would like to highlight too, just as you know, I gotta be the shooter in the streets here for the theistic evolutionists, right? You'll notice that just as they always do, he creates this very clear dichotomy between Christians and everyone else, Christians versus conventional science. And he says random chance or molecules to man evolution. I do think that there are a lot of religious people of a lot of different backgrounds, including Christians, who would take enormous issue with this entire slide, because there are many religious people who find perfect harmony with science and their religion. And so I am offended on their behalf with this slide.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you showed this to like Francis Collins or Robert Bacher, the paleontologist, who is also a preacher, that they would be quite offended by this.
Or our friend Joel Duff, like you know,
or Maddie,
or our friend
or John,
Maddie.
or John. Like we've got a lot of friends who are in our immediate circle who are not just religious but Christian. And this would be deeply offensive to them.
So I also just want to point out for everybody watching, currently or in the future, anytime he's like these evolutionists with their preconceived secular worldview, we just had our like mission statement of supporting backing up the Bible. Like that's from the start. So I want to make that clear for everybody. That's where we're coming from.
And not just the Bible. Let's remember their interpretation of the Bible, because every time you read the Bible, you have to do interpreting, and there is no other option, right? The Bible does not present itself as a speaker who can correct your interpretations if it wants to. You have to do the interpreting, and that means that either you or whatever tradition that you're a part of is going to be the authority over the Bible that controls how you interpret it, and other people will interpret it differently, and those people may have an interpretation that not only contradicts yours, but that also doesn't contradict science. And that's okay. And that doesn't make them less interested in the Bible or less Christian.
No, 100%. Right. Now,
oh God, I hate this.
We're not.
do I have to talk about it?
Don't fret, Dapper. We actually have Dan and I both have a lot of notes that are just like, we can skip that. We don't need to. We don't need to get into that. We don't need to talk.
I just have to say about this slide. That's not how Hebrew works. And if you put those words in that order, bara it means a kind created. It does not mean a created kind, because bara there is not a passive participle. It is an active past tense verb conjugated for a third person singular subject. And also, even if it were a passive participle, it would come after the noun, because Hebrew, like most languages, has modifiers to nouns following the noun. So
Dapper, I'm so sorry you had to see that.
It every time I see anyone explain the etymology of baraminology, it really hurts my brain. And also, there are Hebrew words that you could use instead of adding in a Greek-derived suffix if you wanted. I don't know.
And people say words can't be violence.
They really are, in this case at least.
I am going to hit us with a little diagram for what actually Barrowmans are. And the reason is because I would rather explain it, or at least have us explain it, than have Dr. Cherhady explain it. I think we can do it pretty well. We've all explained it in our respective channels many, many times. So for those of you out there wondering, young Earth creationists believe that the Earth is like 6,000 to 10,000 years old, and that obviously evolution bad. They believe that in the beginning, God created several different organisms that are sort of archetypal kinds. And from these archetypal kinds, all modern similar organisms derive their ancestry from. So it isn't that all life shares a common ancestor, but in the Garden of Eden, God creates this like archetypal dog or wolf. And from that animal, all canids descend. Same thing with specific groups of birds, or with cats, or with bears, or with specific types of fish. Take your pick. They also believe that roughly 4,400 years ago, there was a global flood that covered the entire earth in water and killed everything with the breath of life in its nostrils on the face of the earth, except for those that dwelled within Noah's Ark. And Noah's Ark contains two of every kind, again, created kind of these animals. After the Ark lands on Mount Ararat, those animals that he took aboard repopulate the planet. And from them, we get all modern derivatives yet again. So the idea is that organisms share common ancestry within their created kinds, their Barrowmans, as he would say, but they don't share common ancestry between their kinds. So all cats are related to a last common ancestor that was a cat, but cats aren't related to dogs. Fair enough?
And
that does sound like a summary, yeah.
That was, I think, an excellent summary of an extraordinarily wrong position. Because just to be clear, this is not only wrong, like on a theoretical level, like this has been disproven, like using genomic sequence data. And if you want to know how, I will direct you to a video Erica and I did several years ago, digging into that study in excruciating detail.
Yeah.
I mean, really, just that one study where they tested separate ancestry for all the primate groups. Yeah. It's like there was one of the, like, this is how confident we are that this is not a fluke, where they're giving us the p-values. One of the p-values was just 0. It was beyond their computational capacity, as far as I can tell, to calculate a number that small. So they just went with 0. We can't distinguish it from 0.
Yeah, it's one of those things, too, where it's like, we can explain 6 Ways to Tuesday from morphology, from genetics, right, from geology, from paleontology, why these ideas are wrong, because indeed various different fields meet together and collaborate in absolutely atomizing this particular idea within young Earth creationism. But even intuitively, this is very, very problematic, right? The little image you can see up here has many of these nice, distinct groups of organisms. You got like a wolf and a chimp and a bird and a triceratops and a frog and a lizard. But I particularly like this diagram, which you can't see it super well there. So maybe I can try to open it in a new tab. Nope, it's still really small. But hopefully you can see at least
try holding Control and scrolling up on your mouse wheel. See if that helps.
Well, oh my God.
It's a little better.
A little bit better. Yeah, not as good as I would like it to be.
Those animals all look the same.
Yeah,
they're all carnivorans.
Yeah, they're all like vaguely weasels.
And if you look at the ones that are supposed to be the arc kinds, they look even more the same.
That's what I'm saying. All the ones in the middle are just like all vague weasel-like carnivores.
Because those are all like the Miocene derivatives of like the initial carnivorans, and like what they evolve into, which is just demonstrating the evolutionary principle that as you go back in time, the ancestors of what are now disparate groups look more and more similar, to the point there, when you get to the middle, they all just look like the same animal.
Yeah, it becomes the same guy relatively quickly. I have a saved version of this, so keep musing while I find it.
So like if you were to...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you were to just take that inner circle and present them to creationists and ask them to use their cognitum, which of course is just creationist technical term for check the vibes.
Like,
I'm pretty confident that if they didn't already know what those animals were, they'd be like, yeah, that looks like about the same kind. And it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
well-
so all of carnivora is in a kind, I guess, then.
Yeah, well, as we'll learn, kind approximates family, but I mean, sometimes it could be super family. Sometimes it could be higher than that.
Okay,
Sometimes it could be order. It's
I'm gonna talk
once
about
you
it
get to
more when
order.
Yeah. I'm going
Once
to
you
talk
get to-
about it more when we get there, but the very idea that you can even vaguely approximate kind at a Linnaean rank is already completely insane.
Yeah.
Because
And the
as Cherpati will say, the Linnaean ranks are arbitrary, but kinds are supposed to not be arbitrary.
They're supposed to be real.
There should be no
we'll
correlation.
talk about it. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna
Should
talk
we hit
about
play?
it.
Sorry, I'm
Let's hit play.
spoiling it.
Let's hit play.
Do you have a specific start time here, Dan? I have 9:22 on my end.
I have so I specifically said to skip the review of taxonomy because look, domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, Linnaeus, except for domain, which was from Carl Woese in the 1970s. You're good. Everyone's caught up.
The only thing I want to hear from this bit is him actually saying that the kind is approximately at the family
let's
level,
hear
so
it.
that way
Yeah, let's hear
people
it.
know that we're not just pretending. That is a thing.
No,
he said.
I made the same note. So let's just
All right,
hear him
let's do
say
it.
it.
Two sides. Just a taxonomic review for those of you who are new to taxonomy. We talk about species, the genus, family, order, class, phylum, and kingdom level. And so humans are we are Homo sapiens, we're in Hominidae, order primates, mammals, chordates, and animals. Although I need to add that humans, we have a body and a soul, so we have a special place in the order of created things. We have a body and a soul, so we're not just we are more than just animals.
All right, time out.
And so roughly, the family is the level of the kind.
There
Okay.
it is.
Okay, time out. I just want everyone to appreciate by the way, special rules for humans.
Yeah,
Like,
just
just
throw it
totally-
in there.
Just totally arbitrary. Humans get special rules. Like, I want everyone to just note that is a thing. No reason other than Bible says so. Humans get special rules.
I'll say this. If you believe that humans have a soul in a way that other animals don't, and you think that makes them special among the animals, I don't really care to argue with you about that. I don't even really care to tell you whether or not I agree with you. But I will say this. If you then use it as a reason to treat humans as special in terms of like biology, including taxonomy, you are special pleading, and that is not a thing that you should be doing. So like, as long as you're I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to concur with what you said. That's the problem, isn't it? Right? Like, this is why a lot of times when I talk with creationists, it's like, okay, can we agree that physically this is where humans fall? And 9 times out of 10, they're going to be like, well, okay, I guess, right? Because you can't argue with Linnaeus, who lived 100+ years before Darwin published On the Origin of Species, was like, yeah, sorry guys, anthropomorpha includes these groups of organisms. And in fact, I learned this recently. Linnaeus originally had chimpanzees and orangutans in the same genus as humans, in genus Homo, before he was like, ooh, actually, we're gonna put these somewhere else.
Well,
and the reason is because the physical characteristics are just too striking. The way he distinguished humans was by the soul, and he was clear that this didn't apply to biology.
And I mean, let's be fair. The diversity in like all of primates dwarfs some beetle genera. So like, one of the reasons I wanted to have Cherhati say that it's approximately at the family level is because there is no such thing as the family level. All of these things are fundamentally arbitrary choices that humans put these organisms into boxes so that humans can talk about them conveniently. But there's no such thing as a class, objectively speaking, or an order or a family. They're just arbitrary. And since kinds are supposed to be an objectively real part of the world in the same way that like photons or granite or the sun is, they should not correlate with arbitrary human classifications. If there is more diversity within a genus of beetles than there is within the entire order of primates, which is going to be the case in some cases, then chances are that genus should probably be more than one kind if primates are more than one kind. But they're not going to say that.
No, and in fact, at some point, and I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, at some point they're just going to go, it's arbitrary. Where we draw the lines with the kinds is actually arbitrary. There isn't a standard way to actually do it.
He walks right up to that later on.
He flirts with it. I know he does.
He gets right up to that line. Yeah.
He's flirted with it in his papers too, because we're going to talk about this later too. But I read 3 of his papers, and I was planning on talking about all 3 in this stream, and then I realized it actually doesn't matter. Well, I hate to say that.
We've covered approximately 39 seconds of video, and we're 35 minutes in. So
I know. I just want to pull this up. For splicing purposes later on, this is the image that I'm talking about. As Dapper said, as you move to the back in time, I guess, in either model, if you will, these organisms just look more and more weaselly like one another, like these Miocene or even earlier weasel-looking things. But like, can we just appreciate that from a creationist perspective, they can look at something like a dog and something like a seal and be like, those things aren't related at all. Or a bear and a dog and be like, they're not related at all. Or a cat and a hyena and be like, they're not related at all. Or like a civet and a like muskrat, or not a muskrat, a civet and what's the word I'm looking for? A mongoose. That's what I was thinking. A civet and a mongoose, and be like, they're not related in the slightest. That's goofy, right?
It is very goofy. Although
even intuitively, we know that's silly.
Mongoose and weasels are actually convergently similar. Like the mongoose is actually in the feliformes, and the weasel is in caniformes, and they only look similar because they have similar lifestyles, which I think is fun. Which is also true for hyenas and canids, who look very similar, but hyenas are actually on the cat side of that divide in carnivora, which is really wild to me.
And neither weasels nor mongooses are civets, which also look similar to them. Like,
right.
Neither of them are civets, which are another group.
And then if you look at the procyonids, which apparently just don't get an entry here because I guess
of course not.
Fuck raccoons, I guess. Not literally, don't do that. That's animal abuse. Don't do it. But like, if you look at a lot of the like South American procyonids, because it's a primarily South American family, and there's only one member that's really made it big in North America. A lot of them look a lot more like civets than you might expect from just looking at the North American raccoon, because a lot of them are very arboreal and have a lot of like lifestyles that are somewhat similar.
No, true. Okay, with that sidebar out of the way, we'll get to our next timestamp. Dan, what's your next timestamp? And now check.
I've got us. We've got a bit at 10:05 where my note is, "What's the boundary of a kind?"
Okay, let's hear it. We're right there.
So here we are.
Here we start.
Easy.
And so roughly the family is the level of the kind. Now, what is the boundary of the kind? That's a very evergreen topic asked by creationists and opponents of creationism alike. Now, Linnaeus, this is the father of taxonomy, a science which has a creationist basis, but which even evolutionists are forced to use in their analysis. I just want to point that out to the evolutionists.
Hold on, no one's forcing people to use Linnaean taxonomy. It's a convention in the field.
And I hate it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, but like, it's just a convention. It's like saying people are forced to use English grammar when they speak English. It's like, well, not really, but like, that's how it works. So you just kind of do it. Otherwise people get confused. But like, it's not like there's some like god of Linnaean taxonomy who will hammer you down with lightning strikes if you decide to say, you know what, I don't need to give a rank to this taxon I'm naming.
I'm going to highlight this comment from Dopam1NE. Dopamine. I'm an idiot. From Dopamine, who says, I can call him Lynn. We're just tight like that, because I also wondered why he did that, because he doesn't say do it again. I don't know. Is it a Hungarian thing?
Linnae is his actual name. He Latinized his name for his publication because he was writing in Latin. Funny. So yeah, his name is actually like Carl Linnae.
It was Carl Lynn or Carl Linnae, and then he was later on, the honorific was added, so he became von Lynn, and then he would do the Linnaeus because he was into Latin.
That's von Lynn is the one that I was familiar with. So I was wondering where just Lynn shorthand came from. But but credit to Dr. Terhadi here. I didn't know that, but I do like the idea. My preferred narrative here is that he's just like, if I were alive back then, we would have been tight enough for me to do shorthand with them. All right, let's let him continue.
Linnaeus changed his views on fixity of species, which is an extremist viewpoint. It's one extreme. Belushi is another
The
extreme.
default conclusion
As he
of
saw that
literally
related
everyone before him
species,
was an
the-
extremist position. Okay, sure. It's literally everyone before him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not actually true. There were some Greeks who had ideas about the great chain of being and whatnot, who had other ideas. But within Christendom, fixity of species was basically the conclusion that was more or less universal. Because the thing is, there's not a drop of text anywhere in the Bible that would ever make you think that there is anything other than fixity of species. No one ever talks about like breeding new kinds of cattle or goats or like, hey crap, look at this. There was a whole bunch of new different kinds of cats that suddenly started existing in like the Levant and North Africa. Even though the Bible talks about lions specifically, but apparently there wouldn't have been lions on the arks. So we just don't mention that.
Yeah, there's a lot of inconvenient stuff swept under the rug, but I'm gonna let him keep going here for another minute, maybe. Okay. Yeah, about a minute. No, it's okay, Dapper. I concur. We are like 30, maybe 40 seconds in.
Related species within groups. Species can interbreed, but their boundaries are fixed. And so Laney was trying to find the boundary of at what point do species not interbreed with one another. We see that humans don't breed with chimps. There is evidence that humans bred with Neanderthals. I do
have to point something out here. We actually don't know what would happen if a chimp and a human interbred, because we don't actually have any reports of that actually happening. And as far as I know, no one's working on it, and I don't think anyone should. But the difference between humans and chimpanzees are not, to my knowledge, significantly greater than the difference between, say, like Equus asinus and Equus caballus. So like I'm pretty confident that humans could probably produce some kind of hybrid. I don't think it's a good idea. But also, hey, should we bring up the humble hamster?
Go ahead, Dapper. I know you've been because I know you call back to this several times. So
I do.
Please do.
So so one thing I want to point out is creationists will use hybrids that are not long-lived and not fertile, so who don't actually, grow up, who die early, and who can't breed, as evidence of the same kind. Well, I will point out that numerous times in the history of the world, human sperm has been used to fertilize hamster ova, which can then go on to start developing. Now, they don't develop all the way, but if a hybrid elephant that doesn't develop all the way is evidence of African and Asian elephants being the same kind, then I would argue that the humster, which is in fact a crossbreed between a human man and a female hamster, is evidence that humans and hamsters are actually the same kind, and that whatever Noah was in fact you are Contaglier. It was the common ancestor. Noah was the common ancestor of rabbits, mice, humans, and colugos.
Damn, you packing it all in there, Dapper. That's one I've not heard before.
Well, I mean, that is the clade that unites hamsters with humans, is you are Contagliers.
I know.
So that must be the kind, if we're going with this definition.
Tree as well. Tree shrews are locked away in there as well. No, I mean, that's the problem, right? We're going to get into this more in a second, because he goes into the different types of hybrids that you can get. And like, I have some thoughts on that as well. But I will underscore your point here that we have no idea how, like, if you did an in vitro experiment, like how much a human chimpanzee hybrid, how far that could develop.
My hypothesis would be that
we're not going to find out.
No, we're not going to find out. Although the theory behind it, like what we know about development, suggests that it's a problem with the zona pellucida, which is the portion of the egg that like gate checks the sperm. So in other animals where that's the primary problem, that's the primary post-mating zygotic factor that prevents like development. If you bypass it via in vitro, then development just does happen.
I would expect such a hybrid to become an adult without having some kind of genetic problem that is incompatible with further like existence. I would expect a humanzee, if I may, to become an adult.
So I disagree, and here's why I disagree. Because Neanderthals and humans could interbreed, as he has here on the slide, but not all the time. They were
That's true.
already well on their way towards reproductive isolation. And we know this because we don't have any Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in us as humans today. We can find quite a bit, up to 20% across the entire human population of the Neanderthal genome within us, but none of it is mitochondrial. And what that suggests is that only some the hybridization was unidirectional. It had to have been a Neanderthal male and a human female. Those are the ones that could actually yield viable offspring, and that the other way around, it just wouldn't work. And so that's did I reverse it, Dan?
No, you're correct, and that
that's what I thought. Okay, because I've done that before.
Genomic imprinting related thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the hypothesis, right? Is that that's the reason why we don't have their mitochondrial DNA in us. And it's quite well supported with the types of hybridization events that we have, as well as the population genetics history of Neanderthals and humans alike across our overlapping tenure. So here's the question, as Dapper posed earlier: if they can reproduce sometimes under some conditions, does that count as being a part of the same kind under this biological species concept definition? Because I suspect, as we just insinuated, that actually would place humans and chimps in the same kind. But a much larger problem is looming, and it's one that Dr. Terhadi is going to mention later, like offhandedly, and it's insane, and it completely destroys any semblance of a boundary that exists via the biological species concept. But
we're going to get there by approximately 3 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep going.
I do want to say one quick thing, which is that what I just heard from Erica was Humanzi is out, but Chuman, maybe.
But potentially. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I don't know. And I also hope that we never find out.
Yeah, let's not find out.
My next timestamp is at 11:28. Dan, where is yours, or do you keep going on this for a minute?
I had 11 in my notes, but that was just because he points out the Kama, which is in fact another hybrid that you have to do a whole lot of work to actually make. You can't just put camels and llamas in a pen and expect them to produce Kama offspring. But since I've just said that, I don't think we actually need to hear him say that. It's just a thing that he points out. And I'm like, hey, yeah, that's another example of why he's not drawing a line to say like, oh, it has to be viable adult offspring.
Right. So the next one that I really want to see is I want everyone to experience the fanfic info dump that starts at 14 minutes. So whatever you have between now and then, go for it. But I just want everyone to just be like, here's a whole bunch of made up words that we're going to define. And but whatever you have before then, go for it.
I have like 5 different things before that. But you know what? I don't care because I just covered most of it.
Okay, I'm going to do where he has here at 11:28. It's one sentence, and then I have 2 quotes to read, or 1 quote to read by it. So I'm going to let him say it, and then we'll continue. Here he goes.
At first, Linnaeus placed the boundary of the kind as the genus. Later, he designated the boundary as the family. In modern baraminology studies, we can go as far as the superfamily or the order, even the class, in the case of prokaryotes or bacterial organisms. The boundary can vary. It may vary from group to group, but as you all see, that evolutionists themselves have no clear concept of what a species is. And I think that many opponents of creationism or baraminology just leave this unmentioned, that they have the very same problem, so to speak, as what they accuse baraminology.
Okay, you guys can see why this was important to mention, right?
Yes, yeah, very important.
This is stupid.
Okay. Can I
just say? I just want to say, let me just say real quick, that evolutionists, this goes unmentioned. It goes so unmentioned that I teach it in my first semester college bio class. We spend a whole day where we go through all the different species concepts and why none of them are universally applicable. So this is like another example of hiding the data in the supplementals, right? Like evolutionists don't like to talk about this, except when they teach it to college freshmen 500 at a time.
Right. Building off of that, it's worse than that, Dan. Because this was something that was recognized by Charles Darwin, the guy that outlined the theory of evolution with Alfred Russel Wallace in a letter that he sends to. I have a quote. In a letter that
every naturalist knows vaguely what he means.
No, a different quote. No, a different.
There's more than one quote.
There's
Amazing.
multiple where Darwin just refuses to touch that debate. It's great.
Yeah, this is in a letter to Hooker on the 24th of December in 1856. He says, quote, "It is really laughable to see what different ideas are prominent in various naturalists' minds when they speak of species. In some descent, the key in, some sterility, they key in, some sterility as an unfailing test, while with others, it's not worth a farthing. It all comes, I believe, from trying to define the undefinable." So the guy who invented evolution, I say hyperbolically, recognizes that not only is it difficult to define species, but they are undefinable in accordance with his idea, which is evolution. So Dr. Cherhadi, this is not a bug. It is a feature. This is the prediction that evolution makes. In fact, I would even go so far as to say, if you had every organism on the planet, their full fossil record back to the last universal common ancestor of everything, you would be completely unable to tell where one species ends and the next begins, because that's how evolution works.
Yeah. I think one important. Oh, sorry.
Can I read another Darwin quote? This time from the book, which is called "On the Origin of Species." So the word "species" is in the title of the book. You all ready for this one? Really? Quote: "Nor shall I here discuss the various definitions which have been given the term species. No one definition has satisfied all naturalists. Yet every naturalist knows vaguely what he means when he speaks of a species."
Yeah. So one thing I want to point out here is that Cherhadi is comparing apples and oranges, right? So he's saying that kinds are an objective fact of the universe. There are identifiable groups of organisms which share common ancestry with each other, but do not share it with any other organism on the planet. And that is an objective reality. There was a time at which these were created separately, and they have gone forward from there. Species, on the other hand, are just like every other rank of Linnaean taxonomy. They are convenient boxes for humans to stuff organisms into. The claim from most biologists, I believe, although there are some dissenters, is that species fundamentally are not the same kind of thing as a kind. What is, however, are clades or lineages. And we can objectively determine the boundaries of clades. We can say, hey, there's a clade called Hominini, and you know what? Pan troglodytes is not in it. And here's our reasons for why. Here's our fossil evidence. Here's our genetic evidence, and so on. And we can also say that that group together is not in the that group is Homininae, right? Humans and Pan.
Yes.
Yeah, and we can say that that is a different group from the gorilla subfamily or tribe, I don't remember, and that we can have actual evidence. And so basically what Cherhadi is saying is, hey, the fact that we can't agree on whether or not the dress is white and gold or blue and black means that photons don't exist. No, just like with species, color boundaries are conveniences for humans, and humans can disagree about where the exact boundaries are between colors, and their perception in the moment can affect which colors they interpret. But photons are an objective thing that have objective wavelengths that you can check on. And it doesn't matter that humans don't always agree that these photons of this wavelength are this color under this circumstance. It's completely immaterial.
He's going to come back to this concept a little bit, like a couple of times actually, and like I do have some further thoughts on it, but I'll touch on them when we get there. So we'll go ahead and skip to the next one. Dan, you had 14-ish.
14. I have 1402, but 14. And then what I recommend is just, I want everyone to just bask in the made-up jargon. It's like the Turbo Encabulator video biology version. It's just like. So what I recommend, Erica, is let's give them 3.5 minutes here and just give them all of the get the jargon out and just because I want everyone to appreciate just the nonsense that we're talking about. There's no basis for any of this.
It's very, well, okay, I'll save it. We'll do that. First, I wanted to highlight some of these hybrids that he's got here, right? So he's got a Tygon or a liger, wolfen, the whale dolphin hybrids, some cow hybrids, roller bears, the kama, zebra, horse, the zorse, like coyote.
Did you say roller bears?
Growler
bears. I said roller bears, and I'm like, that's a boss in Dungeon Crawler Carl. That's not a real thing.
No. Thank God. No. And then I don't know what this last one is, but he's like, look at all of these hybrids, and like we would still consider them to be members of the same kind, except for some of these guys, they're partially sterile. They have partial hybrid sterility, right? So in some cases they can't reproduce at all, and in some times they can reproduce half the time depending on who the parent is, and in some cases they can reproduce all the time. So hint, that's going to come back again later, and it's not going to be very convenient. But I just want to make sure I get my get everything off my chest here before we let him go at 14 minutes. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. There we go. And then we'll just back it up. Like, there we go. Sweet. Okay, here we go. Behrman's is created kinds, terminology. Take the stage, Dr. C.
Some basic terminology as we explore this science. The word holobrahmin, this holos, a Greek word, which designates the complete set of species that belong to a single Brahmin. In other words, it is a group that shares internal continuity, that is, each member is continuous with at least one other member in the kind, and it's bounded by external discontinuity, that is, no member is continuous with any species outside the group or the kind. This is a fundamental tenet of Brahminology. And so one example is the cat kind. There are dogs, there are horses, whales, there are various different kinds of kinds. All cats can hypothetically interbreed with one another. It's interesting that all cats have 19 chromosomes and their genome.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Dan. Not all cats have 19 chromosomes. We're going to come back to that.
Yeah, nor can they all interbreed.
No, the word hypothetically is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Hypothetically, the moon is made of cheese.
Here we go. Hold on.
About 2.5 gone base pairs, but they don't interbreed with other animals outside the kind. And here's a map of the cat kind. There are things called monobrahmins. These are small groups within a kind, a lineage, so to speak. There are small cats, large cats. Again, here's a hybrid cat. Here's I think it's called a jagline, a hybrid between a jaguar and a lion. Just to show you that we can very readily recognize that a cat is a cat. It's we don't mix cats with dogs, and so cats are readily recognizable amongst all other animals.
I know what you're going to say, and I was going to check. Or are you going to ask if that one on the top right was AI?
No, actually, I was going to talk about the actual chart that he was using, because that was a chart that was labeling various hybridization options between different species and genera. But I notice that there is an isolated cluster that does not interbreed, apparently. Matt, what are you doing? Because you just told us that all of them could hypothetically interbreed, even though they can't actually interbreed. But even your own chart indicates that no, they can't. What is up there? What are those little cats up there, buddy?
Huh. I'm gonna get a detective chat on this. Hey, chat, can you guys find out for us if the lion tiger, the white lion tiger in the upper right hand corner, if that is AI or not?
I think it might be, because like that looks. I've seen Tigons and Ligers in real life, in person, and that doesn't look like any of them that I've ever seen. So like,
I think that might be. I'm thinking that might be AI. But first, Dan, I just was looking. Do you want to give a little announcement real quick while
I hit 13K. Thanks everybody, appreciate it. Way to go.
Okay, keep being excited. I'm moving over to a different tab.
Hooray!
Hey, keep going, but I'm excited about it.
Party at Dr. Dan's channel.
Let's go. Okay, these guys here, these little cutesters, these guys are South American cats, members of genus Lepardus, and they actually don't have like 19 pairs of chromosomes, right? Most felids have the 38 chromosomes total. But Lepardus actually has 36 instead of 38. And what's really interesting about that is that Dr. Cherhadi would say, yes, but that has happened like since the fall. That's actually that's not a feature, that's a bug. That has happened since the last common ancestor of all of these guys. And even though they have different chromosomal numbers and likely can't actually reproduce with one another, without help, that does not mean that they aren't actually related. And to that I say, well, what happened during the fall? Like, what changed the chromosome count from being 38 to 36? And he might say, well, what does the literature say? And then I would say, well, the literature says it was a chromosomal fusion event. You know, like the thing that explains the chromosomal difference between humans and chimps that so many creationists like to use is the reason why they're not actually related. So I would like to ask Dr. Shirhadi, if he, decides to respond to us here, why is it rules for thee, but not for me, right? Yeah. How come a chromosomal fusion is fine in hominids, but it's not fine in felids?
We know
it's far from the only mammals family with variable chromosome counts, like pinnipeds, cervids, equids, like, all have different chromosome counts. So, like, if chromosomal differences are the reason that humans can't be the same kind, I have bad news for a lot of your alleged kinds, because I don't even know how many deer kinds would be, because if I remember correctly,
a million deer kinds.
Like almost 100%. Every genus of cervid has like a different chromosome count. It's crazy. And by the way,
it would be a lot. If chromosome fusions are not allowed, then forget about it.
Same with hylobatids while we're at it. Okay, let's let him keep going with some more jargon.
And so cats are readily recognizable amongst all other animals. I mentioned the word monogramin, and so again, brahminology is a full-fledged science, has its own scientific terminology. A monogramin is a group of known species that share continuity without regard to discontinuity with other organisms. Usually part of a whole gramin. What this means is that we look at a monogramin, we're interested about relationships within that smaller group. We don't really consider continuity with other species. Corresponds to like a lineage of species, or like maybe like a genus or like a tribe. An example is large cats, the genus Ponta, or Neanderthals. There's another term, apogramin. When we start from a larger group of animals or organisms, and we try to zoom in and focus on an individual hologramin. So the monogramin is like it's like
we actually can't get any faster than that.
A bottom-up approach in approximating the hologramin, and apogramin is what we use as a top-down approach. Apogramin is a group of known species that are bounded by clear discontinuity with the rest of life, without regard to internal continuity. It may be one or even more complete hologramins. They are obviously different from all other animals. And for example, we have bats, pinnipeds. These are your seals and mollusks, cephalopods, octopuses, squids, etc. Birds, that is flying animals, turtles, bacteria, fungi, and vertebrates, which are clearly different from all other organisms. It's just that within an apogramin, we want to drill down and find individual clusters, which we will call.
So it's just any taxon that they think is too big, is what an apogramin is. Got it. Cool.
Yes. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, that's like the for anyone who reads sci-fi or fantasy, like that's the info dump that you get at some point in every novel. Like that's I have to do the world building. That was the world building.
Yeah. If you don't know who the Padishah Emperor is, then how will you understand the plot of Dune?
Exactly. Right. So
Irulan has to come up at the beginning and give you a 45-minute opening speech before we can get into the movie proper.
I just want you to know, Dan, that while you highlighted that and you were like, let's do like a quick whirlwind tour towards the terminology, my only note says skip all his goofy fake terminology.
I think it's useful for people to see the goofy fake terminology.
Yeah.
Because if somebody asks me, like, what is a clade, right? How do you define a clade? How do you figure out what the most recent common ancestor between something is? How do you figure out what sister taxa are? I would say, how much time do you have? Right? And if I was to sit down with Matthew here and say, explain to me baramins and how they work and how we tell them apart, I would get 5 minutes of freaking gibberish and come away and chat. Tell me, do you understand what a kind is better than you did 10 minutes ago? Like, none of that was all made up nonsense gibberish. Like, none of that made any sense.
I like that the prefixes, though, they're just like yoinked from conventional science, right?
Yeah,
like,
totally.
Holobaramin, apobaramin, like these are coming from words like apomorphy. And the reason is because they know that these words have meaning. They just don't want the meaning to carry too far. It's a genuine issue. Uh-oh. Are you still there, Dan? I lost Dapper.
I'm here. Dapper vanished, but I'm here.
They'll probably come back.
What do you have next on your timestamp situation?
I have a couple of things on my timestamp. From 1822 to 1909, he does this little song and dance here. So I'm going to let him
do that.
Okay, sweet.
Let's do it.
Obviously, I have a note. Dapper's not here, and he would love this. He would love seeing Dr. Cherhadi categorize a shark as a fish, which, you know, we know what he means here, but like again,
it's you know what there's several fish is paraphyletic, right? And sharks, right? Chondrichthyes, cartilaginous fish are within that, but are we talking about Actinodorhizii, Sarcopterygi? Like we have to, you know,
right? Like, do you want to call osteichthyes like the fish group or gnathosomes,
I mean,
like Gnathosomata? Gnatho.
I would, but I don't know if he would.
No, I mean that's the problem, right? Is that it's like, but we get what he means. It's fine. I wanted to nitpick, but really, what I want to actually nitpick on is what he says next. So I'm gonna let him talk for a minute. Here he goes.
A shark, an ichthyosaur, and a mammal, they may look superficial.
Okay, I'm gonna slow him down because no one can understand. I can't understand what he's saying now. Okay.
Now, externally, these three animals, a shark, an ichthyosaur, and a mammal, they may look superficially like they're in the same kind. And so there's a confounding factor of convergent traits.
Pause. Dr. Cherhadi, your statistical biochemical background is showing here because these three animals are morphologically similar in shape and almost nothing else. Like that is Linnaean. That's a
well,
Linnaean
they have vertebrae. They have vertebrae. Sure.
But I would count that as part of their shape because of their their sort of fusiform body type, right, which is good for getting around the water. They're very hydrodynamic. But like, no, these three animals are not superficially anywhere close to the same thing. They have very distinct synapomorphies that define their respective groups, right? Marine reptiles versus mammals versus cartilaginous fishes. Right? Like this is not something that you can just say we need molecular baromenology to get around the fact that no one can tell the difference between a fish, an ichthyosaur, and a mammal. Edward Tyson did this when he dissected a porpoise in 1650, Dr. Cherhadi. But I guess I don't know the literature.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Tomorrow.
Anyways, his whole thing is that he's like, oh, here we go. Here we got Dapper again. Dapper, what happened?
Sorry. It is summertime in southern Arizona in the Valley of the Sun, and that means that power likes to go out sometimes up to 2 or 3 times a day for about a half a second.
Oof.
But it takes a lot more than a half a second for the modem to come back. So,
well, Dapper, before I wanted to give you a chance because I got to go grab another beer, but I wanted to give you a shot at this. I just wanted you to appreciate the labeling that Dr. Cherhadi has on the screen here. He says we need molecular baromenology because superficially, fish, reptiles, and mammals, as they are labeled, as you see here, are the same thing. So I'm going to let you go with that and go get another beer.
Oh, okay. So first of all, fish is a stupid label. Fish doesn't mean anything taxonomically. If that shark is a fish and a tuna is a fish, then so are the reptile and the mammal because the tuna is significantly more closely related to the reptile and the mammal than any of them are to the shark because the tuna and the reptile and the mammal are all in osteichthyes, which is the bony fish, whereas the shark is in chondrichthyes, which is the cartilaginous fish, a group that includes sharks and skates and rays, and another group that what's the common name for them? It's like the dogfish, but they're another group that is in chondrichthyes. So there's that. It is true that the reptile is a reptile and the mammal is a mammal. However, they are extremely easy to distinguish from each other and from the shark. For one thing, the reptile and the mammal are together amniotes who have things like bones. They got bones. That's a big difference between them and the shark, right? So that's a really obvious way to distinguish them. But further, if you want to distinguish, hey, what's a reptile versus what's a mammal? There are a number of skeletal characteristics that you can look at that will carry through not only for like lizards and dogs, but also for ichthyosaurs and dolphins. So, for example, what bones form the jaw joint in this animal? For a mammal, it's going to be the dentary and the squamosal bone. For the reptile, it's going to be the articular and the quadrate. There we go. There's also going to be a number of other things like, hey, being reptiles, there's a very prominent scleral ring in the ichthyosaurs, whereas there's just none in the mammal. Also, the ichthyosaur is going to have ribs going all the way down to its somewhat vestigial hips, whereas being a mammal, cetaceans actually have their rib cage stop significantly before their hips. There's also just the direction of motion. Reptiles retain the basal tetrapod as well as basal fish side-to-side motion, whereas mammals, having adapted to run with upright legs in a sort of columnar stance, they shifted their main flexion in their spine to up and down, which is why dolphins have horizontal flukes as opposed to the vertical tail fins of ichthyosaurs. There's also going to be, at least in more basal whales, maybe not in modern dolphins, you can also tell that basal whales like Basilosaurus or even earlier things had differentiated teeth, unlike ichthyosaurs, which have just the same shaped tooth all through. But also, mammals do not continually replace their teeth, and so you can see a distinct set of teeth that do not get replaced in dolphins, which is not the case for ichthyosaurs, which for the species that had teeth would replace their teeth continually. I could go on. There's a whole bunch of other skeletal differences that we can look at to say that these are not at all the same kind of animal, and in fact that the dolphin is more closely related to a hippo than it is to an ichthyosaur or a fish. But also, importantly, we can tell that the ichthyosaur and the dolphin are more closely related to each other and to trout than any of those are to the shark, which means not only can we distinguish these, but we can also tell the pattern of relatedness between them, which there's no reason to think we should be able to do if they were all completely separate creations with absolutely no genetic connection between them.
But Dapper, common design, actually.
Oh, I forgot about the common design.
I'm sorry to hit you with that slam dunk, but destroy.
I have been defeated. Yeah, no, I'm going to retire now.
Diaper
I'm going to go work at an Amazon warehouse.
Early retirement.
Forced into
That's a throwback for anyone who remembers that one.
Super far back right there.
Can I just say, this is such a great example of creationists completely missing the plot on this, because when I teach phylogenetics, the example I use as a reality check for my students of do you get this at a fundamental level or not, is I show a phylogenetic tree and it's a shark, a goldfish, and a human. And it's who is more closely related to the goldfish, right? And if you can explain that it's the human and why, you fundamentally understand phylogenetics, right?
Yep.
And that they are both equally related to the shark.
Yeah.
Right?
It's one of those... Sorry, I was interrupting you. Continue.
I was saying, so this is not the slam dunk creationists think it is, because again, this is a thing that gets taught to college freshmen.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
I just had a quick thing. That's the problem with this, right? Dr. Cherhardy has a degree, right, in bioinformatics. I think he should know this, and he should also be able to appreciate, he should be able to steel man how phylogenetics works. Because nobody would, and I guess it's possible he thinks he's talking to a super layman audience, and that's why he's doing this. But I don't think that's the case, because it doesn't mesh with the tone of the rest of his presentation.
No one has more contempt for their audience than young Earth creationists do.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Let's keep going.
I have just a quick pit stop very quick pit stop actually at 20 minutes, 2014. And I don't even have to play it.
Here's where we can tell that I have a very different style than either Dan or Erica, because if it were up to me, I would go through every single sentence to show you all the reasons why every single one of them is bullshit.
I just want to remind people, if you haven't watched it, you can go back on my channel and watch the show I did when I hit 1,000 subscribers, because we did this thing where we assigned styles of debunking to each other based on Team Fortress 2. So it was the pyro, the demolitions expert, the this, that. And Dapper, if I remember, you were, I forget if it was the pyro or the demolitions expert, but the little blurb was they have to recognize it by their teeth.
Yeah, I just burnt every single aspect of whatever it is down to the very ground.
And my style that everyone was like immediately was like, Dan, you're the sniper. And the description of the sniper, it was like pure, I think the article was a joke, it was like peer fortress as in peer review. And it was the style of reviewer. And it was the sniper gets to the first critical error in the manuscript, headshot, rejected, next.
Yep. See, I'm too full of spite.
No, I hear you, Dapper. I hear you. Your style is more like absolutely everything that we can destroy, let us destroy it. And like
salt the earth.
I was just gonna say salt the earth afterwards. Yo,
my music track is the lamentation of the creationist widows.
Yes. As the Romans would say, make a desert and call it peace.
Derailing us here in the spirit of Dan. I'm allowing
that was my fault. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Quick pit stop here. He's talking about why we don't use morphology, why we should use genetics instead. He calls it molecular baraminology. We can just call it molecular genetics. Like,
can I guess, Erica? Can I guess what your beef is right here?
Yeah, please.
Can I
guess? Please guess. I know you're gonna
Lucy
nail
is
it.
only 40% complete, as though Lucy is the only freaking Australopithecus skeleton that we have.
It's that, Dan, partial credit, but it's also
Bilateral symmetry.
Damn you, Dapper!
Got it.
It's also bilateral symmetry.
Flip it over.
People, everyone watching this, I presume, is bilaterally symmetric, which means that your left and right halves mirror one another. So the skeleton is 40% complete, but the actual amount that is represented is like around 80%, give or take. Significantly more, right? Because these things reflect across the midline. And then, of course, as Dan said, I will never miss an opportunity to bring up one of my favorite fossils, STW 573, which is a full articulated specimen of a member of genus Australopithecus, which is one of the most popularly ignored fossils.
Looks like a lot more than 40% to me.
It doesn't have a fun
over
name.
95. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not like a bone guy. I'm a genetics guy, but I think more than 40% of the bones were there in that one.
Yeah, a
little bit.
It's more than 40. He's more than 40.
Okay, but Erica, have you considered that maybe Lucy was actually the fiddler crab of apes, and that she had one hand that we don't have preserved that was just gigantic?
Oh, that's so true, Dapper. And everything becomes crab, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
exactly. Although, I'm going to argue that actually the thing that everything really does become is worm, because snakes are lizards that became worms. Worms are worms that became worms. Weasels are basically dogs that became worms. Yeah.
What about the
some worms start as worms, to be
true.
What's the mystery flesh pit one, Dapper? The weasel that literally became a worm?
Oh, yeah, the amorphous shame.
The amorphous shame. Yeah, the amorphous shame. Exactly.
I love the amorphous shame. If you guys haven't looked into mystery Flesh Pit National Park, check it out. There's a bunch of videos online. You can also find the original art project. It's a lot of fun. Also, they released a TTRPG not that long ago.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Okay, Dan, my next one is 25. Ish, but I see that you have a couple in between.
Yeah, I want to do 2357 because the way he describes how we evaluate these matters.
Okay, 2357. In the meantime, you guys should know that he does talk about convergent morphology and single cellular organisms, and it doesn't matter. So 23. More data.
57.
Something just reminded me of something I wanted to say earlier when he was talking about how like it might go all the way up to like class or order or even like larger groups in like bacteria. That's because this is fundamentally vibes based, and the farther away you get from humans, the less they care about the actual diversity within that group, and the bigger and bigger they can make their clades because no one cares because it's just vibes.
That's a good point. That's a good
point.
No,
that is true. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry to put you on blast, SJL. Didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to I really wasn't trying to highlight that. Congratulations, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I
do this for Erica. I get this for there's a couple things that he says about he has like a little figure with mutations, and that's worth pointing out for a minute because it contradicts some other very important young Earth arguments.
All right. Dapper, I'm looking at you.
Okay.
I know he's going to say wrong stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll tell you what. I will mute myself, and Erica, you can tell me when to unmute.
Dapper, let's do 3 alarm. If 3 times you just can't help it, then you can sound the alarm, and we'll. Okay. If you just can't take it, then we'll do it. But
that might happen fast.
I'll do a this when we're good. I'll give it a 2.
All right. Okay. Ready, go.
Analyze molecular data from a terminology aspect. This is the whole genome Kramer signature or WJKS algorithm, which I published in a secular journal. So even evolutionist scientists approve of this methodology. This is the gene protein sequence method. We can also look at organelle DNA similarity methods. Organelle DNA is very easy to work with, doesn't have repetitive sequences. It's very easy to analyze and get quick results. So let's look at the whole genome Kramer signature algorithm. So just imagine that some people like to read about sports. And so in these sports magazines, they use very common terminology, vocabulary such as score, stadium, team, or player. Some people are interested in architecture. They use words such as building, bridge, engineer, or blueprint. Others are interested in genetics such as myself. We talk about base pairs, genomes, chromosomes, and other genetics-related words or vocabulary. And so if we look at this from a terminology perspective, during creation week, God created different kinds. In the beginning, there were now evolutionists themselves might misunderstand the creation model. There may have been more than just 2 initial individual animals, not just one female, one male. There could have been hundreds. Genesis says that the waters teemed with fish, that there may have been hundreds of thousands of organisms which belong to a specific kind, not just 2. So the created genome initially is known as the baronome. It is pristine, unaffected by deleterious effects of mutations, which I think that one of our critics, Gussie Gibbon, doesn't understand this because it's important to know that after the fall, mutations arose in the genome, which may block, which may
I'm
cause
I'm at 3.
to speak.
We almost made it, Dapper. It was like another. It was like another minute.
He was at 3. Another minute? There's no way.
There's no way we're going to make a whole minute. What the hell do you mean they were unaffected by mutations? Mutations are a thing that happen because it's too expensive to prevent them. So what was the energy balance like before the fall? Was food more nutritious? What the hell is happening? What is magic. The thing that means? Oh,
it was magic.
It was just magic. It's like saying that the second law of thermodynamics didn't work before the fall, which would mean, of course, that the feces that Adam shat out could crawl back up his ass, work all the way backwards through his body, and then he could vomit out an apple. Because that's
just magic. That's a mechanism, though. You don't need a mechanism. It's just magic.
Oh my god!
Like for real though, this isn't how this works, right? Like if you're getting into the science sandbox, then you have to play by the rules of the science sandbox, which means you have to actually follow the scientific method. You can't just make up a bunch of terms and say, "What if it was this way?" God could have done it that way.
Erica, you're telling a molecular baraminologist you can't just make up a bunch of terms? Did you watch this video? Half this video is just a fantasy novel info dump, like he's describing the magic system in a Sanderson book.
I know. No, I know that. You know I'm physically unable to just admit that sometimes these people are full of shit. Right? Like I'm unable to do that. I always assume, okay, maybe he just doesn't get it yet. Maybe it just hasn't been presented the right way yet. And yeah, I could fix him, Dan. I could fix him.
Also, I know what the words pluripotent and uncommitted mean in certain contexts. I do not know what those words mean in this context.
Not in this context. We can guess that pluripotent means that the ancestor of the kinds has in its genome the ability to generate all the species within that kind.
But here's the stupid part. It doesn't matter.
Oh, now we're going to get to the stupid part, Erica?
You have another bottleneck at 4,400, right? Like you have another bottleneck. It doesn't matter how much variation you're generating.
Check that off my list. Yes.
Yeah, you're going to have to do he's saying that we're strawmanning him by saying, "Oh, there was only 2." Brother, there were.
There were. It was 1,500 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After, by the way, all these alleged deleterious effects are starting to accumulate, according to him. which means that the ARC's
Exactly.
kind should start with all of these harmful mutations.
Here,
Yep.
I'm gonna save us like 90 seconds of suffering. Erica, can you just pan forward a little bit on there? Just scroll forward a little bit until it shows the figure where he has like the common ancestor of the kind and like the
Yes.
various descendants with mutations.
Well, I can do that, but I actually, while I'm trying to fix my camera, actually, I have to highlight the sentence that Dapper interrupted is in my notes. So I have to let him
All right,
finish
so let's
this
go
sentence.
back and hear it, and Dapper, stop it.
Okay,
Dapper. Yeah, just because this is directed at me, he says that I misunderstand.
Yeah.
I'm strawmanning them here. Me, Gutsa Gibbon, the person, the ape. I'm strawmanning him. So let's hear why.
Mutations arose in the genome, which may block, which may cause two species within a kind not to be able to mate with one another. Maybe accumulated mutations within a genome may make it less possible for two species to produce fertile offspring within a kind.
Interesting, Dr. Cherhadi. That's so fascinating. So what you're saying there is that reproductive isolation, the inability to produce fertile offspring, is the words that he just used, can emerge as a consequence of the fall. So how the hell are you supposed to tell where the kind boundary is using reproductive isolation if it can emerge? How can you use that as your boundary? I'll tell you the answer. You can't. It's vibes based. This is vibes based exclusively. It's like, well, if the two things look kind of similar and it also doesn't involve humans, then they're probably related, right? I'm sorry, that's not standardized. Either that's a part of your definition or it isn't. But if reproductive isolation can emerge, then there's no way to tell. And hear me here, Dr. C, where design ends and dissent begins. You have the burden of proof on that, because from an evolutionary perspective, not a naturalistic atheistic perspective, mind you, just an evolutionary perspective, all organisms are in fact related. So there is no point in time where dissent becomes design. If anything, it's either wholly naturalistic or dissent is the design, right? Like that's part of it. And that makes everything explicable, right? So you can't come in here and wax poetic for, multiple slides about how reproductive isolation is the thing. And if they can reproduce at all, they're the same kind. And then turn around and say reproductive isolation can actually emerge within a kind because, okay, how about this? Humans and chimps used to be fully reproductively compatible. That's my fanfic. Disprove it. Right? I can just say that. You see how we can just say things? It's very frustrating, I imagine, to have that thrown back. But
your fanfic has the advantage of being true as long as we define human broadly.
Yeah, if we define human broadly, then, like as the lineage of hominins, then yeah, it happened for like 2 million years after the split. Anyways, that's what I...
Hey, by the way, folks watching this right now, we're going to get to the part that makes Erica and me really angry eventually.
It might be next month, though.
I already know this. I already know the part. Okay, let's continue. What's your next time stamp, Dan?
All right, I would scroll forward a little bit. We can save everyone the pain of having to listen to him, but just there's the figure where it's like that one. You just passed it. Go back.
Going back.
A little more back. I'll tell you. A little more back. A little more. It was like a figure with like a
back
okay,
a little bit. That with the green with like the turquoise with that. You just went past it. Go back.
I'm going.
A little more. I'll tell you. A little more. That. Hold it right there. That. Yeah, that right there. Hold it. Stop right there. So what he's showing...
Paragnome theory.
Yeah, I know. Again, like the fanfic. The info dump, I'm telling you. So what he's showing here is that speciation within a created kind occurs via mutation, right? You have your created genome, which has no, to use a real word, right? It has no mutational load at creation, right? It's perfect, whatever. It's not a real thing. And then as mutations occur, right, speciation happens. So you get all the different species within a kind that share a common ancestor. Now, for those of you who are familiar with capital T, capital D, the discourse, around young Earth creationism. I want to refer you to a 2017 title by Dr. Harvard PhD Nathaniel Jeanson, in which he explained in the young Earth model that he espouses that you could explain 99% of variation through created heterozygosity, and mutations play almost no role in speciation since they left the ark, and it's all about the loss of alleles and the loss of heterozygosity, as all of that allelic diversity that somehow magically existed in the ark pair was allocated into the descendant lineages post-flood. That is at odds with Dr. Cherhadi's view of post-flood speciation, primarily via mutation, as he explains here. And I just want to say to young Earth creationists, do you have each other's phone numbers? Because you should figure this out.
Now, on top of that, this is on Donnie's channel. Donnie himself has advocated for Jeanson's positions, and I will tell you right now, he is not about
in a stream.
Literally there.
Like,
he is not about to point out that this here contradicts other things that Donnie himself has already said. Instead, he's just gonna be like, wow, that's a really good point, Dr. Cherhadi, because Donnie has absolutely no integrity whatsoever. There is not a single time I have ever seen him push back on a creationist guest, despite the fact that they might be contradicting the guest that he had on the day before. He does not care.
I mean, if I may, two people who played a massive role in the prosperity of certain subjects on his channel, George Bond and Dr. George McQueen, both died in the past year, and I didn't see a memorial on the channel. I haven't seen one, and I find that very disappointing. I know I've mentioned that before, but especially the McQueen one, that really eats me up because I liked David McQueen.
I know he's nice.
I thought he was cute too, but it's one of my faves. It's like he made me laugh, like even outside of that, like when he was trying to be like playful or whatever. And then there's of course the whole Ken Hovind thing. I don't know, Donnie's irritating me right now. I emailed him the other day and I was like, okay,
right now.
Donnie cares more about the views that Kent Hovind brought him than he does about the victims of domestic violence that Kent has left behind.
Well, that's a serious issue. I mean, that's a serious integrity issue.
He booted Kent from his channel not after the credible, because it was audio recorded, accusations and subsequent arrest for domestic violence. He booted Kent when Kent's channel got banned for spreading medical pseudoscience because he was afraid if he hosted Kent, he would catch a ban for ban evasion. That's where Donnie's coming from.
It's I mean, we could excavate that whole deal and try to figure out what's going on there, but I think it's just cloud. I mean, that's
there's a reason
he said that out loud to somebody. He was like, he has a bunch of, and we have screenshots of the conversation where he was like, yeah, well, Kent has a bunch of views and like, so I don't care.
There's a reason that there is a 4-hour video featuring everyone here and then some about why Donnie's a piece of shit that you can just go watch on my channel if you have 4 hours.
The problem is that it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could get so deep into the weeds on all of this stuff because it's like he knows better than this, and he knows that we know that he knows better than this.
Oh yeah,
but
his audience doesn't have that insight though, so he doesn't care.
It's whatever. The bottom line is, folks, is that Donnie hosts a lot of young Earth creationists. Some of them domestic abusers, at least in the past. But he could have, with relation to this subject, Dr. Cherhadi and also Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, Harvard PhD on. And he could just say, hey, you guys both have these opposing models, hash it out. And the reason I say that is because, at least in my field, that's how it works. That's how it happens in the literature. People actually take other hypotheses, test them, and see if they hold water, and then they fight, and it goes back and forth. Creationism wants a seat at the table here. Then they need to actually figure out which hypothesis holds the most support, within their own world here.
There's a big difference, though. In your community, the goal is to find what actually is the best explanation according to the evidence. The goal for creationists is just to keep as many people in their particular brand of Christianity as possible at all costs, and nothing else matters, including what the evidence supports. That's completely out the window. They don't give a damn.
Quick side note, Dapper. Any opportunity I have to raise awareness about modern day debate, I'm going to take it.
Screw them.
Andrew Coming correctly says, didn't Modern Day Debate host another debate with Kent Hovind at some point recently? You guys know I love to fight with people. I love debate. I love conversation. Obviously, I think we as a society can agree that there are some topics that do not even deserve the breath of air debating. And one of those topics, at least in my opinion, and we all have our little like specific taglines here, but this is my favorite one to go to, is should child marriage be legal? This is a debate that was had on MDD, right? Like child brides or some shit like that. I forget the exact title, but it's like,
is raping children okay? Discuss.
I used to debate on MDD all the time. In fact, all three of us went on MDD and used to go on there.
Also, hey, Dan probably just demonetized this video, so I don't know, get into some super chats.
Sorry, you can edit that out in post. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But I mean, it's like I don't get asked by James to come on and debate anymore because I've been public about my lack of support for that channel for that reason. But like, I just don't. I don't want to lend my support to a platform that's willing to have that conversation. Personally,
also they have hosted literal Nazis. Like Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, and use Fuentes in their advertising materials. So,
I want to do a little shout out. So a friend of ours, Chesh, has started a debate and discussion channel called Debate Hub. And so if you in the future have a topic that you would like to debate, or you have some people that you think you could bring together to debate, I would recommend coming to one of us or Chesh directly, and we can help get that set up over there. And that channel has a strict no Nazis rule.
Hey, real quick, someone fact check me on this. We got Radigan Monkey who says Lamau Richard Spencer's not a Nazi. He's literally a dem shill.
Richard Spencer, no, here, I'll take this one real quick.
Okay,
Richard Spencer is an advocate of, direct quote, peaceful ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, come on, dude. Get real, Radigan. Come on, man.
Second.
How else are you going to interpret that?
Second, I want to direct you to the photographic and video evidence that exists of Richard Spencer leading a room full of young conservatives in a Hitler salute. Now, if Richard Spencer somehow, not to my knowledge, had publicly been you know what, I was wrong about my entire life's work, and I repudiate that, and I apologized for all the harm I have caused, that would be different. But he hasn't done any of that shit. So, you know what? No.
Here's a fun one. Richard Spencer, in the wake of the 2016 election of Donald Trump to the office of President of the United States, in that same speech, also said repeatedly, "Hail victory." Would you like to know what is German for hail victory?
I can guess.
I feel
it's Sieg Heil.
Yeah,
and also,
I can guess. Yup.
The Heil part is not only the translation for hail, it's also a cognate in English, and he also said "Hail Trump" during that one.
Ooh.
So I don't know how much evidence it takes to convince someone that someone is an unabashed and open Nazi, but I feel like saying Sieg Heil while giving Nazi salutes in the wake of your candidate's election is plenty of evidence.
We're enough in a post-truth era where someone's like, nah, dude, Richard Spencer's a Democratic shill. Get out of here, man.
While he's literally Sieg Heiling in a
literal.
That's crazy.
No.
All right.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Back to our light stuff here. What's our next
back to the just Christian nationalists, please.
We're toning it back down.
Yeah.
What do you got? What's your next timestamp, Dan? Because
where are we at right now? Can you pull up this just so I can see what we're at?
Yeah, we are at 2701.
27. All right, I got let's do 30 minutes 20 seconds, because he's going to explain how he does his gene content method, and then we get to complain about why he doesn't just effing do it the right way.
Ooh, I'm excited about this. Can I show this too, though?
Yeah, go
29.
For it. Sure.
Oh no, you know what? Actually, No. I don't need to show this. There's a primate version later. Okay, 30 minutes
there is.
flat,
Yep,
you said?
there. 30-20, yeah. So if you hit that 30-18 or whatever, that's fine. Yeah. So in there, it's fine. Whatever. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay. One thing I have to point out about the whole thing he just did, which was Illyrids. He somehow concludes that they're like a sister group to, I think it was bears or dogs or something. Guys, they're the sister group to Procyonidae. This has been established for a very long time, genetically, fossil, modern, actual morphological evidence. There have been people advocating that we just get rid of the family Illyridae and lump it in with Procyonidae. And for some reason, he's just like, nope. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna provide, to your point there, Dapper, I'm gonna provide a little background here. What Dr. Cherhadi has just done with his dipterans and what he's going to continue to do with several other groups of organisms is he's going to be like, I have devised this baraminological method, and it uses he uses a couple of them actually in the different papers that he touches on, right? But he's basically like, this method is how we can actually determine the created kinds. It's using genetics, and it's the means by which we can draw the line, the difference between design and descent. That's awfully intriguing, right? We're going to find out how to do it. That's cool. Let's take a look.
Another algorithm is the gene content method. The physical traits like body mass or thin numbers or different physical traits are coded for by genes. And so we can look at different physical traits, but if we can look at individual genes, we can compare the overlapping gene content between two species. Genetic traits themselves are also part of taxonomical descriptions, not just external physical, we know what the animals look like, because the gene produces a protein, produces a trait. For example, you have proteins which are responsible for skin color, hair color, eye color. It's simply that our genes, again, our genotype determines our phenotype. Genes which fulfill the same function in different species are called orthologs. And so the idea behind this algorithm is let's measure the genetic similarity between two species based on how many similar genes they have. And so the gene content method assigns any given gene protein sequence.
Time out. Let's call it right there. How about we just sequence their genomes and compare their genomes like a normal biologist? How about we do that? How about we do it the way everyone else does it? Instead of coming up with your artisanal, bespoke method of genome comparison that I can get at my farmer's market on Friday afternoon. Can we just do it the way everyone else does it, please? Creationists?
Dan,
can you just use standard methods, please?
If he did that, though, Dan, he wouldn't actually get the results that he wants.
But wait, hold on, guys. What if we do this completely different, unique method, and what if we apply it to the smallest portion of the genome, the mitochondria?
Yes.
I know that we have the complete telomere to telomere genomes already sequenced, and I know we've got billions of base pairs for all of the apes, which is perfectly relevant to Dr. Cherhadi's specific question of like, how do you split out the ape kinds? But like, let's just do the mitochondria instead. Dan, how big is the mitochondria?
The mitochondria is approximately 16,500 base pairs long, Erica, which, if I can just tell you in terms of, we like, in science, you like to have a big sample size because big sample size leads to small error bars, right? Big sample size, small error bars. We like big sample size. And as you noted, we have the entire genomes of the relevant organisms. So we could do a full genome comparison, telomere to telomere, you might say. But instead, what if we did a comparison using just the mitochondrial DNA, which is 0.00055% of the nuclear genome? What if we did that?
Let's do that. Let's do that instead. I think that's going to give us the answer. I think that's going to give us the answer we want.
Well, that's the thing. That's what Erica just said. It's going to get the answer that he wants.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, so our friends RJ and Jackson Wheat have documented this in their book, The Rocks Were There, Volume 1. On average, creationists ignore approximately 90% of the data field on any topic that they bother to discuss. So is it any surprise, really, that Cherhadi is focusing on such a tiny fragment of the genome when he could be just doing the entire thing? I don't think it's a surprise at all.
No. And if he's doing gene content method, he's actually doing a lot better because that's like 1.5% of the genome.
It's the thing about the
Amazing.
gene content method, though, is if memory serves, the genes that they're looking at are mitochondrial.
Of
Hold
course.
on.
Damn it, it's so much worse. It's always worse than you think.
I know.
No, there's no way,
me
because all
find-
mitochondrial DNA has the same basic genes. You know, it's cytochrome C and this and that and tRNA is like, it's all the same genes. There's no way it can only be the mitochondrial. It has to be.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, because talk about orthologs, it has to be from nuclear DNA. It's just using gene families instead of sequences. It has to be better than that, Erica. Come on. Don't break my heart. It has to be better.
Hold on. Let me just share my screen really quick. If I may, let me let you into my world, Dan. Just so you can
This is literally going to kill me if he's doing the gene content method on the mitochondrial DNA, which only has like 30 genes.
I just want to make sure I'm right here because I'm not positive. Molecular baraminology of primates, 26 species of primates were examined by the gene content method and 93 mitochondrial genome sequences were downloaded from the NCBI database, aligned, and analyzed.
Where was this?
Wait, hang on. That English is ambiguous. It could be like we did the gene content method and mitochondrial DNA sequences.
The mitochondrial DNA analysis predicts 16 groups, which are likely monobaraminic lineages within the groups predicted by the gene content method.
I think I think I'm right here. I think he's doing gene content on the nuclear DNA and then sequence of the mitochondrial DNA and showing that they work together. Which is still stupid and wrong, but it's not as stupid and wrong.
I don't know, Dan.
Now who's the one trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, Erica? Now who's the charitable?
Okay, gene content method.
Is it only nuclear DNA?
Wait, scroll down a little bit.
I think he does nuclear DNA, looking at gene families.
Okay, look at this table,
DNA,
though.
And then sequence for the mitochondria.
Look at this, though, because this one chart seems to imply that the gene content method is being grouped by what looks like subfamily, and then I just lost it.
Sorry. I did that on purpose. Dapper, these 9 species in cluster 4 are all colobine monkeys, an analysis of 54 genes covering 35 kilobase of nuclear DNA.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So he's doing some nuclear DNA. I apologize.
He's doing gene content analysis on nuclear DNA, looking at overlapping gene families in the nuclear DNA, which is stupid because just do the sequence alignments and do it that way. And then he's doing the actual sequencing stuff in the mitochondrial DNA, which, like, dude, you have the genomes. Just use the nuclear genomes. Come on.
I'm so curious. How many genes is he looking at here?
He just said total. Like 59 or whatever.
Yeah, total though, because like there are more genes than 59.
There are more than that. There are like 20,000.
Yeah, you have to select which genes you're going to use. Actually, this happens sometimes in matrices for morphology, where if depending on the characteristics that you pick, you might pull something being more derived or being more basal, depending on the matrix itself.
That's why maybe you should just use the whole genome because we have the whole sequences. Hang on.
He tried multiple different groups of genes, and he picked the ones that gave him the discontinuities he was looking for.
Well, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Oh, here we go. Gene content analysis. Okay, the whole proteomes of 26 primate species were downloaded. So this seems to suggest that all of the proteins are being used. The whole proteomes, the protein predictions were made for Neanderthal and Denisova using Augustus genome prediction software. Proteins were assigned.
But why don't do proteome because amino
and then
acid,
calling it gene content. Yeah, is it gene content or is it proteome?
Those because those are two different things.
Primate molecular baraminology. I did that on purpose. Sorry, I'm trying to find.
He knows that those aren't the same thing, right? Like he has
a PhD in bioinformatics.
Okay, so in case people don't know,
he knows how to do this correctly.
So the reason that the proteome and the genetic content of the genes that produce those proteins aren't the same thing is because of something called synonymous codons. So there are way more codons than there are amino acids, which means that every amino acid, with I think one exception, gets more than one codon that is assigned to it. There's two? Okay. So what that means is you can have two identical...
So that makes sense.
Which is methionine, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
All right. So what that means, though, is that, like, let's say you have proline at the same spot in two proteins that are identical otherwise, or completely identical in two different animals. the codon assignment or the codon that's coding for that proline could be different between the two groups, which means that something has changed there if we're assuming that that protein is coming from a common ancestor of that protein, of that common ancestor gene, which means that's a change that you have to account for in the genome data. So if you're calling this gene content analysis, but what you're actually doing is doing a proteomic content analysis, well, guess what? You just lied to me.
It's if he's doing gene content based on the proteome rather than the actual genome sequence, that's a big problem because those are two different things.
It seems like that's what he's saying. Look, Matt,
if
you have a different, if we're wrong that that's what you're doing, let us know, because let me be clear. I know you watch Erica because you have a whole bunch of responses to her, which means I think you're going to watch this. So Matt, please let me know. Did you use proteomes and call it a gene content method? And if you did, what is your excuse that makes that not just a blatant lie?
I do not understand what's going on here.
He does. Here's the thing that I think is relevant. I don't think we need to figure out exactly what he is doing. The important thing what he's not doing is we have full genome nucleotide sequences, and that is the basis for these comparisons, and he's not doing it that way.
I want to give a little pushback. I think it is important that he be honest, because that's a big part of science, is being honest and open about what your methods are, and this isn't that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, no, hold on. Because it's completely true that what he should be using is just the complete genome. That is factual. The fact that he's using anything other than that is ridiculous because we have that's done, right? Like those are complete. You could just do that. In fact, I have the numbers handy. We can talk about them in a minute. But like, Dapper's also correct that if the method he is using is also wrong, then we have a major problem here. Right, like that casts potential shade on all of it, which is concerning to me because I wasted a lot of time trying to understand one of these other papers earlier today. So I'm not really sure, Dr. Cherhadi. I would love if you would clear this up for us because I'm not really sure what's happening.
It's also just all academic because he's not doing it the right way. Like it's at the end of the day, he's not doing it the right way,
and also
he needs to
it's not being peer reviewed because the CRSQ, which is where he publishes, that's Creation Science Research Quarterly, is not peer reviewed. Now, and I'm not just saying that in the sense of like, oh, well, it's a creationist rag. They don't have enough people with enough areas of expertise to actually peer review the papers that are submitted. And also, very obvious errors creep into all creationist quote unquote journals, including just basic arithmetic errors. Like, did you add these two numbers correctly? The answer is sometimes no, and it gets published anyway. Like, no one pulled out a calculator.
I am wondering, because this is now what I'm finding is that the gene content method is applied to protein families, and it's just
that's what it is. It is so what exactly? It is a protein family present or absent in a lineage is the basis. And he's looking at, so if you go forward in the video a little bit, he does this thing with like circles with overlaps in red. And it's the level, it's the Jaccard coefficient method, which we don't need to get into the math, but if you just show the circles, then that does it.
Okay, but why not just do an alignment and why
not just do it the right way? Because like, if you do it the right way, it sure looks like everything shares a common ancestor.
But like, I don't understand, what is this method for conventionally? Like, what do you use this for conventionally?
This is Erica, Dapper. This is fan fiction. We are world building here.
Right. So we don't really use this method for anything because it's not useful.
That is asking what we use this method for is a category error. Remember that very first thing I had us watch way back at the beginning about like what is molecular baraminology for? It's Bible.
So it's sort of like asking, hey, what do we actually in the real world use thoms to measure? You know, the unit of magical energy from the Discworld series. The answer is nothing because it's made up.
It's the similar. I have a hard time saying this word, even though I said it a million times in my life.
Verisimilitude.
Simarillion
Oh, Silmarillion, yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're doing here, right? We're
Right.
building the behind the scenes world.
But like he didn't invent this method, right? Like this method exists outside of him.
No, I think he kind of like this is his thing though, because he talks about how like Todd Wood is the other person that does this, but he does it morphologically. I'm doing it molecular.
Erica,
like,
I think what we might be seeing is Chair Hadi being the Feanor of Young Earth Creationists, creating the Silmarils of molecular baraminology. I'm sorry, was that too deep into the nerd lore?
Too much.
No.
Too much.
I'm genuinely just trying to understand.
I broke Dan.
I'm trying to understand what's going on here because presence or absence is so far from appropriate in comparative genomics.
Tell me about it. I
don't
Erica?
believe that. I can't believe that he's using that and that he invented this method. There has to be another explanation for this.
He has a PhD in bioinformatics, and as someone who, like the lab where I did my PhD, we did viral phylogenetics. Like that is the thing that we did, right? So like my research directly informed nucleotide substitution models for viral phylogenetics to figure out the ancestry of different groups of viruses, right? And here's the cool thing, viruses don't share common ancestry. There are multiple independent groups of viruses. So viruses, unlike cellular life, are a lot like created kinds, and that there are, in reality, actual separate groups that don't share common ancestry. And what he is doing makes no sense in that context, right? Because you would never use the presence or absence of a specific gene.
That's what I'm trying to...
Like, that is why would you do it that way? Just make a phylogenetic tree based on nucleotide alignments, because that is a self-checking and self-correcting thing, because you do the bootstrapping values and you do it iteratively, thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. And if there's common ancestry, you're going to get a nice, neat tree. And if there's not common ancestry, you're going to get gibberish.
Okay.
And I've seen both outcomes, and I know what they look like.
I want to say very clearly, real quick, the very fact that evolutionary biologists have come to the conclusion that viruses do not share a common viral ancestor means that evolutionary biologists are neither incapable nor unwilling to make a determination that groups of biological entities do not share a common ancestry. Yes. Which means the fact that they've come to the opposite conclusion for cellular life is not simply a matter of their dogmatism.
Right.
Well, but like okay. Just I cannot fathom why you would do this present. I'm so sorry. I'm still on this
because it gets you the right answer.
For people at home, if we're looking at gene family and presence and absence, what if one of the genes has experienced a mutation, just even a single point mutation, so it's not identical to the prior version?
Well, it'll still be in the same family then, because he goes on to talk about orthologs, right? So like it would still be in the family.
He's allowing for that. Okay.
But Erica, I think one of the fundamental problems you're having is that you are too wedded to the idea that Chair Hadi is doing anything in good faith.
Well,
he said at the beginning.
I'm not wedded to that, and I have a reason for that.
fair
I'm going to show it in a minute. But what I struggle. It took me about 2.5 years to figure out that Jeffrey Tompkins was just fucking lying, right? Like, so it takes me a little bit of time to get there. To suss this out. Less time.
I was on that train way earlier than you were. I was like, nah, he's just a dishonest hack.
Find me a person who isn't on the train. I'm the last one on the train. Every single train's gone. Train's out of the station. I'm left behind. Okay. Well, let's continue, I guess. I don't know. I mean, again, the method doesn't matter because he should be using the full genomes, especially like complete enough versions were out prior to these papers that he did. And in fact, there was actually a really interesting 1998 paper on baraminology where the authors were like, hey, listen, you really don't want to use genomic sequences because you get too much of a nested hierarchy. And so they're like, you really want to use, you want to use, molecules use physical traits.
I have to get a harder drink after hearing that. I'll be back. Feel free to head on. I know what's going on. I've listened to the whole thing, but that requires me to step up from my my lower alcohol content beverages.
I'll find it. Dan, you want us to continue on this?
Where are we? What are we? Show the timestamp. Where are we?
We're at
31. 31. Give me. Hang on one sec. I'll tell you. Give me. I gotta find it here. No, I think we're good. I think we've hammered the point home of like just compare genomes. So if you want to go to like, I'm gonna be mature and I'm gonna say you can skip the part on LCLDVs at 34 minutes. That's like a very niche thing for me. But he gets a bunch of things wrong about it, and it's just not worth it. He gets everything about these viruses wrong. It's fine. They're not. He says they're descended from bacteria. Like, dude, the papers that say they're a fourth domain of life have them nesting with, I think it's with eukarya. So, like, no, they're not descended from bacteria. Anyway. So we could just skip that. So the next thing I have on there, I think relevant for you, is just about a 40 second thing at 35:24 about primates. If you want to go to that. I have.
35:24. Yeah, I have the same thing.
Let's do that.
Right about here.
Let's go back a little bit. There you go. There you go.
Right here.
Hit it.
Okay. Let's let him go.
Study with Gene Leitner, 5 putative holograms were detected. Now, interestingly, primates, I ran this algorithm on primates, and I found that humans separate from the New World monkeys and also the Old World monkeys. We have Homo sapiens, Neanderthal, and Denisovan, and this is evidence that our own species, humans, it separates very well from monkeys, and so we're not developed apes as Gutsy Gibbon likes to say. A third.
All right. I think we can hold it right there. In that figure. Here, go ahead.
Let's back it up. Hold on, I want to be able to see this. Okay, now
figure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is he saying that humans, just based on the way this figure looks, it looks like he's saying that New World, like in his analysis, New World monkeys and Old World monkeys are more similar to each other, and New World monkeys are the Central and South American monkeys. Old World monkeys are the African and Asian monkeys. Apes are nested within the Old World monkeys, and if you can't read those labels, but like chimps and gorillas and stuff are in the Old World monkey square. And there's a couple things that I find interesting about this. One is it seems to be showing that New and Old World monkeys are more similar to each other than either of them are to humans, which is weird. And two, that Old World monkeys is a kind?
Yeah, so there's something you guys need to know about this methodology, but I'm trying to pull it up because I have it in my other tab or my other thing here. It's by Trihati and Leitner. The uniqueness of humans is clearly demonstrated in gene content. Hold on. Keep talking while I pull it up.
So I am not confident because one of the things is that these squares are also lining up with where he has these organisms on his X and Y axes, and I'm not sure how he's determining that. And part of the problem with this whole thing is that, like, this is one of those made-up methods that creationists invented, and so, like, I'm not, like, there hasn't been some long history of, like, well, this is how we do these comparisons, and this is how we compare it. And also, one of the other problems is that, at least traditionally with baraminology, if such a thing as baraminological tradition exists, these analyses are n-dimensional, right? You have as many dimensions as you have characters that you're checking on, which means that you can only approximate them on a 2D graph, which, I mean, that's fair, right? That's a thing that happens in science. Like, sometimes you do n-dimensional analyses and you have to somehow represent that on a chart. Cool. But, like, these baraminology charts always seem absurdly obtuse to me. And it seems like the only thing that I'm really supposed to get is that the little boxes that they draw are somehow significant because those are the groups that have continuity, and the groups outside those red boxes that they draw are the groups that have discontinuity with those other groups. But part of the problem there is that discontinuity between clades isn't dispositive in the common versus separate ancestry, because common ancestry involves branching, and unless you have data for all of the nodes and the branches, which means the actual common ancestry.
Muted yourself, Dapper.
Dapper, we lost you.
Am I back? Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
you're back.
Which means that unless you have that full data set that includes all of the extinct organisms and everything like that too, you're going to get discontinuities. And so you can't use the existence of discontinuities on their own to say these two groups aren't related.
Yeah, so the thing about this method is that the number of clusters is defined by the researcher. So in table 2 here, they talk about the clusters revealed statistically by specifying k meaning the cluster equals 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then they get these p-values over here. And when k equals 5, they get a Felidae Muridae cluster. And they get an old world monkey, new world monkey, and ape cluster, a human cluster, a Gaiaform cluster, so birds, and a Natidae cluster. And then when k equals 6, Felidae and Muridae split out, but great apes group with the New World monkeys.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait, hang on.
He's seriously telling me that a gorilla is more closely related to a capuchin than to a human.
Look at this. Yes.
How is that supposed to work? The great apes group with the New World monkeys with the Old World monkeys separate? That is...
I'm just
that is some garbage right
hold
there.
On.
No.
Hold on. So wait.
No. Nope.
Yeah, hold on. No, he's not. He's even saying that a gorilla is more closely related to a howler monkey
than a baboon.
Than a baboon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Now listen to
that's
this.
Crazy.
They say the next group we come to are the simians, apes and monkeys. On the heat map, it looks like they could easily be a single cluster. When 8 clusters are specified, the Old World monkeys, Great Apes, and New World monkeys are distinctly separated. Interestingly, when 6 clusters are specified, the Great Apes cluster with the New World monkeys with a lower p-value than when they are separate. This is rather surprising, as Great Apes are supposed to be more closely related to Old World monkeys. Like, I don't really know what to make of this.
I just want to say, I don't think creationists appreciate the degree to which all of the extant non-human apes are as derived from the various common ancestors as humans are from the human-chimp common ancestor. I don't think they appreciate that. So they think they can put all of these apes in the same bucket as like this vaguely chimpanzee thing, not realizing that chimps are as derived or more from the common ancestor as we are. Right? So if they want to say, like, Old World monkeys are a thing, and then New World monkeys and apes are a thing, and that amount of evolution is okay, they just copped to more evolution than is required for human-chimp common ancestry.
No, 100%. 100%. Like, within Old World monkeys even. Like, just within the non-hominoid catarrhines. Like, by far and away. And not just that, by the way, Dan, more morphologic discontinuity. Compare a talapoin to a mandrill. They're more different than a human is to a chimp, and it's not close.
Not close.
Also, I want to say, if your technique can't figure out and it keeps bumping around who's more closely related to a gorilla, a howler monkey, or a baboon, chances are what that means is that your technique is actually not recovering anything real, and then it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Can I provide to you guys a fun fact? A punchline, if you will.
Please.
So this paper, the uniqueness of humans is clearly demonstrated by gene content statistical baromenology method, right? This is not the last word. This is from 2019. There are 2 more recent, actually more than 2, more recent papers on this subject. And one of them we've touched on already, the one with just Cherhadi, the primate baromenology one, which we'll probably come back to here in a second. But the other one is this one. Hierarchical clustering complicates baromenological analysis by Cherhadi and Rob.
Oh, so Hardy and Carter.
And it's from 2020, so it's newer than the other one.
There you go.
Yeah. Now these guys say, in talking specifically about let's just read the abstract, actually. Baromenology is the study created in Genesis of the created kinds in Genesis 1, main goal being to determine the boundaries between each kind and species member between the kinds. The science of baromenology has been developing in several decades. Besides morphology-based methods, multiple molecular baromenology studies have been performed using DNA and protein sequences. All these studies attempt to use some statistical measurement parameter to determine which species are close to one another and thus may belong to the same kind and which are not. There have been difficulties in determining a universal cutoff parameter that can be easily used to separate species into different kinds. One major issue is the hierarchical structure of species relationships. This makes it extremely difficult to know where to draw the line between kinds and prevents a simple statistical determinant. This paper examines the problem in the analysis of 28 mammalian species. Now, there's actually 2 problems with this. The first one is this second author, Rob Carter, because Rob Carter, if memory serves publicly, has told his viewers, at least, that he doesn't think that molecular baraminology can work to separate the kinds. Now,
Which
notably,
on its own is telling.
Yeah, especially after this paper released, and especially after his work on the human-chimpanzee genomic similarity. The second funny thing about this paper is you see those 28 mammalian species.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at what species there are.
Ooh, I wonder.
It's super interesting. First, I want to show you their conclusion here. They have a line down here on humans that I want to show you. Let me see. There we go. Interestingly, Homo sapiens separately, there we go. Interestingly, Homo sapiens clusters separately away from all other mammals, showing that it is indeed a unique species and forms its own kind. It's mean PCC, this is just a method that they're using, Pearson's correlation, I think, if memory serves, with all other species is 0.226. Now, for reference, their number for the murids is 0.463. So that human really is separating out. I want to show you the list of species that they used. We got a bunch of different species of dogs. We got a bunch of horses. We got a bunch of cats, like a bunch of cats. We've got some rodents down here.
Yeah.
And we got some foxes. And you might notice.
Wait, why aren't the cats grouped together? Why is the jaguar separated out?
They aren't. They're here. Here's
okay. Well, I was looking at the table.
Heat map. Yeah, sorry, I scrolled down to the heat map.
Got it.
There's not a single primate on this list. The way that they pull Homo sapiens out is by including no primates at all. There's not one primate included in this analysis.
Just except for humans, yeah.
Except for humans.
That's amazing. Amazing.
Like, look at this. Read this for yourself. There's not a single one. And
no,
so
you're right.
I thought that was really in here. Let me just.
You just scroll up like a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. I just want to have.
Go down the list. There's not one primate.
No, I'm up to Panthera tigris. No, there's no primates.
Look down here. Finish it off.
That's it. Those are
not
all
one.
Panthera. Yeah, there's no.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So yes, it's
so
true.
we have 2 lynx species and a bunch of Panthera species, but not a single extra primate. And
So-
oh my
That's
goodness, humans
hilarious.
stand alone amongst a bunch of horses, rodents, and cats.
Yep.
You don't
So
say.
I'm
Don't
just saying,
say.
right? Like, this kind of thing makes me really concerned about Cherhani's work. Because
That's
it's
an
like,
understatement, Erica. Erica, who's
I'm
like,
concerned.
it takes a lot to make me think someone's engaging in bad faith, and then we get a euphemism like, "This makes me concerned about Cherhani's work."
I'm
You
just saying,
think?
it's like, that's kind of crazy to do, right? And like,
That's insane to do. That
like-
is, sorry, I'm going to be a little bit more forthright in my opinion, I think, about this. If you're going to write a paper in a creationist journal, an ostensibly peer-reviewed creationist journal, that was in Creation Research Quarterly, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's like the respectable journal.
Well,
Relative to Answers Research Journal, okay? We're grading
it's like
on a
saying,
curve.
hey, which neo-fascist group is the respectable one? I don't know.
Fair enough, but like on grading on that curve, it's a 35%, but everyone else got a 20, right?
Right.
And if you're going to write a paper for that journal saying,
Look how special humans are.
look how special humans are genetically when you do molecular baraminology. Look how they are on their own little island, separate and apart from all these other genomes. And you include 0 other primate genomes. That, like, the chutzpah it takes to write that paper and put your name on it, that is impressive.
Speaking of putting your name on it, Rob Carter, I know you watch Erica's content. I know that you've responded to me specifically, although you didn't name me, and then later you tried to give out my personal information. But it's okay. We've had a little bit of weird stuff going on there, Rob. But Rob, I think there's a fair chance you're going to watch this. I want to know, Rob, why do you specifically think that it's appropriate to use that list of organisms and then say, my goodness, humans stand alone among horses, cats, and rats and mice?
And bats.
And bats, I'm sorry. I want to know, why is it you think that was an appropriate thing? Why was there no chimpanzee, bonobo, gorilla? Hell, I would be interested to see what would happen if you put a lemur in there. So, Rob,
it's just literally any primate.
Feel free to respond to this and call me a critic like you did last time, and let me know what the answer is.
But Dapper, you must understand, and all of you listening must appreciate the context here. Rob Carter doesn't think that humans can be separated out using molecular baraminology anymore.
Which at that point, what are we even doing?
On this paper, and at some point between then and now, he was like, nah, you can't do it. This method isn't going to work. And I wonder how much time was spent trying to tease us out before he was like, fuck it. It can't be done. Like,
I'm going to allude to something Donnie Badinsky says, which is that genetics is what's passed down, sperm and egg. It's what actually matters when you get down to brass tacks in this question. So, Rob, if you cannot use molecular baraminology to separate out humans from other primates, then what, apart from an a priori dogmatic starting point that says that humans must be separated out, do you have as a reason for saying that they are? Do you have anything other than the Bible told me so, according to the people I trust to interpret the Bible for me?
Yeah, it's a little concerning. So, like, you know, my question for Dr. Cherhadi here, right, is that, like, can you maybe like explain this a little bit to us? Like, what
can you do it for primates, please? Can you include primates? Please?
But
the right way.
But Dan, remember, he did use primates for his gene content method.
And he couldn't figure it out.
Which, let's go to that timestamp. What do you think? Would that be fine? Do you think we could go?
Good with me. Good with me.
Look, for openness, when I was asked to provide timestamps, I started getting more than one timestamp per minute, and then I gave up, and I was like, you know what? You guys have a better sense of what we should skip, because for me, I want to take a flamethrower to this entire talk and burn every single sentence.
Well, that's what we're doing. So you win.
Well, kind of.
All right, here is our primate section. I want to let him do his whole spiel here, because he's talking about how he did this with mitochondrial DNA, and the results that he got.
This is the part. Yeah. Okay.
Let's let him talk. And for those of you who are looking too closely, stop looking.
It's like a minute.
Let us get to it. Here we go.
Don't skip ahead.
For primates, showing that humans separate from chimpanzees. Gorilla is also a different kind. And it's interesting that I also added Homo heidelbergensis. They were able to isolate the mitochondrial DNA from this fossil. And it turns out that it clusters together with modern and extinct humans, showing that Homo heidelbergensis is human. Human-chimp similarity is only 90%, not 99%. So this is proof against this common 99% figure that evolutionists like to publicize. This result also reinforces previous morphological creationist hypothesis that Homo heidelbergensis is human. And this nicely shows how molecular results, how they nicely support and reinforce morphological creationist predictions. So,
okay.
What?
So, for people who are paying attention, take a look. Just take a look at that. Take a look at this screen here, right? Like, maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. I'm trying to see if I can pull up a better version, like in the actual paper, but it seems like he's culled a lot of species.
Why don't you just read some of those labels for us? Because
just read them for us there, Dan.
I mean, it's really small on my screen, but so the starred one is Homo heidelbergensis. Above that is all Homo sapiens, and below it, it's Pan Peniscus and Pan Troglodytes, and then
one
gorillas.
Is not Homo sapiens. One is inappropriately labeled. One is the Homo neanderthalensis, which is inappropriately labeled Homo sapiens.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There is Neanderthalensis there. You're right. Sorry.
So it goes here. I can read it pretty clearly on my end, I guess, because I'm typing it in.
It's small on my screen.
On the y-axis, we have Homo sapiens 2, followed by Homo sapiens, followed by Homo sapiens neanderthalensis, followed by Homo spa, the Altai specimens, then Homo heidelbergensis, then Pan peniscus, that's bonobos, then Pan troglodytes, then gorilla, then Pongo abellii, then Pongo pygmaeus. Now, I want you guys to notice as we read those first maybe 10-ish, 8-ish, 10-ish names, those seem to form a box, don't they?
Those, if you go by the lower box, that big lower box, it looks like there's also an upper box.
Yeah, and actually, even if you go all the way down to Hylobates, there's an even bigger but less strong box. It's almost like that means that all of the apes, lesser and greater, all seem to form a cluster that excludes the other old world monkeys like the macaques, which is basically the entire rest of it until we get to Lemur Kata.
Guys,
forget old New World monkeys. Why bother with that? Let's just skip to lemurs.
It's almost like, if I may hit you with a little punchline here, it's almost like hierarchical clustering complicates barometrological analysis.
Almost, yeah. The note that I had was that he did. This is amazing, because what he did there was, I'm going to coin a term for this one. He did an auto-Trojan source.
Ooh, I love that.
Because Erica, if you could be so kind as to put that figure back up, what folks might notice with that upper right-hand square is that you have, as you get broader and broader in your extent of the comparisons, you have incrementally lower degrees of similarity. Almost like a nested hierarchy.
Hold on, I just noticed something.
Which is the whole point.
I just noticed something. You see how orange the macaca square is?
Yes.
That's just as orange as the group that includes all of the gorillas, panins, and homo.
You're right.
So if the genus macaca is in the same kind, the genus, then guess what that means for this chart and gorilla, and Homo sapiens.
Yep. And one thing that I really wanted to do is I wanted to find the comparative values to the created kinds in the other paper, but it's really curious. There's not a way to one-to-one compare it. There's not a one-to-one value that I was easily able to find to say, okay, well, if he needs a J whatever CV value of JCV, is that what it was? JCV?
Jacob coefficient value, yeah.
Yeah, JCV. If you need a JCV value of like 0.9 to be a part of the same kind, what is that value in this method here using these mitochondrial genomes? Now, one thing that he says is he goes, human chimp similarity is 90%, not 99%. Okay, this is on the mitochondrial genome, like not the nuclear genome, and the nuclear genome is where that 99% claim actually comes from. Case in point, we actually do have the mitochondrial DNA estimates, and we've had them since, as you can see, 1996. And the difference is about 10%. The nucleotide difference between the complete human and chimpanzee sequence is 8.9%. So, it's almost like someone didn't read the literature of the difference between mitochondrial and nuclear DNA.
And it was Erica.
I guess so.
Yeah, must have been. Only explanation.
It's crazy.
I don't know. It's just, the 99 versus 90 thing is nuts, because he does this whole big thing about the famous Yu et al. Paper later, and which we'll get to, on Tuesday. And clearly this is an apples to oranges comparison, the 90 versus the 99%. And
For sure.
again, I remind you that the 90% is based on a comparison of 0.00, I'm going to butcher the number of zeros, it's like 5055%, whereas the 99% is the protein coding, which is 1.5% of the nuclear DNA. It's a lot more.
I have my matrix ready for you at all, but I'm going to wait.
Ooh.
Let's save it.
Okay, I have a quick question, though.
Yeah.
How do you look at this chart and not conclude that gorilla, or we'll be a little bit generous, and not conclude that Pan and Homo are in the same kind, while also concluding that all macaques are?
Because Dapper, kinds don't have to have the same limits. Duh.
Oh,
this is the
so
problem.
it's all just made up and the points don't matter. So we're just doing whose line is it anyway, but molecular biology style.
Yeah, you can gather, no, literally, you can gather the data, and I mean, I have a timestamp.
Who cares what they say?
I have a timestamp in here somewhere, and he literally just says like it can vary, so whatever.
Jeez, I hate this so much because the entire point is supposed to be, oh, we have a rigorous method to determine where the boundaries of the kinds are. Just don't look at the data that we collect and publish. That's not the important part. The important part, though, is that this looks like a paper, and you know what that means? That means sciencey stuff is happening. Trust us.
Just don't even worry about it, dude.
Yeah, the data are irrelevant. What matters is the vibes and our interpretation of the Bible, and the fact that it looks like we're doing our homework.
All right, what's your next timestamp?
What are we on? 38? Okay, I think the next thing here, it's at 39 minutes. It's responding to Dan.
Ooh. Yep, I think we get into your stuff.
So let's do the 39. Let's hit 39 minutes. And we could do 39. I mean, God, there's so much BS in this part. And it's like 10 minutes long.
This is why I gave up on the idea of coming up with my own timestamps, because I knew that my timestamps would be every 45 seconds.
It's like 10 minutes, but like go to 39 minutes and just like let's see how long we can bite our tongues.
Ooh, squids.
It's just 39 minutes. I want to be really clear to Dr. Chirhadi here, right? Like what you need to do to pass muster on this humans are a separate kind by gene content or mitochondrial DNA is, first of all, forget it. Just use the whole genome and show us using the whole genome how they're separated out, which you will fail at because I've already tested this myself, as have hundreds of other scientists. But if you're going to try use this method as like the linchpin, you need to include all of these analyses that you've so succinctly done separately together and show us the values for the great apes versus humans, right? That separation value versus like rats and mice, or versus African and Asian elephants, or versus lions and tigers. It should be very easy. It seems like you've already done all the work, but it seems very difficult for whatever reason to find these numbers side by side, as you et al. Did.
Shocking.
Right? So that's my challenge. Okay, let's go.
Also, this clustering looks way weaker than the primate clustering we were just looking at. Just pointing that out.
Because cephalopods are from outer space, Dapper. We know that.
Done.
Oh, I did forget about that. That's true. Sorry about that.
Okay, Dan, how long are we going here? Should I 1.5 speed it, or
just hit it for do 1.5? And sorry to the people who watch this tomorrow at double, because you're getting the double dose there. But
sorry,
I've acclimatized to 2.5, so like get on my level.
Here we go.
Octopuses. Now, in this portion of my presentation, I would like to respond to some videos out there which critique brahmanology. For example, Dan Stern, Cardinale of Creation Myth, states that the correlated hierarchical nature of unconstrained genome regions disproves creation and proves evolution. That's his main statement.
Real quick,
so constrained genome regions are those parts of the genome that are undergoing so-called purifying selection, that is natural selection.
Okay, pause for 5 seconds. Pause for 5 seconds. So-called purifying selection. Just want to put that out there for everybody. We've got a natural selection truther on our hands. So-called purifying selection.
You should hang out with Randy Galuza and try to figure out what the hell Randy is even going on about.
That's actually, for somebody who thinks that mutations are responsible for all the diversity post-ARC, that's crazy to also be a natural selection truther.
So-called. Yeah, all right, keep going. I just wanted to point that out. That was,
All right.
Only population. So this is a hands-off genome region as opposed to unconstrained regions, which are free to undergo mutations. Therefore, these unconstrained regions can be used to trace interclade relationships and descent to test the boundary of the kind. So Cardinale set up a test as to how we can detect the boundary of the kind.
Well, now he screwed it up
He said
because he
that
thinks
if the
Stern is
kinds
your
do
middle name.
exist, defined at a particular taxonomical level of the family, let's say, unconstrained genomic regions within the species of a given kind must correlate with one another and are also uncorrelated with across separate kinds.
All right, pause for a sec.
Infinite
Pause for a
kind
sec.
with a similar gene content.
Before he gets stuff wrong, which he's about to do, I just want to say that top part with the larger text is basically correct. The idea is, and I structured this way on purpose using the unconstrained regions, because if you use genes, it still works and the math still works, but creationists will just say, oh, you know, common design, the human version and the chimp version are more similar than the gorilla version, blah, 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 blah. So a simple fix for that is like, fine, like single-digit % of the genome is constrained anyway, so just look at the rest. That's unconstrained, and then you don't get the, oh, it has to be this way in humans, this way, and shit, because it's unconstrained, so it doesn't matter, right? So that's why I set this up as specifically you do it with unconstrained regions like ERVs, pseudogenes, or whatever. And creationists love to be like, oh, well, those things are still functional. Doesn't matter. We can directly show they're unconstrained. They're not functional, largely,
Right.
almost all of them. But the key thing is we can show without a doubt, based on substitution rates, that they are unconstrained, right? That's the key. So he got that top part right, and now all the smaller text that's now coming in, it's all going to be wrong, but we'll let him be wrong, and then we'll talk about why.
All right, here he goes, and I'm going to open the door for my dog while it's going, so allowed to go for at least 5 seconds.
In order, there are similar types of genomic markers, similar GC %, which actually I have found in my own studies. This does occur in various groups, for example, GC % in various bacterial groups. Furthermore, kinds have a shared accumulation of mutations that are unique to that kind only. Now, I have to point out that Cardinale is coming from a secular...
all right, pause right there.
He's bringing in...
All right. Of this list, similar gene content, gene order, same type of genomic markers, similar GC content, and shared mutations. That's 5 criteria you can use. Literally only 2 of them are correct.
Say it ain't so, Dan.
Like, it's just because all you do is compare
like...
all you had to say is compare the sequences. That's it. That's all you had to say. And that the genomic markers and the accumulation mutations kind of is under that umbrella.
Yeah,
but
I was
like
going to say those seem like the only 2 that would count because those are the unconstrained parts.
But like GC content, like I've literally never mentioned that. Gene order, literally never mentioned that. And Erica, as I'm sure you are familiar with, there are literally thousands of inversions between the human and chimp genomes where the sequence is virtually identical, but the orientation is reversed. So, like, give me a break. With the gene order, you take a region, you flip it, the gene order is different, but everything else is the same. So I don't want to hear it. And then the gene content method, we already talked about that. That's silly. Like, just compare the sequences. Why is this so hard?
Does Cherhani not know what the word unconstrained means?
I don't know. But what he's about to say is the real reason that I'm wrong. So, Eric, if you go back like 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah. This, by the way, is like, this is like if you had 2 books and the books are complete and they're both billions of pages long. And you were like, I think that the best way to find out how similar these 2 books are is to compare the table of contents. It's like, just compare the pages.
Yeah, just go page by page and line them up and see if they're the same or not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bacterial groups. Furthermore, kinds have a shared accumulation of mutations that are unique to that kind only. Now, I have to point out that Cardinale is coming from a secular viewpoint. He's bringing in his own viewpoint and trying to read this into the text of Genesis. This is not how we interpret the Bible. We have to interpret the Bible for its own self. It doesn't really ultimately matter even what Brahmanologists themselves say about Genesis. It's important. What does the Bible say about itself? What does the Bible say about kinds?
I have to
define kinds.
Put something in here. Okay, so when he says Genesis, what he means for creationism is primarily Genesis 1 through 11, which is the primeval history, right? That's what that section is called, which basically takes us to the end of the Tower of Babel from the creation. Here's the thing about that. That book doesn't say a single thing in that section because that section is full of internal contradictions, right? Like Noah is told 2 different instructions for how many of which kinds of organisms to bring on the ark. There is a contradiction in the order of events of creation between Genesis 1 through 2:4a and Genesis 2:4b through the rest of the chapter. There are contradictions throughout that entire section, and that continues on. There is no single creation story that you can get out of Genesis. There is no single flood story you can get out of Genesis. There is no story about Cain and Abel and their parents that you can get out of Genesis that isn't internally contradictory. There's no story of Joseph and his Technicolor Dreamcoat that you can get without internal contradictions. The Bible doesn't even agree on who Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery. The entire thing is full of internal contradictions, not just between chapters, but within chapters. So the idea that you're going to just pull these things straight out of the Bible, no, you're not. You can't, because it's internally contradictory. What you're doing is not pulling these things out of the Bible. You're pulling them out of your interpretive framework that you've inherited from a tradition of particularly Protestantism going back into like the early modern period. That's it. Don't give me this whole, well, this is just coming from the Bible. Bullshit.
I thought you were going to say he was pulling them out of somewhere else.
Well, I mean, I want it to be reasonably
Erica,
accurate.
you're muted.
Whoops, I highlighted Bitcourse here, who says the Bible doesn't say anything about mutations in
Shocking.
unchanged regions.
Shocking.
True.
I just want to say to both of you, it gets worse in the next few minutes.
Here we go.
So from his video, here's Dr. Dan, and he's saying that within a kind, let's say the Cody kind, there is nested hierarchy, but between, let's say, passerines or frogs, there should be no kind of correlation whatsoever. This should help us detect the boundary of the kind. And so let's take cardinal's presuppositions and let's look at them. First of all, is this really what Genesis says? Is Cardinal really reading the mind of God? I mean, let's let the text of Genesis speak for itself. What about obvious discontinuities between large clades, or we can look at them as apobramins? What about prokaryotes and eukaryotes? What about single cell life and multicellular life? Animals and plants, vertebrates and invertebrates. It's very interesting to note that the different body systems, circulatory system, the skeletal system, are inverted when you're transitioning from invertebrates to vertebrates. That would involve tons and hundreds of instant genetic.
I'm sorry, what did he just say?
Yeah, he said that vertebrates and invertebrates are inverted relative to each other developmentally. He seems to think that the endo and exoskeletons are homologous, and they just develop in the opposite orientation.
My friend Matthew, I would like to introduce you to a couple of groups of invertebrates, actually a number of groups of invertebrates, like 4 maybe. And I would like to introduce you to them. One is the echinoderms, which are like sea stars, brittle stars, things like that, right? Who have an internal skeleton, but are also invertebrates.
But also they're not homologous. They're just not the same.
Yeah, no. How about let's see, tunicates, which are chordates that do not have a bony skeleton, are
any
not
skeleton, not even cartilaginous skeleton. They just have a notochord.
And yet they have a notochord in the same place that it is in vertebrates, and they have nice little tadpole-like larvae. Would you like to talk about sea lancelets, which also do not have bones or even a cartilaginous skeleton, but do have a notochord and V-shaped muscles along the tail and the body, and also have a post-anal tail that persists into adulthood? Would you like to talk about acorn worms, which are also hemichordates and have a lot of the same structures, and yet are not inside out or anything? Dude, a worm got a cartilaginous structure that then calcified. Nothing turned inside out, nothing went in reverse, nothing went upside down. You just don't know that the word vertebrate and invertebrate don't form in what you would call, in your terminology, apobaramins. It turns out that according to your terminology, there is an apobaramin that includes a whole bunch of animals that are invertebrates, and then inside that are the vertebrates. You don't know a single damn thing about the anatomy of any of these organisms, because when you say invertebrate, you imagine like freaking ants. And I'll grant you that to some extent, ants are sort of upside down relative to vertebrates, right? You know, they have their heart at the back, and they have
but that's explainable by 2 genes developmentally. It's the protostome deuterostome thing where you take the tube and you flip it this way. Yeah.
But then we get into invertebrate. But an invertebrate deuterostomes are a real thing. I just gave you a bunch of groups of them. Please, Matthew, the next time that you want to talk about the anatomy of invertebrates versus vertebrates, I would encourage you to stick to deuterostome invertebrates and vertebrates, and then see what you come up with there. Because my guess is that your model of, well, they're just inverted, isn't going to work out so well.
Dapper, I'm going to say that you've really answered viewer Megan Fox's giant boobs' question here. Have they debunked science yet? I think the answer is yes. Thank you.
Obviously, yes.
My wonderful viewer.
Time to start back over on science, guys.
I don't have anything to add to that. Just Dapper's over here going, "You come into my house. How dare you?"
Yep.
All right.
I did not come into this disliking this man this much, and that's because I listened to this thing on like times 2.5 earlier. But now that I'm actually listening to it and having to respond in real time, geez, dude, get one fucking thing right.
Gets worse.
Yeah, it does.
Keep it.
All right,
hit the button, Erica.
Differences which evolution absolutely needs to transform an invertebrate into a vertebrate. And there you go. There's a discontinuity right there for you. Whatever trees, bushes, flowers, grasses, or cactuses.
No, it's not very clear.
To evolutionists.
What is the clear part? What is the discontinuity between a tunicate to a lancelet to a freaking hagfish to a lamprey to a shark to
Dapper,
a dog to a human? What is the discontinuity?
Look at them, Dapper. The vibes. They have completely different vibes.
I am looking at them. There is a gradient.
The vibes coefficient is statistically significantly different.
But
the vibe content method.
There's a gradient in living organisms between chordate invertebrates and bony fish.
Don't worry, we're going to address that in the form of extinct things in a minute, Dapper. Don't worry.
Okay, Dapper.
Also, hold on. Tree and bush are not groups of organisms. They're niches.
Tree and bush.
What are we talking about?
Crazy,
Also,
dude.
That's a kind.
Fact,
tree. All of gymnosperms and all of angiosperms are a kind.
The bush kind. The tree kind versus the bush kind.
Most trees, bushes, and cactuses all have flowers. In fact, all cactuses have flowers. What do we...
Are we good?
Dapper, Chad is worried about you.
They should be. They should be. This is absolutely fucking insane. What am I looking at? What is trees, bushes, flowers, grasses, and cactuses supposed to mean?
The 5 distinct plant kinds.
The plant kinds, Dapper.
Tree, bush, flower, grass, cactus. All right.
Those are the 5 plant kinds, Dapper. Come on.
Chug.
All right, Dapper, chug your drink. Here we go.
John Maynard Smith and Erich Stockmary, the biggest evolutionist in Hungary, they wrote a book, The Major Transitions in Evolution, which detail quite a lot of these big discontinuities. Also, let's look at bats and non-bats, turtles and non-turtles, whales and land animals. In the fossil record, bats simply have no fossil ancestors.
We have such a good
I know. Just
whales.
I know.
Oh my God.
The fact that he put whales on that list is astonishing. I know. I know.
He's got we got the 6 animal kind: the bat kind, the non-bat kind, the turtle kind, the non-turtle kind, the whale kind, and the land animal kind.
Also, our fossil record for turtles is actually pretty darn good, all the way back to the Triassic.
And it's just the ribcage fused. It's just the ribcage all fused together. It's not that hard.
And then there's like the inversion of the shoulders, but we also have that both in embryo and in fossils.
It's phenomenal for whales as well. In fact, whales is one of the most stunning stepwise transitions that we see in the fossil record.
Dapper, if you have like blood pressure meds, could you do that before the next slide?
Take them. All right, here we go.
Just go on, and I'll go die.
Same thing also goes for turtles and non-turtles. And there are also many more examples that can be listed.
Cool.
Let's look at the prokaryote and eukaryote differences. These are 60 molecular differences between prokaryotes and eukaryotes, listed in an article by Cavalier Smith in 2009. This comes from a table in one of my Answers Research Journal papers.
I'll just pause, Erica, just pause right here, and we can skip a little bit. What are we at, 44 minutes? I was going to say, never mind. It's going to go right to the next thing anyway.
This one?
Yeah, we're just right there anyway. But like, all of that stuff that he just showed, you can identify specific sequence differences. And behind the scenes, we were talking earlier about, like, that's what phylogenetics is. It's literally a reconstruction of the molecular changes to get you from point A to point B. And all that stuff that he just showed, like, we can identify the differences. It's just like, it's not that effing hard.
Tumblr Warden says, I'm so glad I can't read any of that.
That makes all of us.
It's a great day to be illiterate.
Oh, it really
if they were,
is.
We literally just did that. If
Or
they
have
could read, they'd be very upset.
It's a good day to have astigmatism. All right.
I didn't think I was going to crash out this hard today.
It it doesn't get better, Dapper. Here we go.
I know that.
Cardinale is basing his hypothesis on the DNA of modern organisms and not extinct ones, and that's very important to note. Even according to evolutionists, DNA should not exist beyond 100,000 years, and even that is really pushing the limit. For Cardinale's model to even work, ancient DNA must be included in his model to show true hierarchical relationships, showing that species are related all across the evolutionary tree. This ancient DNA does not exist. We can't rescue it. We can't find it. Therefore, Cardinale cannot even begin to prove his own model that evolution is true. All he's showing is whether modern organisms are related, not whether extinct common ancestors exist between various clades. This is what evolution is but it is not what Cardinale is presenting.
Sorry, did he... I think I must have missed this in the first playthrough, in my first speed run of this. Did he just say that we don't have ancient DNA?
I think the complaint is we don't have all of the common ancestors, and he's going to he's going to like annotate that phylogenetic tree in a second, and basically be like, we have the tips, but we don't have the interior branch DNA.
I remember this now. You're right. Okay, let me keep going.
So if we look at this is the evolutionary tree.
Yeah, no, go, and then we'll talk about how hypothesis testing works, how he doesn't understand how that works.
And so we only have DNA for the leaves at the very tips of this tree. The inner core, all these extinct ancestors of ancestors of ancestors,
quick,
we do not have the DNA for.
The leaves, you can say terminal branches, dude. There's already a term for this. So, like, okay, look, you know what? I'm going to say maybe this is an English as a second language thing. Maybe there's a term he knows in Hungarian, but he doesn't know the English term, and I'll just let it go. Because you know what? That's safer for my sanity.
Let it go, Dapper.
For these larger limbs within the evolutionary tree. And indeed, in many evolutionary trees, they just simply don't have, they don't even have a specific name for, let's say, the last universal common ancestor. It's a hypothetical organism. Nobody's ever observed it. They don't even have a Latin name for this hypothetical alleged organism, which they simply invoke to make their tree work.
Hey, real quick. I don't have a name for my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Doesn't mean she didn't exist.
Pretty sure she existed.
Putting out there. Yeah, pretty sure.
I wanted to highlight Drake Stallworth 3621 with leaves are another
six. So
plant
there's 6 kinds of plants.
There's
leaves, cacti. Yeah, right. So
the
I just want to point out there.
Pisses me off because like we have so many things that are like getting towards the whole spiky, like full of water flesh thing. But sure, whatever.
So I want to point out before we move on to part 3 that he doesn't apparently understand like hypothesis testing and how you can use hypothesis testing to make observations in the present to draw conclusions about the past. And the basis of the Cardinale test is that you can look at the extant pattern of similarity and make predictions about what that should look like if there is universal common ancestry, and then look at the actual pattern and see if it matches or doesn't match those predictions. And that's exactly what we do, right? So it's specifically, you can look at unconstrained and also constrained regions of the genomes, but you could just focus on unconstrained because it makes it easier. And what we should find is a robust, well-supported, nested hierarchical pattern all the way up and down the tree of life with no clear breakpoint. And if separate ancestry is a thing, we should find clear breakpoints where it breaks down. You lose your clear bifurcating branch pattern, you get low branch support, you get weak bootstrapping values at some point, and when you hit those thresholds, that delineates the created kinds. That is a prediction we can make. We have this hypothesis predicts this observation, this other hypothesis predicts this other observation. We can then look at just living organisms and their genomes and make the comparisons and see what pattern we get, right? That's how the hypothesis test works. You don't need the intermediate ancestral sequences to do that test.
Can I remind everyone of something real quick?
Please.
Matthew Cherhati has a PhD in a biological field.
In bioinformatics.
Yes. I feel like perhaps in all the crashing out and all the absolute nonsense of trees, bushes, grass, flower, and cacti, that maybe we have lost sight of the fact that this is a man who managed to go through presumably a bachelor's, master's, and PhD program, all leading up to him getting his actual degree in bioinformatics.
Can I just, I've got an answer for this question. PhDs aren't hard if you don't care. PhDs are hard if you care. If you care about learning and if you care about results and if you care about writing something good, then PhDs are incredibly difficult and take everything out of you. But if you don't care, then you can just put your head down and bang one out. And you'll never publish your doctorate. It'll never see the light of day, but you'll get those letters in front of your name.
You know what I should do? I should do what Kaylin Conrad did. I don't know if you know about Dr. Kaylin Conrad, but they got a degree in something like ghostology or something. I don't know.
Ghostology, truthology,
but something like that, right? Like it was like explicitly about ghosts or something. I should do something like that and then just start calling myself Dr. Dapper Dinosaur. Because you know what? If Kent Hovind can do it,
Dr. Dino,
like, screw it, right?
and like who cares? And like apparently, even if you get a real degree, it doesn't matter if you're a creationist. So why should it matter for me? I you know what? That's going to be some kind of super chat goal or something in like upcoming streams. I mean, like if I can get enough super chats to encourage me to get a PhD in like ghostology or some crap.
Let's find the
I will go get my
program you can find. Right, you send him a check for $150 and
the scammiest and cheapest fake PhD. Technically, I already have a fake PhD from Bent Hovind University in dinosaurs. So I'll go get us another one.
All right. Am I continuing to play here, Dan, or no?
Please.
Cardinali's assumption furthermore. Now, from logic and from statistics, correlation does not mean causation. So just because two genomes from two different kinds may correlate somewhat doesn't mean that they're ultimately related. Now,
somewhat.
We're just not going to worry about the threshold, Erica. We're just not going to worry about it.
It's fine.
Hey, what is it that Danny...
it gets worse. Just keep going. It gets worse.
Real quick, though, what is it that Donnie says about what's passed down sperm and egg? Is it genetics that would correlate? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
But Donnie's not giving any pushback here.
No.
Because he doesn't care.
He is not.
He does not
because he's a liar.
Here we go.
Erica states that there are paternity tests that we can tell whether a person is the father of a child based on DNA, and that is true, but only because we're testing humans. All of us know that humans are interrelated. But as to
how do we know that? How do we know?
Just wait. It gets worse. Just keep going. Just let it go. Just let it go.
To chimpanzees or rodents are interrelated. But as to whether humans are related to chimpanzees or rodents or mice or fish, we don't have that observational evidence to prove that correlation between fish and humans therefore means that humans evolved from fish. We simply can't push the boundary that far.
Is that enough, Dan? Can I stop there? Okay, go. Keep going. Okay.
I think we should keep going because he's going to keep digging. Let him keep digging.
The boundary that far. Does hierarchy necessarily imply evolutionary relationships? And that's a question for Cardinali and evolutionists to ponder about. And so for Cardinali, and actually for evolution to be scientific, we need to observe species evolving from one another in real time. In other words, we need to have a camera which somebody turned on 5 billion years ago and which has recorded all of evolutionary history as it is unfolding. We don't have this. Evolution is unobservable, untestable, and not repeatable. These are 3 basic hallmarks of science. Therefore, Cardinali's evolutionary model is not scientific. I did email Cardinali about my video, about my questions about 10 days ago, but have not heard back from him.
All right, pause right there. Pause right there. There we go.
That is unbelievable.
So to review, you can find a hierarchical pattern of similarity, and that does not in any way imply relatedness. Also, to demonstrate relatedness, you have to literally see them evolve in front of your eyes. So we did another Stadler, Erica. We got another. You have to literally watch them evolve. And also, I'm offended because he didn't get back to me during finals.
Hey, good news, everybody.
Which I did get back to him, by the way, and he didn't want to chat. I was like, yeah, this is interesting. I would love to talk to you. And he was just like, no.
I just switched to a different mind-altering substance.
I'm really jealous, Dapper, because I switched to water, because if I kept drinking at the pace that I was drinking, I'm gonna get a headache. So just to be clear for everybody, what Dr. Cherhadi is saying here is that the percent similarity between organisms does equate to causation or relatedness in the things that he has a priori accepted as related. But it doesn't work for the things that hurts his feelings. That sounds mean, but that is unironically what he's saying here, because he did not observe the descent of all of the cats from an archetypal cat kind, and yet he insisted earlier in this exact presentation that they're related. How do we know? Well, my friends, molecular baraminology is how we know, which is just comparative genomics, but
stupid
inside one clade. And so what he is saying here is that it works when I say it works. Jump into a lake. That's it. That's the bottom line here, because he accepts that it works within humans, and he insists that it works within felids, but it doesn't work as compared to humans and chimpanzees. Why? Because we didn't observe them over the past 8 million years.
Yeah, and let's remember, it works as well within hominini. It works as well within hominini as it does within the genus Macaca.
Yeah.
So, like,
not just Cercopithecoidea.
What are we doing?
Cercopithecoidea.
Well, I'm going with the genus because, like, if the genus is as diverse as all of hominini, then, like, what do we do? Like, obviously,
we're going to draw arbitrary lines, Dapper, because I said so.
I forgot.
Either, like, Dr. Cherkady here has a consistency problem. Full stop. This is factually demonstrated in this PowerPoint. Either you have to observe the descent with modification for it to be true, in which case we can't know that anything is related outside of the organisms that exist within our lifetime, or at the very most within recorded human history, or you can use genetic similarity to infer relatedness, because we have never seen that violated within biology in all of our years of observing, which he also insists is fine within the groups that he's okay with, like the Felidae kind.
Hey, Erica,
That's ridiculous and dishonest.
I know of a species that has presumed common ancestry within the species, whose common ancestry goes beyond recorded history, and that species is Homo sapiens.
That's crazy, Dapper. He would never say that. He just got done telling us, though, that we know humans are all related. We know it.
Well, that's weird, because it goes before recorded history, and even if he wants to say, well, Genesis is recording all that stuff, but it's not contemporaneous to the events.
Nope.
So it's actually not a historical record of that. It could be argued to be historiography, but as a guy who has a degree in history, I am here to tell you that historiography and history aren't the same thing.
I cannot believe this slide is obviously paternity tests work. Obviously. And of course, we know that correlation does equal causation within cats. But past that, it doesn't work. And why? Well, because correlation doesn't equal causation, you see, and because you didn't observe it with your own naked eye. And until we watch 550 million years worth of evolution, then I will not be accepting it, not in my house. That's obscene.
Can I suggest we jump from here, because there's a bunch of nonsense in the next couple of minutes here, which I will just tell you that what time point are we at, Erica, here?
We are at 47.
48, yeah. So what he does about the next 3.5 minutes, he kind of gets into like what the boundaries of kinds are, which we can do that, but I could just spoil it and say, he says for some kinds it might be superfamily or suborder. And I just want to say for that, we could skip all that, the CRSQ stuff, that's pointless. But just the fact that right at the bottom there, he was like, some of these families might be or some of these kinds might be superfamilies or suborders. That is a bananas amount of evolution to permit in a young Earth paradigm. Like, that is ridiculous. So
in 4,400
we don't have to
years.
watch him, but like, that is crazy.
Yeah, that's basically like
400 years.
Yeah, so one group, so a couple carnivorans came off the ark, and maybe they turned into seals and sea lions and raccoons and red pandas and bears and dogs and mustelids, so like weasels and badgers and wolverines, and also skunks. We can't forget about the skunks. And that whole group maybe had 2 ancestors on the ark, And since we already know that we only have until about the Old Kingdom in Egypt to get all the modern species to evolve, that all happened in about 400 years. We're talking about one litter of kids being more than one species in the litter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The Felids, someone, I forget who, Dapper, it might have been you. Somebody did the math on this and showed that in the Felids, you literally need to have speciation every generation to account.
Dan, that's proboscideans too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Walker did the math on that, and every elephant-looking thing has to be a different species than its kid.
Every generation.
Every single one.
Yep. It's crazy.
Like to account for all of the ones that they accept. This isn't even conventional science. This is just the amount of species that creationists accept as legit.
Hey guys, saltation is back. That's all I have for it. Like it must be. Saltation is
Dapper.
Back.
Dapper, I'm about to make you so mad. Can we, Erica?
I'm already so mad, and I'm not. I don't even have a drink in my glass anymore.
Let's go to 5129 and let him go for a couple of minutes because he's going to calculate the probability of the universal evolutionary tree.
Oh yeah, 5129. We can do it.
Somewhere. I
got it. Hold on.
Yeah, just hit that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Unexpected error occurred.
Let's refresh that.
Break.
Cherhadi, he's here.
You sabotaged us.
Foiled again.
We got swatted by Cherhadi here. Okay.
Let's try that again.
What was it again?
5129-ish. Somewhere in there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Whatever. Yeah, that's fine.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then
Can
before...
we make it a little bigger?
Yeah, I'm going to make it huge in a sec. Before, I want to highlight E6N... I can probably say, we've already said, motherfucker. It's like Baby Town Simple, if you want to call it stupid, but yeah, it's precious a little. I would categorize this whole thing as similarly, yes. Okay, here we go.
All right, let's just let him go for a minute or three.
Of course.
Why can't we hear him?
You might have it muted.
That's why.
Oh, I did.
There it is.
It wasn't showing up as muted on my screen. Okay.
Let's look at this model. Let's evaluate the evolutionary tree.
Okay.
So at time point 0, we have one species, which according to evolution would diverge to 2 species, then 4, then 8, then 16. We have in total 15 separate speciation events. If we look at the evolutionary tree, and again, this just covers like larger groups. It doesn't cover every single of the 100 million species that exists in the world today. And so the big question here is, how many Brahmins are there? We can look at this question this way. The evolutionary tree, interestingly, can be viewed as one single large hologram. It has everything in it. Everybody's related. It's one hologram.
I guess so.
But, and I want the evolutionists to pay attention to this.
Okay.
If
trust
there
me,
is
Dapper,
a
just
cut
wait for the
in one
punchline.
single branch anywhere inside the tree, we get 2 trees, which is equal to the creationist orchard. Now, if there is a single cut, we have 2 trees, we'll have a creationist orchard. The question now is, how many trees are in this orchard? Today we observe that cats are unrelated to horses, bats are unrelated to monkeys, but the past is unobservable.
Do we observe that?
Lots of species, a majority of species have gone extinct. We can't map all these extinct species. And so our null hypothesis will be that what we observe today in the modern world, we see that there are that many different animal groups don't interbreed with one another. Humans don't interbreed with chimpanzees, cats don't interbreed with horses. And so baseline, we can see that the basic hypothesis is that Brahminology is true. There are different kinds of organisms, there are different groups which don't interbreed with one another. It really is the burden of proof really is on the evolutionist shoulders to bring significant evidence to the contrary that all of life is interrelated. You also have to go into the past to show that all extinct species are interconnected with one another. Nobody has a time machine, but it's simply something that you cannot do. Evolution simply does not have a basis. according to the evidence, it just simply falls apart. So that means that the Lavoisier tree falls apart into the neo-creationist orchard. Let's look at the probability of the Lavoisier tree. Let's just go with 3 million species existing today, excluding those species which died out during multiple mass extinction events according to Lavoisier theory. And let's think how many speciation events occurred during the 4 to 5 billion alleged years of life on Earth. Even if we can prove each speciation event in the Lavoisier tree happened with 99.9% certainty, the probability that all 3 million such events happened, and that all 3 million species are interconnected in a tree-like graph with no cuts whatsoever, is approximately 4.4 times 10 to the minus 1,300. And that's the probability of the Lavoisier tree holding together. It's virtually none. Mathematics and logic and evidence simply mitigates against Lavoisier theory.
PhD in bioinformatics.
PhD in bioinformatics.
Where does this
bioinformatics?
Okay. Hold on. So first of all,
I just want to put that in a museum. That is amazing. If you had said to me, Dan, I want you to come up with the most batshit, dumbest, like, statistical argument designed as a parody of young Earth creationists to make them look bad, I would not be able to come up with anything close to this.
This is like a weapons grade version of like the probability of a given protein evolving paper from the IT books.
It's like Axe. It's like Axe 2004, but like whatever.
There's a thing. If we back up a little bit, he was relying on reproductive compatibility for his delineation of kinds in order to make this argument. But earlier, who was it on the...
Oh, you muted yourself.
Who was it earlier on this video who said, no, actually, reproductive isolation can arise post-fall? Was it the Dr. Matthew Cherhati who said that?
He did that, yes.
Mm-hmm.
This guy.
That was him. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all of this is bullshit. Not according to me, not according to Dan, not according to Erica, not according to the atheist Illuminati who control the scientific journals, but according to Dr. Matthew Cherhati. That's who says it's bullshit.
No, I'm going to highlight this because this sums it up quite well. From Dotnika Real, he's assuming that the probability that any given species evolved is independent with relation to the probability that any other given species evolved.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
also true. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Again, it's just the protein argument that we see from Axe, as you said, but like supercharged. What's the probability that we're here having this conversation?
One, actually, yeah.
Right, but like you get what I'm saying. Like if you were to do
the prior,
given how long it took to schedule it, it's definitely less than one.
All right. You know what I'm meaning.
Erica, you can't ask that question to me and Dapper and not get exactly the answer you just got.
Right, but if we go with like, okay, Big Bang, what's the prior probability that this stream comes together?
That's how I meant.
Basically nothing. It's basically nothing. But the thing is,
statistically zero, right?
The system has to take a state, right? Like, what's the chance that all of the atoms in all the crystal matrices in one hunk of granite that I might have on like a countertop came into exactly that configuration? It's vanishingly small. The system had to take a state. And the fact that it did take a state is not significant. And also, these prior probability calculations, as was already pointed out, are falsely assuming that the chances of any two organisms being related are independent of any other two organisms being related, or either of those same two organisms and any other two, which is not the case.
No.
So I'm not even going to dig into the math of 4.4 times 10 to the negative 100,
whatever. You don't need to.
Yeah, this is stupid. You don't have to. This is stupid.
Also, hey, you know what's a smaller number? The chances that all primate families are separately derived. Yeah. So hey, if we're just doing the which one is more unlikely probability, I'm going to point out that the chances of all primates having separate ancestry from other primates is lower than the chances here proposed, which apparently invalidate the entire idea of common ancestry. Well, universal common ancestry, to be fair.
All right, Dan. Say what you were going to say. I have a timestamp next up. We can get to
well, Erica, that was the end of my spotlight being on me. So now it is your turn in the bucket. I think the next timestamp I have is at about 55:17ish, responding to Erica.
We're gonna go truck right on along, folks.
Well,
so I'm gonna step away for a second while he's doing his thing. I've got my notes, and I know you two have it covered, so I'll be right back.
While we're getting to this next section, I want to point out that, like, early on when we were planning this, I was like, I don't know what the heck I'm going to have to say about, like, molecular baraminology. Turns out, I was not at a shortage of things to say.
All right, let's let him go. He's going to do human chip stuff. Let's do it.
It's simply untenable. Let's switch to another critic, Erica, otherwise known as Gutsy Gibbon.
There I am.
She tries to make the argument.
Oh, he spelled your name wrong.
Chimpanzees or.
Everyone does.
I know. I don't.
It's okay. I don't care.
I'm very consistent about the K.
Okay,
it's a special K.
Similar to one another than rats or to mice, meaning that rats and mice could be considered the same kind, although humans and chimpanzees are more similar. They come from different kinds. They're more similar to rats and mice, which are less similar to one another, but they're considered to be the same kind, or lions and tigers, and several other animals which seem to be like they're the same kind, but they're genetically more distant than humans and chimpanzees.
This is true, by the way. And it doesn't matter, like, you're doing comparative genomics. It doesn't matter the method you use. Humans and chimps will always be more similar than rats and mice, like, full stop.
Well, unless you use a method that always just gives you about 80% no matter what organisms you use.
Well, that's true, which you can do. You can do that.
Yes, Jeffrey Tompkins did demonstrate.
If you have a specific name, you absolutely can do that, which, that's a story for another time. But Jeffrey Tompkins trying to take credit for you at all when his methods didn't even show that will never cease to amaze me, or, make me want to violate the terms in service. So, okay, here he goes.
Which are from different kinds. So let's address her criticism. She also points out that humans and chimpanzees, if they are 85% genetically similar based on telomere to telomere whole genome sequence similarity, why do we separate gorillas into separate kinds, which are also 85%?
That's why don't we separate?
Actually, these aren't quite the numbers, right? If you go to the actual numbers, gorillas, in looking at, because he's pulling this from Casey Luskin's gap divergence argument, like his little gap divergence thing. And if you do that, and you go to the gap divergence of those different species, if I may, you can get some cool numbers. And it isn't that gorillas are 85% similar and humans and chimps are also 85% similar. Instead, using that gap divergence method, humans and chimpanzees average about 87.1% in their alignment to one another, whereas the within gorilla alignment is 86.19.
Oh, so it's lower for the gorillas.
It's lower. Yeah. It's lower. Yeah. So it's not 85 and 85. Yeah. It's 87.1 for humans and chimpanzees, and it is 86.19 for within gorillas. And you can, by the way, check that yourself by going to supplementary figure 3.12, which shows the 1 megabase base pair segments bin by gap divergence. And you basically just look at the purple number and you take 100 and subtract it. And you can get the numbers for these yourself.
But Erica, you can't expect people to find the data that's hidden in the supplementals.
Oh, true. It's hidden away. How could they find it? Right. Okay. He's gonna say more stupid shit. So let's let him keep going.
So where do we draw the line, saying that this is what this isn't related to one another? Now, again, let's look at the science of taxonomy developed by a creationist called Linnaeus.
Hey, by the way, Linnaeus grouped humans and chimps together. Anyways.
We have to know that taxonomy itself changes constantly.
Oh, really? Like when? When was the last time that we had a major shakeup at the family level or at the genus level within mammals that are well studied?
Species are constantly reclassified into new genre. For example, Wood in 1992 reclassified Homo habilis as Australopithecus.
No, he proposed that as an idea and was promptly swatted down due to the number of synapomorphies that Homo habilis has with genus Homo, which is why it's still in genus Homo today. As for the Leakey and Johansson debate to the transition between apes and the genus Homo, I genuinely, I don't know what he was on about on this, because he's not accurately representing any story that I've ever heard about the conversation between Leakey and Johansson. And the reason I know that is because I have The Fossil Trail by Ian Tattersall, who interviews and knows these guys quite well.
Can I just
There's
point out
also the
before
famous.
Please.
Can I just point out before we continue that let's just take what he's saying at face value. That
Sure.
we thought this one thing, we thought this, now we think this other thing. There was a
Fine.
debate. Creationists are just constantly telling on themselves when they present gathering new information and changing your mind as a result as a bad thing. Just endlessly telling on themselves.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. But I'm mad that it's wrong anyways, because it is wrong.
Right.
The Johansson debate, where Johansson champions the transition between Australopithecus and Homo as being the true transition between
Erica,
apes and Homo.
Yeah.
Let Dapper back on stage.
Dapper went away? I thought he was being weirdly quiet.
I don't know
Ouch.
why I am cursed today,
Ouch.
but I am apparently cursed. So
Dapper, welcome back.
yeah, it must.
Right.
You know what it is? It's Satan preventing me from getting all my heathen evolutionist talking points out.
No. It's Chair Hottie. He's pulling
Oh,
strings behind the
okay.
scenes.
Like I
Yes.
actually have no idea. I was just here, and then suddenly I was gone, and my camera was turned off. But like I didn't click anything.
No clipped out of reality.
Dapper is a
Or out
professional.
of StreamYards. Yeah, he's a professional.
It's
Okay.
true.
He's going to say some goofy
The
stuff.
Leakeys say that Homo
None of this matters what he's saying here. Like, I genuinely, it doesn't matter. The amount of material that we have ascribed to early members of genus Homo and late members of Australopithecus at this point is ungodly. And this is a non-controversial stance to propose that Australopithecus is the ancestor of Paranthropus and Homo.
In fact, I would argue that the fact that we have to argue intensely over which species belong in which genus is itself evidence in favor of human evolution.
Yup.
I'm just like, try it, Dr. Cherhadi, like, try it. Please bring up the fossils more. I would love it. I would love to talk to you about that.
You're sharpening. You're that old dude sharpening his quill.
I'd love it. The fungal taxonomy changes annually. I don't care. Show me where mammals did. Like, it doesn't matter.
Viruses. It's not annually. It's like every so many years they do. Like, there's a big meeting and they reevaluate the viral stuff. Like, yes, because we learn new information and we make it
which
more
again,
correct. Yes,
it's just the complaint that science adapts to new data as a complaint, right? Rather than as, oh, that's good. That's what science. We want science to adapt to new data.
But this is comparative genomics, you guys. And you can't get more complete than all of it. A telomere to telomere complete genomic sequence is not going to fundamentally change the phylogeny, which is exactly why the phylogeny has been the same since the 1970s amongst the great apes. Like, please, I'm begging you, have mercy on my liver tonight.
No.
Okay, here he goes. Here he goes.
Because sets up a strawman argument from the start in one of the videos, equating biblical kinds with modern day species.
I don't think you ever did that.
Modern ideas.
I didn't, and I'm not reading modern ideas into the Bible. The question is, are humans and chimpanzees related to one another? Are humans an ape that descended from another ape? The answer to that is yes, because by every metric that you want to use to separate out humans and chimps, you end up separating out way too many other pairs of organisms, not just that you want to be related, Dr. Cherhadi, but that you need to be related. Yes,
counterpoint.
This is relevant.
Counterpoint. Because I watched not just the part of the stream we're doing tonight, but I watched the whole stream. And counterpoint, yes, ladies and gentlemen, he does eventually, near the end of the whole 3-hour thing, get to, but you just want to sin.
Of course.
Epic.
Also,
epic, dude.
One thing I would like to point out is that regardless of whether or not you, Erica, are reading modern ideas into the Bible, you know who definitely is?
Him.
Yeah.
This
Matthew
guy,
Cherhadi.
right there, that guy.
That
Definitely.
because you know what no one writing the Bible was thinking about was the proteome of great apes.
Yeah, that's that.
No,
I
it's right
still-
there. It's right there. There's definitely the Jaccard coefficient value test right in there. When they talk about the created kinds and Adam naming all the created kinds, he's basing it on their non-overlapping sets of genes. Dapper, it's right in there. Come on.
I
Also,
still don't know what's going on.
That's an interesting point. If Adam is being presented with these animal kinds to name them, like, what do we get out of that? Like, what is he naming them? Like, he's
Bird, cactus, tree.
Okay.
Grass, bush.
Yeah, grass, but flower. We can't forget about the great plant kind flower,
Flower.
which is separate from cactus, despite the fact that
Which
all
are
cactus
and grass.
species have
Grass is
flowers.
also
and
flower.
grass.
These are all
Yeah.
angiosperms, right?
So he's going to say more goofy stuff, and I want to get to it. So I'm going to let him keep going.
Of genetics into the Bible. Again, the Hebrew word min means a kind. We creationists, we use the level of the family only as an approximation to the kind because it is a familiar concept. Kinds may or may not be equidistant from one another in species space. So again, where do we go?
Pause right there. Pause right there. He just gave up the whole freaking game. Did you hear what he said? Kinds may not be equidistant from each other in whatever word. Did he say species space? Whatever.
He did say species space, which is a concept I don't know what that means.
Well, I know what he means. What he means is, look, folks, kinds are arbitrary. Don't look at it too closely, okay? That's what he just said.
This is the same thing that we've heard from Robert Stadler and the same thing that we've heard from Rebecca, unfortunately, which is that God could have done it in a way that exactly mimicked evolution. And if you can't tell that it's not evolution, I guess, like, walk into a lake. You know, I don't know what to do with it.
It's vibes. It's arbitrary. It's like he said in the first 5 minutes, the basis is the Bible. We're doing this in service of backing up that story. Yep. That's it. It's whatever.
Here I take great offense.
Creationists themselves do not clearly define even what a species is. Erica hasn't read the scientific literature.
On what a species is? Really, Dr. Cherhadi? I have a video that's titled Species Aren't Real, where I extensively cite the literature and different biological and evolutionary species concepts. I think the problem isn't me reading the scientific literature, it's you not watching anything I've ever said.
Also, we can't spell your name.
I don't care. Like, whatever. Like, it's a
you
hard
should
name.
Care a little bit.
You should care a little bit.
Matter.
It's just basic decency. Learn how to spell people's
You've
names.
done numerous lives where your name has been on screen. It is right now.
I ultimately, if I could choose between him spelling my name right or him literally understanding one of these concepts a little bit, I would pick the latter. So I'm really not.
Okay, that's fair. But you can't
fair.
choose between that. And there's like a little minimum level of like respect that maybe you should show to people, which is just to get their names right at a basic level. And like, sure, he's pronouncing the E at the end of Dan's name, which is probably just English as a second language thing. But like, I don't know, spell it with a K. And that goes for everyone who might watch this in the future. Erica's name is spelled with a K. There isn't a C in her first name.
It's true, but like,
and it goes both ways. We before we started were like, let's make sure we pronounce Cherhadi correctly because he makes a point of it in the video. I know all of us, we've interacted with Rebecca, Bread of Life / Examining
Whose
Origins.
name also has K's in it.
Like idiosyncratic spelling. Like, that's just a thing. And and to be fair, I want full disclosure here.
Oh, sorry.
As I say, just full disclosure to Dr. Cherhadi's credit. I also mentioned this in one of my videos in our, back and forth from whenever it was. And he then subsequently was like, I didn't realize Stern was part of your last name. I got it. It was like, it's trying, but like, it's a thing. Just, it's not that hard to figure it out.
I find it. I find it so. Maybe this is more reflective on the state of things, but like I find it much more like frustrating that he goes on to say, as I move forward a little bit here, he says that I haven't read the literature, and then he cites Bradley and Baker from the Journal of Mammalogy in 2001, and he gives this quote about how there's too many species concepts. And he's citing a video where, like, if this is the one where I talk about baromenology, but like, I'm pretty sure he mentioned Zako's 2016 in that video as well. Like, I'm not positive. I've certainly read it elsewhere. And if he bothered to even look up, Erica Gutze-Gibbons' species concept, he would see the video that I have that's titled "Species Aren't Real."
Right.
Where I go into this exact topic. Like, it's a little lazy.
Have been pretty open about our position that species aren't an objective part of reality, and that they're boxes that humans find convenient, and that what is real are clades.
Well, it's so species is the way that I've described it in the past, but species are static concepts applied to a dynamic process.
Right.
And so as a result, it's always going to be imperfect. That's fine. Darwin predicted that. And the fact that Sherhadi doesn't know that says more about his background on the subject than anything else.
But he's a bioinformatician. He should know that.
No, I don't think there's an excuse here.
I mean, I explain this to my students because we do the whole species concepts thing, and then I explain how I don't like the Linnaean system. And let me just take a second, and because it's really easy to understand why it's a problem. If you have one species, right, and then that species diverges into two descendant, reproductively isolated lineages, those things, by the vast majority of species concepts, the biological species concept, general lineage concept, phylogenetic concept, those descendant groups that are reproductively isolated from each other are definitionally now separate species because there's no gene flow between them, right?
Right.
But now, if we define each of those as a separate species, and the entity, the common ancestor that they came from, is also defined as a species, we now have the paradox of two species nested within a single species. And that violates the nested hierarchical structure of the Linnaean system. And that is purely a product of the arbitrary nature of the Linnaean ranks. And if you just dispense with the ranks and leave everything else the way it is, it's fine. But the ranks cause these paradoxes because, as Erica said, it's a dynamic system and we're applying a static organizational scheme to it. We're imposing a static set of boxes onto entities that don't stay in their boxes. And
there is an official name for this paradox. It's called the taxonomic boundary paradox, right?
Yeah.
Because the old question used to be, hey, when do we say that something went from being a reptile to being a bird? Because those are both at the same level in Linnaean taxonomy, right?
Right.
So when do we say that it occurred? And it turns out that the resolution to this was to say that the ranks don't matter. They're fake and made up. And birds are reptiles, and those two groups aren't at the same rank in any meaningful sense. They're only in the same rank in some traditional stodgy sense that doesn't actually reflect reality. And so because this was actually a thing, even in the 90s, people were like, what about the boundary paradox? How do we figure this out? And it turns out that, in the last, 30-ish years, we figured it out.
Yeah, because Reptilia is a class and Aves is a class, right? That's what I learned in seventh grade science class. Yeah. I learned that. But Aves is nested within Reptilia, so they can't both be classes, right? That doesn't work.
And it turns out that the entire thing is just resolved.
Oh, we lost you again, Dapper.
Dapper, we lost you. You muted.
Saying, hey, you know what? The ranks are fake.
Yeah, exactly. The ranks are fake. Problem solved. That's it.
Which is fine. It's fine. All right. I'm gonna let him continue. He at 58:27 is what we're at, and he says some goofy stuff at an hour. So I'm going to kind of skip forward a little bit. He goes through his whole song and dance about how
this is stupid.
Evolutionists can't define species. Who cares? They never tried to.
Species are fake. Moving on,
from a biological perspective.
Because I think it is worth pointing out, I forget who it was. One of you already said tonight that we're allowed to say species are fake because it's not inherent to the system. It's an arbitrary thing. Right. Whereas you need to have a standard for kinds because in the YEC system, kinds are non-arbitrary groups that actually exist.
Right.
They're objective parts of reality.
They're objective.
Species aren't real in evolution, and if they were these distinct biological entities that you could clock easily biologically, that would be surprising because of how the prediction is that they bleed into one another.
As Dapper said, the ambiguity is evidence of the continuity.
Right. Yeah. The apples to apples correspondence would be, can evolutionary biologists figure out which groups are clades with high confidence versus can we figure out which groups are baramins with high confidence? And the answer is yes for evolutionary biologists and no for creationists.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly. Okay, let's continue. He's going to do, at long last, we get to my beloved favorite, you et al. Here in just a moment, which
wait, hang on. Before you do it, let's just let him go and then roast him after that couple minute section. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting to exactly where it is here in just a second. What in the hell? Okay, there we go. 49. Well, a little bit back from here. There we go. Yeah, we'll let him go for, I have that he talks about it for, he lists some quotes, maybe 10110. So for a minute. Cool? Okay, here he goes.
I will try to
As a baraminologist, I can apply the same logic to my own work. Moving forward, so where does this 85% similarity come from? And so I think she referenced a paper by Yu et al. From Nature, I think, where they did genome comparisons, which they did end to end. Now, these comparisons are a bit difficult. They're not seamless. They are fraught with difficulties. You have to overcome repetitive regions, unsequenced regions. There are some problems with this, but this 85% similarity between chimpanzees and humans has dropped down to 85%, 80%, maybe even lower. You can look at work by Tompkins and Carter.
Nope, that is so wrong. It's unbelievable. We have to touch on it. I simply can't control myself. So no, it didn't drop down to 85%, Dr. Cherhadi. And if you were familiar with the literature, you would know this. You would be aware that for almost 2 decades now, we've had estimates for the percent similarity between humans and chimpanzees using various methods. And I will read some of them for you right now. If you want to look at estimates for the original chimpanzee genomic sequence, you can get a blog post from Richard Buggs, who calculated the alignment estimate using the reported data all the way back in about 2005, 2006. You can look at Proofer et al. From 2013, who reported the sequence identity in the main text and the alignment calculated using table 1 between humans and chimpanzees. Their phylogeny is standard. You can look at Prado Martinez et al. From 2013, where they report the sequence identity in the main text and the alignment is not reported, at least that I could find, but the phylogeny is standard. Same year for the work, but not for the publication, you have Rogers and Gibbs et al., or just the two of them from 2014, who report the sequence identity in the main text, as well as an alignment via CNV, or a copy number variation, the influence that copy number variation actually has on the similarity and on the alignment, although the alignment itself is not directly reported. However, you do have Marseilles et al. From 2018 who report both the sequence identity and the alignment, and they reflect quite nicely with the publication of Yu et al. Over 5 years later. Same thing with Cronenberg et al. In 2018 with the sequence identity as well as the alignment number, Siemens and Buggs. From 2020, same thing, sequence identity as well as the alignment, both in the main text. And that is about 2 decades prior to, 2 decades worth of publications prior to Yu et al. 2025, where you can get the sequence identity as well as the alignment number, because Dr. Cherhadi, they're different numbers. The sequence identity is the percent similarity of the aligned regions post-alignment. The alignment is a separate number that is, and you must hear me on this, evolutionists pay attention, creationists pay attention. This is a different method. This is what percent of genome A can map onto genome B. And it is the alignment method that is confounded by those highly repetitive regions, massive duplications, massive inversions, massive deletions that plague the entirety of the genome. And it is particularly sensitive to not only differences in genome size, but also differences in genome quality, which is why it's taken so long to get really nice estimates for this alignment and for the sequence identity. So it is patently incorrect to say, one, that the number has dropped down to 85% because the number has always been around 85%, 90% for the alignment, as you can find in those citations that I just gave to you. Please feel free to check. The sequence identity is about 98.8%, and that has stayed consistent too. So it didn't go from 98.8% to 85%. Those are apples and oranges. Those are two different methods comparing two different numbers. This is incorrect. And it is even more incorrect to say that this corroborates the work of Jeffrey Tompkins or Rob Carter. Neither of them have work that is equivalent to that of you et al. Or any of the people who I just cited prior to you et al. 2025. The closest thing you can get is maybe the work of Rob Carter afterwards. But Jeffrey Tompkins' methodology every single time, every single paper is plagued by a different, distinct methodological error that has been outlined not just by me, but by several other people here on YouTube, which is why
including creationists.
Including creationists, which is why Jeffrey Tompkins abandoned that topic after he got absolutely destroyed for not weighting his sequences. You, as a bioinformatics PhD, should understand the importance of weighting your sequence by length if you're going to calculate a % similarity between two organisms. So let's let him continue a little bit further.
Real quick regarding Tompkins. When I earlier said that I have seen published in the so-called peer-reviewed papers of creationism, instances of just adding two numbers incorrectly, I was specifically thinking of Jeffrey Tompkins, who failed to add two different 3-digit numbers correctly, and that got through the peer review process, such as it is.
Yeah, at a creationist journal, right? Like it's crazy. Okay, he's gonna say a couple of other goofy things, and then we'll be done. Here he goes.
Maybe even lower. You can look at work by Tompkins and Carter. So if we look concretely at the you et al. Paper from last year, they say that we also found that the assemblies of gradates on average had the highest segmental duplication content compared to non-ape lineages, meaning that apes have large swaths of their genomes are segmental duplications. They furthermore say that consistent with the expansion of Asian great ape segmental duplications, we found that the largest number of lineage-specific segmental duplications in the Pongo lineage, 100 megabase pairs, followed by gorilla-specific and human-specific segmental duplications, was 69 and 41 megabase pairs, respectively.
Okay, nice. Side note, for people out there who are just mulling this over, how much do you think that 100 megabase, so 100 million base pairs of duplications is going to impact the basic alignment?
Well, given that they're duplications, so they would align together, my guess is going to be not really much at all.
It would depend on the type of alignment, because you et al. Includes both a basic alignment, which can handle duplications, and a one-to-one alignment, in which case the duplications count as differences because they're not one-to-one aligned. They're not one-to-one when the two genomes are placed as contiguous sequences up to one another.
Yeah, I was assuming that like the section by section where you can account for duplications.
You can in a basic alignment, but there's 4 specific statistics in the progressive cactus alignment, and 2 of them don't include that. And guess which
don't
one
bring
keeps
cactuses back into this.
All right. I'm going to finish these 2 quotes for him, by the way, because he cuts them off. In the first quote...
That's the second time I've broken Dan.
This one is really... It's worse every time you listen to it, and then you're not making it better.
No, you're not.
You're welcome.
It's very frustrating to watch. It doesn't.
Hey, Erica, has anyone produced hours upon hours upon hours of content explaining all of this in terms like a high school biology student could understand?
Yes, Stan, it's so funny that you mentioned that. And not only have I done that, but I've walked the audience through how to do it themselves. Yeah. There is no excuse.
I seem to, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall videos involving screen shares of you actually doing like the blasting to show people what the parameters are at every step of how you make the comparisons. And then subsequent to that, correcting the occasional error to do a more precise comparison and getting a more accurate, equally devastating to young Earth creationist answer.
Okay, but Dan, have you
step.
considered that Erica did not take into account the evangelical Protestant interpretation of Genesis in her science?
Well, there's your problem right there.
That's like completely irrespective to this newest work. Like, it'd be one thing if they weren't listening to me. It's another to cite a paper and ignore what the fucking paper says.
Oh, they do that all the time,
Erica.
Erica.
That is their MO.
They do that all the time.
Oh, really, guys? Oh,
yes.
Really? That's so interesting. Let me show you. Let's just
I love how Erica's getting offended about that.
Let's just take a quick walk down memory lane, shall we?
We're changing the screen share now.
To the paper cited by our friend Casey Luskin.
Oh, now, here we go.
This is you et al. 2025. Please pay attention, Dr. Trihadi, because this is relevant to our conversation as well. Casey Luskin so helpfully pointed out that in the autosomes, the chimpanzee is only 1-to-1 identical in percentage to the new human telomere to telomere reference genome in about 84.95%. Only 84.95% of that chimpanzee genome can align 1-to-1 up against that human genome. That's so interesting. This is the number he cited. You can still find the blog post. It's this one, verbatim. It's like 84.95. That's the one that he uses. Directly above it is the human comparison using the same method and is proportionally lower. So if you want to say that we should use 85%, Dr. Cherhadi, for the human chimpanzee genomic similarity, then we're going to have to use 87% for humans and humans, which is, as I hopefully don't need to inform anybody, stupid. It is ridiculous. It makes zero sense, and no one has ever done it that way because, as we discussed earlier, differences that are large-scale duplications or inversions or duplications can happen generation to generation, and they can impact hundreds, thousands, millions, or even billions of base pairs depending on the species in question, which is why you align the genomes first and use the percent similarity of those aligned regions to determine their similarity. But he doesn't understand this despite having a PhD in bioinformatics. And I don't think that there's an excuse for that.
Can I just point out that, because again, I spent my afternoon as I was doing all of my, normal responsibilities as a responsible adult, I listened to this entire stream, the part that we're reviewing and the part that we're not. And towards the end of it, Donnie made a point that is relevant to what we're talking about right here, about these genomic differences and, deletions and alignment challenges and all that stuff. But specifically, the context was a little bit different from what we're talking about, because we're talking here about the differences in the human and the chimp genome and the complexities of aligning these different genomes. And Donnie brought up the level of divergence that we see across just gorillas and how that's obviously not a problem. They're obviously a single, within the same created kind. They're the same species. They're all gorilla, right?
Well, same genus.
Well, same genus, yeah, right. And he made a point of look, obviously, these are large-scale genomic changes, like duplications or deletions. And you can't treat those as all, within gorillas, however many base pairs it is, that there's variation, which I think we're going to see that number in a minute, foreshadowing. You can't treat that as that many mutations that have to happen, because when you have these large-scale deletions and duplications and things, that's a single mutation that accounts for all these differences. So we can look at all of this variation within the gorilla kind, and of course we can still attribute that to a single common ancestor that got off the ark. That would be silly.
Anybody spot the problem?
Who spotted the problem? I bet some people spotted the problem.
Because Donnie thinks that the dissimilarity between the human chimpanzee Y chromosome is what demarcates them as different species, despite the fact that the chimpanzee is so different from the human because it's experienced enormous amounts of gene death and is half the size.
in the heterochromatin region.
But remind me,
he loves the heterochromatin. He also thinks that chimpanzees have no heterochromatin, which I don't think that's true.
Which is wrong. Also, because heterochromatin is not a constant thing. It's dynamic based on what the cell is doing at any given time. It's not whatever.
Erica, remind me, in sequence identity, where does the chimpanzee Y chromosome cluster among the great apes?
Oh, Dapper, I'm so glad you asked that question. Would you like to see for yourself? Would you like me to show you a chart?
I would love to see a chart. I would
love to see a chart.
Hold on. Let me pull up my ape matrix. I actually have two. I have one for the sex chromosomes, and then I have one.
Hey, Erica, while you're pulling this up, I just have a question for you and Dapper. And it's like a little bit of a, like, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think we're going to do 4 hours?
I think probably. Yeah,
probably.
I think there's super chats, and so I think it's going to get there. Okay, hold on. But we're going to try. We're going to try to
I was kind of expecting that. Isn't that pretty normal for us?
Again, we're going to try to not.
I think like 3. This is new ground for us collectively.
Oh, speak for yourself. Yeah.
I said collect. I said as a you know.
True. We're still not even close to the average length of a Will Duffy Teach Evolution stream.
That is an excellent point. Okay, hold on just a second. Hold on. I'm going to let him continue while I pull this up, if that's okay. And we can do this all at once.
Seraph717 in the chat says, I love when the guys prompt Erica to deliver a slam dunk like this. Now that's what I call supporting women in STEM.
Oh, wait. Actually,
Uh-oh.
Okay, actually, we have to hear what he says here. Okay, I'll pull it. We'll do the finisher with the alignment between all of these guys.
Is it going to be a fatality?
This what he says here is insane. Yeah, it'll be a fatality. We'll finish with it. Okay, here we go.
Right, so let's do this.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll do this and then we'll be almost done, I think. Actually, almost done. Okay, here he goes.
It's not on screen, Erica, by the way.
Whoops. I was just playing it. Sorry, I got so like...
That's the most coherent your hottie has been the whole night.
It's hit, like, play silence.
I hit my my enraged state and just like blacked out and couldn't remember how to.
Buffaloed scientist says, is this stream woke?
This stream is woke. Yeah.
This stream. This is woke 2.0. The wokening. You have no idea.
Welcome to woke 2.
All right. Woke 2. It's gonna be no joke.
Ready. You're
not ready for woke 2, my friend.
You're not. Yeah, you're not ready. You're not prepared. Okay, let's let him go now.
Now, it's interesting to note that the duplication of a single genome segment of a large chunk of maybe 50 million base pairs really only counts as a single mutational event. It's only
yeah, it is interesting to note that, Dr. C.
Duplication that the DNA copying machinery accidentally copies a large chunk of DNA accidentally, but it's one single event. But this can skew the total genome similarity quite significantly, meaning that if we have 2 gorilla genomes, 1 and 2, if the blue segment is a genome duplication, it is going to significantly skew the letter by letter genome sequence similarity between the 2 individual gorillas.
Connect the dots, man.
But
he's not going to connect the dots.
You are not ready for this bug.
Some more things follow from the U paper. The gorilla genome is around 3 billion base pairs like our own. But let's consider this. Let's look at what Erica is saying. 15% of 3 billion base pairs is 450 megabase pairs. This chunk of DNA is simply huge.
Okay.
Is this DNA really different sequence between 2 individual gorillas? This 450 megabase pairs is about the same size as the rice genome, larger than the C. elegans genome, larger than the fruit fly genome, which are 180 megabase pairs respectively. So basically, Erica is telling us that gorillas differ by this much, but they're not undergoing any significant morphological evolutionary change. It's hard to believe this. what Erica is telling us is simply just unfathomable.
What is unfathomable about gorillas have structural differences that do not result in gross morphological significant change? What is the unfathomable part about that? Oh, you're muted.
Dapper, he hit us with the nah.
Just no.
Sorry, I don't believe you.
Well, it's better than that because he was like, "Is it 98%? No, it's actually 85%." And that same paper shows all this divergence within gorillas. Nah, no way.
Nah, just don't worry about that.
He's like, that ain't it.
That's crazy, dog.
And he says this is unfathomable. He's essentially hitting us with the I just don't believe it.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
I don't care. I'm not the one saying it. It's you don't believe me. You don't not believe me. You don't believe you, as in you at all.
Right. Does Cherhati have a better data set that we could look at that would demonstrate the craziness of you at all?
Folks, this is the paper. This is the gap divergence. This is the gap divergence figure right here. Can you see it? Okay, everybody, cool. Okay, this is gap divergence.
We got it.
Right over here on the left are the comparisons, and the autosomes are in purple, and then the X chromosome is in orange, and then the Y chromosome is in blue. So you've got all these different comparisons of humans to the other great apes. Right? This is where that chimpanzee number comes from again, because you just take the purple number and subtract it from 100 to get that rough similarity. You incorporate the SNVs and boom, that's how you get to that roughly 86%. The way that you get this gorilla number, Dr. Cherhati, it's here. It's 100 minus 13.8. That's 86.2. That's the difference. I don't know what to say. You're disagreeing with a paper with dozens, if not over 100 authors, because you're like, that shit's whack. You're like, nah, dog, I don't believe that. Okay, then explain why.
Right, exactly. That's the thing. It's okay to say, no, this paper's crazy, but you got to back that up. You got to come up with data that actually demonstrates that the paper's crazy. Because look,
hang on, counterpoint.
Crazy
counterpoint.
Okay.
Counterpoint. No, I don't. Genesis says
I forgot about Genesis. I do that a lot apparently.
Duh.
This had my jaw on the floor. So there's really not much else. What are we at? He's going to talk about the Y chromosome, and I'm going to hit on that here at the end. And then he's going to finish at 10. We'll just do 105, and then we'll be done if that's okay with everybody.
That's fine.
We're almost there, so we'll do.
We got to read
almost there, folks.
We got a minute. Let's do a minute 30, and then we'll be done. Cool.
Oof, I'll mute.
Okay.
Crop plants undergo whole genome duplications, but they remain the same. My research group in Flanders, they wrote a paper on whole genome duplications in Arabidopsis thaliana, the thalcress. But basically, even though this whole genome duplication happened in this one species, it's basically the same species, meaning that large amounts of new genetic material are appearing, which are necessary to fuel molecular evolution to really propel it forward. But evolution is basically not happening. There's very huge evidence against evolution. So we see that this 85% really is evidence against evolution. Here's another image which I thought I'd show. Is we have Pongo, we have human, we have gorilla, and the blue bell curve at the right shows the gap divergence in 1 million base pair segments between humans and all these other humans and these ape species, and we show that humans in the Y chromosome are very significantly different from ape species. That's another quite large disjunction between humans and apes, which shows that humans are their own separate kind compared to monkeys and apes. Just for my own curiosity, I took a handful of mitochondrial genomes from primates, and I compared them with one another. These involved gorilla, chimpanzee, and modern human. And I found that if you look at the mitochondrial genome, and true that it is a small part of the total genome. Gorilla, and gorilla bearing a berry are 96.3% similar. If we look at between kinds, humans versus gorillas is 89% similar. Humans and chimpanzees, chimps versus gorillas are 91.5% and 89.5% similar, respectively. If we look at within
Weird how it
kinds,
follows the
humans are
conventional nested hierarchy.
97.4% similar. That is comparing to archaic humans, which may include accumulated mutations.
Actually, wait, hang on, Erica, pause for a second, because that's a great point.
No, I know. He's going to show
It follows
a picture,
exactly
though.
the pattern you would expect if common ancestry works exactly the way we think it does.
I know, but he's going to show a picture too, and it makes the point even better.
Oh, I love it.
Just wait.
Auto Trojan source for the win.
97.5% similar. Chimpanzees are about the same. Here's a heat map.
You guys notice anything interesting about this heat map?
The nested hierarchy that continues on. Oh my god.
Amazing.
Dude, all your baraminology charts just confirm common ancestry. What are we doing?
It's literally just the predicted pattern from common ancestry.
Like precisely, right?
Yeah.
Everybody out there, you can see that the human and the chimp in the red squares are grouped into a darker orange square to the exclusion of the gorilla. And the gorilla, human, and chimp to the exclusion of the possum.
And I bet if you dug into these data, you could actually figure out the ratios of similarity and find that those are corroborated by the fossil record of the divergence times, and they're consistent with each other.
Okay. Is this is a serious question? Is Chair Hottie actually blind?
Maybe he's color deficient but red-orange isn't a thing.
It wouldn't matter because those have different intensities.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Like
if it was red-green, I'd be like, maybe.
So I want to let him finish this last little statement here. I want to give you guys my notes.
Please continue making the case for common ancestry.
My notes on this, I said, his own previous paper says gorillas and chimps constitute a kind. This chart literally shows a nested hierarchy. That's crazy. Because
Can I tell you my notes on this? It's hang on. It is heat map shows nested hierarchy again. He doesn't realize he's making our point with his own data.
Yep. Yeah, it's just interesting. Like he's gonna go on. He's got some random stuff to say about p-values or whatever, and then it's like, okay, then show the p-values for the kinds that you accept are related versus the apes included in you et al.
Oh, by the way, it's not terribly important, but his opossum outgroup is not the Virginia opossum that you might be familiar with if you live in the U.S. or northern Canada or Mexico or in Canada. It is the short-tailed opossum, which is an adorable tiny little mammal from South America, which I would encourage people to go look up. It's Monodelphis is the genus, Monodelphis. They are great.
So this is the heat map for the Y chromosome dapper. I did this in R, so it's fancy and it looks kind of nice with the green being 100 and the red being 0. And what I hope is immediately obvious is that the numbers are really low, right? Like the Y chromosomes don't align very well to one another. And the ones that are most similar are chimps and bonobos and the Bornean and Sumatran orangutan. So one thing that you'll also appreciate, hopefully, is that the human, the new human is HS1 and the old human is that older human reference genome included in you et al. And this is, by the way, the values from this are pulled directly from you et al. Supplementary material. I took them and I put them into a CSV and I imported it into R. But the gorilla there, that gorilla to human is like 31.33 versus let's see, the gorilla to the human is 27.29 or 27.79 and then 27.52. And then it's substantially lower compared to the chimp and bonobo. So like, it's true that the gorilla lined onto the other apes is most similar to the human as compared to the chimpanzee and the bonobo. But the human is more similar to the chimp and bonobo than it is to the gorilla. which is something that these guys never appreciate. You can see on that top row there, human at 42.43 to itself, mind you, because these structural regions are difficult even within the same haplotypes. And then you have 40.22 compared to the other human, 33.93, 34.12, 31.33. Those 34 and 31 individuals the 33.93 and 34.12 are to the chimpanzee and bonobo. Oops, I think I reversed myself here. Hold on. It's one way here. Hold on. You keep talking and I'll sort myself.
It kind of seems like I could create some kind of hypothesis here, which is to say that while the sequence identity of the Y chromosome is going to line up with the overall genomic similarity pretty tightly, that the structural differences are actually going to be driven more by, say, like mating strategies and typical coupling like statistics between different groups of apes. And so we could make some kind of prediction that says that, say, like organisms or, well, apes that have similar mating structures are going to have structurally similar chromosomes, but that the sequence identity is going to align more closely between those apes which share stronger nuclear DNA sequence identity.
Right. Exactly.
It's weird how I can come up with a hypothesis that doesn't just ignore all the data.
So let's take a peek at that, which is here under our, oops, I didn't minimize it first. There we go. Hopefully that pops up. This is the identity, which you can see is substantially different.
Wow. It follows the exact pattern we would expect.
Right. And you can plug this into R2 and do like basic phylogenetic trees, and you get the same phylogenetic tree every time.
It's almost like things like sperm competition have an effect on the structural elements of the Y chromosome, and that does not affect the like sequence identity within things like genes.
Exactly. And I want to show one more thing, and then I'm actually done for real this time, which is my...
Don't look up sperm competition on your work computer, by the way.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. Which is this matrix that I made.
Unless maybe you're an evolutionary biologist. I think Dan could probably get away with it.
Dan could probably get away with it.
I teach about it. We actually talked about this in class today. We talked about sperm competition in class today and a thing called the T locus, which I will not get into, but it's a really cool mechanism. It's a selfish gene dynamic. Never mind. I'm not going to worry about it.
So this is a matrix from you et al. For the entire genome. So this is autosomes plus sex chromosomes. And this is the sequence identity of the aligned genomes. You can see it's 100s, exactly how it should be when you're looking at an aligned region, like across these guys to themselves, haplotypes included. And it's like 99.8% for human to human, 98.6% for humans to chimps, an exact same number for chimps to bonobos, less than that for humans to gorillas, less than that still when including the orangutans as well as the siamangs. But the raw alignment is different, right? And just like what we saw with the haplotype problem as well, all of these numbers drop proportionally, which you see when we looked directly at you et al. Itself in that supplementary figure, 312. Anyways, that's all I have to say.
It is astounding to me the degree to which creationists will bring not just nothing, but self-owns to the table and then just declare victory. This is worse than playing chess with a pigeon. This is playing chess with someone who intentionally loses and then just claims that proves that they're the better chess player.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like when you capture my king, I win.
Right. Fundamentally, what are we doing here? Because it's very obvious that what we're not doing is trying to get at like what's actually true about the natural world. Mm-hmm. And I guess to be fair, Chair Hadi did just tell us what we're doing, which is to say that we're trying to support his particular version of what the Bible means.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, therein lies the problem, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is fundamentally the problem. And the thing is, that is what is like what I think of as like the essential aspect of pseudoscience. there's a lot of stuff that goes into what makes pseudoscience, and you can look, and there's a very good actually like list of traits of pseudoscience on Wikipedia. But fundamentally, what pseudoscience is, it is conclusion first, evidence second. And what science is evidence first, conclusion second.
Yes.
And he gave that away at the very beginning. He does not care what the evidence is. He has a conclusion, and that's what he's going to go for. And it's just like the statements of faith that you have to sign in order to publish in the various creationist journals that say, oh, hey, we're a journal that supports young earth creationism and special creation and, you know, the existence of God and all that stuff. And if that's not what your paper is, well, it's not welcome here. Well, okay, that's not what science is.
Yeah.
So we're just LARPing at this point.
No, I know. It's completely messed up. Also disregard my I was like frantically double checking because I noticed several discrepancies in my alignment. I had something shift in my Y chromosomal alignment, not in the sequence identity. I will fix this when I re-upload it. The actual percent similarities down the board, and you guys can do this for yourself. I'm going to share this just to cover my ass here.
I just want to say, I'm sure several people notice the discrepancy and will do it themselves to check error.
Yeah,
and I'm sure that's true, and I'm positive that is true. But I just want to say, this is you can see the file name. Hold on, I get to cover my ass.
Was my sarcasm unclear?
Hold on.
No, I thought it was pretty clear.
Okay. This is telomere to telomere. In the Great Ape You et al. Paper 2023, this is HS1, and then I've added that human there. It's math coverage. You can check this for yourself. It's got all of the chromosomes here on the side, and then it's got who they're being compared to there adjacent to it. I'll highlight the alignment number, which is this first column here for you, or I'll bold it rather. And just as you would expect, the sequence identity is 1. Again, this is pulled directly from them, but the alignment is significantly lower for all of these guys. And unlike in my little matrix, which I don't know what has shifted in there, I'll have to check that. We have 42% for to itself, 40% for the other human chromosome, 34-ish and 33-ish% counting the chimps, 34-ish for the gorilla, which again, that's the classic alignment. They're more structurally similar to gorillas, as Dapper said earlier, and then 26 for the both the orangutan species and 21 for the Simang. I just wanted to make sure, I want to make it clear so that I wouldn't get yelled at. Anyways, do we want to like finish this off? I don't have anything new to say.
No, I think we should just go to super chats.
All right. That's it. Dr. Cherhadi, I for one would be happy to talk to you about this. And
I have had an email exchange with him, and let me tell you, I don't think he's going to be interested, Erica.
You're like, I don't think he's going to come. I don't think he's coming.
You can ask. I encourage you to ask. I don't think he's down for it. But Dr. Cherhadi, if you want to change your mind, let me know.
We are in a neck and neck race between that other mind-altering substance and the super chats.
Excellent. Let's do it. Okay, there are a couple of them, so let's get to it. I'll read them pretty quickly. We got Sapphire Plushy Sorceress for $2, Sorceress of Light for $2, 2 of my favorite apes, an ape cosplayer. Thank you very much.
If you want to see the ape cosplay, tomorrow on my second channel, Top Hats Off, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Let's go.
Honestly, I would have loved to see the ape cosplayer tonight, just to see the facial expressions that you do. It's very impressive in your ape suit. You could do the faces. It's very impressive.
Yeah, well, the lack of musculature on the dinosaur face is a hindrance.
Yeah,
I do think that would have been very funny. You would have been in a lot of pain. We've got Tree Clam Cat for $5. I'm drinking Rainer right now. I won't let judge anyone on their beer choice, especially you have to drink for several hours, 4 to be precise.
Thank you.
We got the Spinning Chicken Nugget 7871 for $2. Greetings, fellow apes, and hello to you. We've got Bear Kulkua. For $2. They have reused that DNA strand so many times.
That's the AI wrong strand. Yeah.
And ain't that the truth? Uh-huh. We got from the same individual for $2. Is this guy trying to do a Drumpf impression? I don't think so.
Oh, on that note, can I just point out that I did Bad Science Sunday this week. This is actually, folks, this is my 4th live stream this week. I don't know how y'all do it, Dapper especially.
I'm going to get to 5 by the end of the week.
This is my 4th this week, but I was on Bad Science Sunday, and we did a oh God, what's his name? The ICR guy who did the soft tissue legit paper? Brian Thomas?
Oh, yeah, Brian Thomas.
Yeah,
Brian Thomas. If you close your eyes and listen to Brian Thomas, I promise you, JD Vance will be trying to teach you young Earth creationism. And
I do actually. Sorry, I do remember what the super sticker is. It was a person flexing with the word "boss" under it. So
nice.
Yo, let's go.
Anyway, Brian Thomas sounds like JD Vance. Close your eyes next time you're listening to him. You're welcome. / I'm not sorry.
That is.
He uses less guy liner than JD Vance, though.
That's true. He does. That's true.
No shade on the guy liner. I'm just saying it is.
You know
true.
what? Do your thing.
Just
we got Rolling Thunder
1000
for $5. It's a super sticker. Thank you so much. We got Lieutenant Matt Nav for $5. Evolution predicts gradients. Life exists in gradients. Therefore, special creation.
There it is.
Basically, yeah.
There it is.
L+ ratio. You could get a job right now working with Dr. Sherrod. We got from Polly Davis 1685 for $10. Love your channel. Thank you very much.
As you should.
Very much appreciate it. We've got from Lieutenant Matt Nav for $5. I pity the cheetah that tries to find out if it can breed with a mantle. The Palace cat. That's Palace cat would destroy a cheetah just with aura farming alone.
True.
We've got Olivia Williams Purple Fairy for $6.99 Canadian dollars. Like I said earlier on Dapper's premiere, the fall is their favorite escape cat hatch. That's a rescuing device around these parts.
That's true. We do have to call it that.
Yeah.
From Joe White 4564 for $20. Thank you so much. So good to see you three together again. I love putting on y'all on while I'm doing projects around the house. That's exactly what this content's for.
Mm-hmm.
I love being part of your soundtrack for folding laundry.
Yep.
Folding laundry, mowing the lawn, doing an oil change, cleaning up your office. We're here with you. And
Sitting on the toilet for way too long.
We'll draw your attention back when it's necessary. We've got from Petite Flower 5259 for $5. Made up terminology equals science cosplay.
Yep.
Actually, that's one of the traits of pseudoscience that you can find on that list that I mentioned earlier, was creating their own alleged technical jargon that is not otherwise used in the field.
I'm telling you that whole bit where he's going through apobaramins and holobaramins, that's just the turbo encabulator for Yak. That's all that is.
It's so shameless too. And again, there's no credit given to where these words actually come from either.
Right.
Okay, but I have a very important question for Dan. Dan, when you get your Amulite, do you like it pre-framulated or not?
As long as it's able to prevent side fumbling, I'm good.
Then it's either way. Okay. That's fair.
We've got from Lieutenant Matt Nav for $5. Thank you again, my friend. This is the face of a man that's never experienced the horror of an ichthyosaur flipper.
Oh, yeah. You look under the skin on those.
He doesn't.
So many phalanges. Why do you need that many phalanges, ichthyosaurs? What are you doing?
He doesn't care, dude. He's not peeling back the skin. You know that.
Oh.
We've got from East Point Pictures for $5. Hey, Gutsick, just hoping to nail down that interview with you soon. Darwiniano was sick. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work, y'all. I know I'm behind on my emails again. It keeps happening. It's crazy. I answer them and then they keep showing up. I'll do it. I'll try to get caught up tomorrow.
I just want to say, saying you're behind on your emails implies that at some point you are not behind on your emails. And as someone who has never achieved that state,
that is literally not true, Dan, for me, because what I do is I enter a flow state once every 3 months and I answer all of them over the course of 6 hours.
1,000 emails.
Nice.
I just go through all of them. From Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand role-playing games use their own terms such as checks, saves, and actions. Ergo, D&D is science. Thank goodness.
Proven.
Finally, we get some real empiricism in here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We've got from Lieutenant Magna for $2, George McCready Price. The YEC hollow bullshitter. That's a deep cut, actually. That's
damn, yeah.
That's
George
so true.
McCready Price is from decades ago.
He's the archetypal 1920s young earther.
Yeah,
a new geology.
Then what does that make Rush Dooney?
Yeah. Oh,
geez.
Rush Dooney. Oh my
STEM,
god.
We're so far down the rabbit hole.
STEM
we are
creationist
so
right
far
there.
down the rabbit hole.
Dan, that's a STEM
from
creationist,
Joe.
and McCready Price is our first crown creationist.
Creationist
It's a STEM creationist.
Our Apo Behrman. We got Joe White 4564 for $10. I need for one of y'all to write the Baronoma hard science fiction epic novel. It ain't gonna be me. Actually, I feel like we could get Colton on that.
Colton, that's good.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
From Final Freak 56 for $5. Speaking of Sanderson, thanks to Dan and Dapper for introducing me to Stormlight by joking in a VOD last year. I'm very far down the rabbit hole. It's an easy one to get sucked down.
Yeah.
But it's a good one.
Do Dungeon Crawler Carl next.
You should do Dungeon.
Sanderson is part of an interesting trend of fantasy authors being Mormons. There's a lot of that going around.
I'm not really
not
sure
a complaint.
What to do with that.
It just is.
Fun fact. Sanderson's roommate in college, Ken Jennings.
Really?
They're roommates. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yep.
All right.
Wow. Okay. Well, we got from Patrick BC2IH for 400, and I gotta believe this is a Hungarian currency. I'm sad he went to the same university as me. But you, my friend, you're proof that they make good ones as well. We got from Lieutenant Matt Nav for $5. I hate Donnie. He's coarse, irritating, and he gets everywhere. Well, at least Sand isn't selling you a used car. From William Mates, 1991 for $5. Hey, got sick. Will you ever tire of wordplay? If so, I'll take a break. Ban him immediately. Jillian Wren in the chat. Ban William Matz. I'm just kidding.
No. I'm going to override that one. That's fantastic. that's at least 3 in what. That's fantastic. Nope, that's fine.
Do you know how persistent William Matz is with this? William Matz doesn't miss an episode of Skep Talk, and at the end when me and Forrest have been going for
which are the only kinds of puns for the record.
Yeah, no, I know. From Lieutenant Matt Nav for $2 again. The mitochondria is the power station.
Ban him. You ban him. I'll consent to banning the other guy if we ban him.
Okay, deal. From Off-Brand Toby for $19.99. Eric, I've asked you several questions for my paleontology career. Curious 9-year-old daughter. Each answer you've given immeasurably influences her. I am so glad to hear that. Awesome. Wow, that's phenomenal. Her favorite breed is sauropoda. What is your favorite sauropoda fact? I know Dapper's got a sauropoda fact, just probably absolutely.
I have a good one that's Dinosauria, but not sauropoda specifically.
Okay, you can go first, Dapper. Mine's pretty simple.
I think my favorite sauropoda fact is that their necks were almost entirely made of air in life in order to lighten just the weight of such a long neck. And that was also supported by a system of what was basically like bridge cantilevers to keep the neck from just kind of falling to the ground. And so yeah, sauropod necks are just absolutely insane. And if you think that giraffe necks are crazy, well, I would like to introduce you to sauropod necks.
A great
my interesting one. I like that sauropods are more similar to T-Rexes than they are to stegosaurs. I think
that is a good one. Yeah,
that's a good one too.
Dan, you got one?
I don't have a specific sauropod fact because unlike you two, I am neither a dinosaur nor an expert in fossil-related things.
Mm.
But here's one that I like to deploy, especially for children. Children really dig this one. And there's a follow-on fact for this that's really good. So we all know, because here we are, we all know that birds are dinosaurs. But many people do not realize that pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. They're the sister group to Dinosauria, right? So there's one type of dinosaur that could fly, and it's birds.
Yep, that's true.
Follow-up fact to that.
Depends on Scansauropterigids and some of the Deinonychosaurs.
Let him have it, Dapper.
Okay.
Stop it right there. They were probably gliding, not true flight. Just stop it right there. Let me have my fun, Dapper.
Okay.
Follow-up fact. 100% of dinosaur chicken nuggets are made of dinosaur.
True.
But only approximately 80% of dinosaur chicken nuggets depict dinosaurs in their shape.
Oh.
In their original form?
Because some, about 1 in 5, it's like T-Rex, Stegosaurus, Triceratops, right? There's pterodactyl shaped nuggets.
Yeah, that's not a dinosaur.
Right?
Wow.
So 100% made of dinosaur, only 80% shaped like dinosaurs.
Depicting, and if you got Dimetrodon in there, the number's going to go even.
I don't think Dimetrodon is in there. I think it's like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, T-Rex, Pterosaur. It might only be 4, and it's 75%.
I think the Pterosaur is supposed to be Pteranodon, but like it's hard to tell at that level of detail.
It's hard to tell when it's a chicken nugget. Let's just let it go.
Yeah.
Wow, I like that, Dan. We got from Bill McDonough, $3.950 for $5. Dapper, don't you profane the Silmarillus with that comparison.
My apologies to Fëanor and all the Valar. I will attempt. No, I'm not. I'm gonna continue to compare whatever I want to whatever I want. The Valar can suck it.
We have Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand dollars. The world building reminds me of the guy who redefined Haldane's dilemma as something that didn't make sense and then prove it didn't make sense. You'd be surprised how common that trope is around here.
Yeah, specifically
Haldane's
it's
completely incomprehensible.
There's several of those. Yeah.
We've got Petite Flower 5259 for $2. This is just lying with math. Again, we're really doing greatest hits here. You are correct. From Lieutenant Matt now for $2. Reality complicates technological analysis. 2026. Yeah. Yep. I'll say.
I just want to see Creationist. I just want to see a paper from Creationist that's just like, man, this really sucks. It's just like that's it. That's the whole thing.
Hey, Todd Wood's Scopes presentation.
I watched Todd Wood's, and that was basically a half hour of, man,
this sucks.
I don't know. This really sucks.
Poor Todd Wood.
That was a dude. This is totally off topic, but watching that presentation was like, that was a dude who's been going through some stuff thinking about this.
He's been processing some of that.
Todd Wood is the most honest creationist because his position is like, yeah, I'm a young Earth creationist, but I absolutely do not have the evidence to back it up. Which, like,
I'd throw Peter Paleologos. I'd throw Kurt Wise probably in there. I'd throw. No, you don't think so?
I think Wood and Peter are their own thing.
Wise is certainly, I think, more honest than the average young Earth creationist, but I would not put him in the same category as.
What about Marcus Ross?
I think he's around with Kurt Wise, but he's not at the Todd Wood level.
Wood, because Wood straight up is like like all the evidence points to evolution, but like I don't believe it.
Which like okay, I guess you can do that.
It's kind of like I can't believe it more.
Yeah,
so. Marcus Ross gets a lot of stuff right that other creationists get wrong, but he still gets a lot wrong, which is one of the reasons why the next Matt with Maddie, we're switching to Marcus Ross. Switching to Matt McLean, who also hangs out with Marcus Ross and does a lot of the same stuff together. And there
you go.
We got Tree Clam Tad for $5. You sure it was mitochondrial DNA, Matthew? Are you sure it wasn't nothing? We have Lieutenant Matt Nav for $2. This video is the Russian history of YEC nonsense. Lieutenant Matt Nav is rolling in today. We got the Woodsman for 79 for $4.99. I feel like I missed the part on what continuity and discontinuity mean in whatever the hell this guy is trying to explain to people who know more.
No, it's specifically
you didn't miss
explain it to people who know less. That's the point.
Right. Yeah.
But also you didn't miss it, I promise. It was not explicitly. It was attempted to be explained, but the concepts of hollow baramins were attempted to be explained, but what counts as discontinuity was not.
Basically, what it means is discontinuity is large differences, in this case at the genomic level, but in other cases at the morphological level.
Well, sort of at the genomic level. Only by some measures.
Sometimes. But between groups under consideration in your analysis. And the problem is that that's going to depend on which groups you include, as we already saw with what if we just compared bats and horses and cats and some mice to humans? Oh my goodness, there's a big discontinuity. Yeah, of course there is.
We know.
And the other problem is that like evolution predicts that as long as extinction is a thing and that we can't recover all the traits of all ancestral states of any group of organisms, that there must be discontinuities, like of necessity. So finding continuity and discontinuity doesn't actually give you evidence for or against common versus separate ancestry. So the whole thing is just it's just built on a foundation of sand.
We got a really excellent point here from Ashley Loves Blahajt for $2. Monophyly is fake and gay, so niches can be kinds, which...
Oh, you know what?
I'm
I
afraid
stand corrected.
Got us.
Yeah.
From Tree Clam Tad for $2, what kind of snake did Matt have to fight?
That's a good question.
From Olivia Williams Purple Fairy for $2.79 Canadian dollars. So Dapper, who pisses you off more, Georgia or Matt? That's actually a really good question.
It's a really good question, and right now I want to say Matt, but I fear that that's recency bias.
Because Georgia's PhD is specifically in genetics, so she has literally zero excuses for not being able to comprehend any of this. Her degree is like my diploma says molecular genetics and microbiology on it. So if I say something about genetics, I better get it right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, shameless plug time. If you want to see me talking about Georgia, the last 2 videos that premiered on my channel were about Georgia Purdom talking about genetics for Answers in Genesis. So go check those out.
We got from Lieutenant Matt Nav for $5. Again, give him some credit. He's the world-leading expert in molecular bullshitology. True. Same amount of definitions. Same credence to the definitions. From Isabella Traster for $5. I'm about 40 minutes behind, but I just had to congratulate Dan for Auto Trojan Source. Incredible stuff, sir.
It is really good.
It is a good. That's how you make up a term. From Asia for $5. Busy at the moment, but I'll come back and watch it later. Just wanted to drop in and say keep the thumbnail. It's funnier that way.
I love the thumbnail.
It is a good thumbnail, actually.
Well, maybe it stays. We'll see. Maybe that is the better thumbnail. From Lieutenant Matt Nav for $2. Live, and live, whatever this is.
I forget what part that was at, but it was one of the things where there was math on screen, and it was just like, what is happening? Yeah.
We've got From Truth Over Faith 667 for $2.
Oh no!
Wow. How do you weigh dead weight? Dead weight. Lindsey Gresham. Dan's everything.
Dan's like, no, I can't. I have to go.
Shame on you, Truth Over Faith 69.
No, absolutely not. Shame on that you. Is great. Keep it up.
No, it's shame on you with the /S.
Oh, okay, there you go. I'm a big fan of Speak Truthfully of the Dead.
I concur, Dapper. I agree. In as much as we can. Here's my problem. Okay, it's very hard for me to speak truthfully about the dead sometimes in ways that won't violate the terms and conditions.
I was just going to say, without doing a TOS violation.
So I would rather just be like, whoa, bro, that's crazy, and then save it for Signal. From William Matz, 1991, I always add the K. Yeah, William Matz, whatever. From Bill McDonough, 3950 for $5. Creationists need to stop blaming Genesis for everything. Phil Collins didn't make them all be wrong. I know. They're always trying to pass the blame off.
Poor Phil.
From Templar Warden for $2 New Zealand. Science is lying, actually. I am not a conspiracist. From Templar Warden.
I have to add something. I've been writing a script about Dan Biddle. Or no, not writing a script. It was the last live stream I did. Dan Biddle is talking about giants in North America, and the entire time he's like, "Now I don't want to come off as a crazy conspiracy theorist." And then his next sentence is, "But the Smithsonian is hiding giant skeletons from you."
Yeah.
I was, what?
What's the meme? I don't want to come off, I'm not a racist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. And then the Kool-Aid man bursts through.
Yep.
But.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, incredible.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But. ...
From Templar Warden for $2 New Zealand. Did he just pull, but look at the gorillas? Yes.
Basically, yeah. I mean, they are really cool.
Yeah, they are.
I maintain that they have the cutest hominid babies.
They do.
No, that's not true. I had the cutest hominin babies.
You can't count
hominin. Yeah, sure, maybe hominid. I don't know.
Hominoid.
Yeah, but Dapper, we're included in hominids, so technically.
Well, that's why I say gorilla. Well, I heard him say hominin, and my point is
with a D.
Hominid baby. Babies. He might have the cutest hominin baby, but I still maintain the gorilla are the cutest hominid.
Now they're older, so
far less cute apparently.
Don't let them hear that, Dan.
They're still adorable.
Now they're older, so they're okay. Whatever.
No, they're still adorable. They're just not babies.
Personally, I actually think that human larvae get cuter at around 1 than they were when they were just born.
Vile.
Oddly enough, not the worst thing I've heard babies called today, and no, I will not be taking further questions on that.
Okay. I like them after like their third or fourth in-star dapper.
There you go. Yeah. The wings haven't come in yet.
In an incredibly generous $50 from HyperGamer3396, and this is this means we did a good job with the stream. So from what I'm seeing, no matter how you measure genetic similarity, humans and chimps are more similar to each other than either is to a gorilla, but chimps and gorillas are supposed to form a kind that excludes humans. How does that make sense?
It doesn't.
That's the great part. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't.
It doesn't make a lick of sense. Now,
You could do it by the structural differences in the Y chromosome, and everybody would laugh you out of the conference.
Yeah. Except for Donnie Deals, because he loves that shit.
Right. Some creationists will actually separate out like gorillas, chimpanzees, humans, and orangutans into separate like 4 different kinds. So that at least gets over the fact that like humans and chimps are more closely related than chimps and gorillas or chimps and orangutans, but at the expense of saying, okay, well, if that's like your limit for what counts as a separate kind, well, I've got bad news about your whole like, oh, see, Noah only had to take the arc kinds because now we've got a lot of different
million
kinds.
of them.
Oh yeah. Well, and Donnie will happily do that, but he doesn't understand the repercussions, because if you separate out all of those kinds, then you've got to explain, one, you have way too many arc kinds, but also the types of differences that exist. He predicates this on the Y chromosome, and the types of differences that exist between the Y chromosomes within bonobos and chimps, or within Borneo and Sumatran orangutans. Those types of differences are reflected, like that's how the differences exist between the kinds too. So you have to explain why they're explicable within the panins, but not between panins and hominins. And it doesn't make sense.
I mean, obviously he explained that. It was because like we from our experience know that like all the chimps can reproduce and all the humans can reproduce, but we've never seen like the higher levels. So like obviously, duh, that's how we know.
You know what fucking sucks? If tomorrow it was revealed that some crazy Russian scientist like did in vitro fertilization and created a human Z, they would be like, the only reason that can happen is because of the fall. That's what would happen.
That is intelligently designed.
Or they would. I think it would be like, well, that's not valid because the experiment was designed.
Yeah, and they have a common design, right?
It could only have been designed after the fall. Yeah. Before the fall, even intelligent design couldn't overcome that.
Yeah, there's just no.
That's what that would be.
Fixing it. Okay, we're close to done here. We got Bird is the word is the bird for $10. Erica saying I could fix him, healed something in me. I love you, Gigi. Also suffer from what if I explained it better? Surely then they would understand. The nice part about that perspective, my friend, is that naivete knows no bounds. You can just keep being an idiot like me on this subject and keep believing that people are better than they are. And then they'll surprise you.
Here's the fun part. You know what cures that? Teaching intro bio to undergrads.
Because they can get it.
Oh, but Dan, I taught intro bioanth to business undergrads and it didn't cure me. I am undefeated. Ask me how many times ask me how it went when I taught DNA synthesis or DNA replication and protein synthesis to these business undergrads who were taking the intro bioanth class, and one student came up to me and said, "What is DNA?" After the lecture, after the lab, and they said, "I don't know."
I feel you. I've had. I'll just convey one parallel story where my first semester of bio is it's like the first unit is like biochem stuff, culminates with cell structure and like respiration and photosynthesis, and then the second unit is all genetic stuff. It's Mendel, chromosomes, Morgan, all gene expression, regulation, all that stuff. We're coming up to the final, and students having trouble with the genetics topics, and so you know what I think the problem is? I don't understand ploidy.
Oh,
like I bet that's right. Let's work on that.
You're like, okay, that might be it.
I think that's the problem. Let's address that, and I think this will make a lot more sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How about this, Dan?
Yeah, probably.
One time, one of the other TAs. Now, this was not one of my students, just for the record, but one of the other TAs had a student who, after skipping all of the labs leading up to our osteology quiz, like the osteology 1 and 2, came in to take the quiz. Now it's osteology. That's the study of bones.
Right.
And the way that we test them is we have a bunch of bones sitting all over the
Here,
room.
tell me about this bone.
They're all bones. You go up to a station, you say what bone it is. It's extremely easy, but even if you didn't know all of the bones, you would at least know that they were bones.
You would
and
think.
this TA had a student who, for the scapula, wrote left lung.
Oh, no.
So that's just to let you know the state of things.
But it's
Dan, this point that you're trying to make requires that this person know some basic Latin or Greek, and none of them do.
Osteology.
No, they don't know.
Not
that doesn't mean anything.
Pneumo.
Dan,
anything.
Dan,
they don't know Greek.
Dan, Dapper. It was a bone, not an organ that was sitting there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I don't know.
But
how
like,
do you get past that?
It was a petrified
scapula.
lung,
To be
Erica.
fair, scapula is like, it's not, femur. It's a.
They're at least a little bean shaped, I guess. But I mean, honestly, it felt more just like they came in and they were like, "Fuck it, I don't care about this."
But
like,
on the bright side, this is still better than Roger from Mud Fossil University, who would probably write down granite.
That's probably true. Yeah.
No, those are because those islands. Those are hearts.
Oh,
right. Yeah.
And
that one island is an actual
giants.
elephant.
They fossilized, and that's where the island shape. It looks like a heart.
Yeah.
I can't even go there. We can't bring
5
up
hours.
we can't bring
Did
that
you
up.
know?
5 hours.
Okay,
Did you guys know that the pyramids are actually made of petrified, ground up minced lung meat?
Not doing it. Not doing
5
it.
hours.
From the Salubri Outcast for $2 Canadian doing paleo art. In my case, glad to hear it, and thank you for being here. We got Empiricist 02 for $2. Assuming that's me. Have you seen the new Anthro YouTube creator Jackdaw? I have seen some of the thumbnails and I like them very much, but I have not watched any of their videos yet. They seem to be doing really well though. The more Ant creators, the better. From Templar Warden for 20 New Zealand dollars. Thank you so much for the entertainment and education. I know this isn't your area of expertise, but have you heard of the studies in reduced corvid communication? Ornithologists are still trying to find the cause. Be gone from me. I was like, wow, that's crazy. No, I haven't heard about that. I don't really keep up with that though. And then I was like, oh, I see. I'm going to have to be like the Ring and crawl through your webcam and throttle you with my simian hands. Thank you for nothing, Templar Warden.
There's so many people were banned after this one.
From Jessica Trans Metal Alchemist for 20 Australian dollars. Very entertaining live stream. Congrats to see you three. Well, we've kept over 700 viewers for nearly 5 hours, which has been lovely.
God help us all.
We've got for an impromptu live stream, by the way, on my end, because I did not type this up enough. From Robini Janens.
Robin Nins. I'm going to go with Ninens.
From Robin Nins.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's probably Dutch. Dutch?
Well, it's Euros, so we're probably getting some kind of Northern European Germanic thing going on.
Probably. From Robin Nins for €22. Amazing work as always. Could only catch the super chats, but I'll eagerly await the stream as the VOD. It's a good stream, I think.
Oh, yeah.
From Joe White 4564 for $2. I keep hearing apple barrow minutes.
Bone apple tea.
You know what? Whatever. They both mean nothing.
I love that he has to come up with his own term for a taxon larger than what he thinks a kind is. Like my guy.
William Matz. I'm sorry, my friend. I misgendered you earlier. William Matz is Envy. Their pronouns are they, them. That's my bad. I referred to William as a he earlier, and that wasn't my mistake. I made an assumption on the basis of your name, and I should know better by now. How did I not know that about you? I feel like I've interacted with you so many times. I'm sorry if I've done that in the past too. I will remember in the future and not do it again. We have from Fluffed Silas for 10 Canadian dollars. My husband and I were listening. We're sorry that names were misspelled. Also, I think the Young Earth Creationist sunk my battleship. If battleship is will to live, they sunk mine too. From Isabella Tracer for $2 personally, I prefer canid babies. They're also really cute though.
Well, to be fair, I was not saying that gorillas had the cutest babies of all animals, just of the hominids.
Just hominids.
The Salubri Outcast also is throwing their hat in the ring here, saying for $2 Canadian that cats have the cutest babies on the planet.
I mean, we've already settled this. I have the cutest babies on the planet. They're not babies anymore, but they were.
They were at one point.
And Erica and Dapper have seen pictures of them, and you can corroborate that they were adorable.
To be fair, the chat hasn't though, so they don't have that context.
They're still adorable, but they're not babies anymore. That's the qualification.
Come on. Dan wouldn't outright lie. He's not Casey Luskin. From
Not biased or anything.
Nevermore 2268 for $5. Thank you for improving my errands tonight. Costco is better with a ranting science soundtrack. There were a lot of rants tonight.
It's a lot of rants
true.
tonight.
I had a bunch of rants.
From Yandarin for $5 Canadian, my husband failed to say that you should make spelling your name correctly a prereq to any conversation. I could, but I'd probably never get to talk to anyone because no one gets it right.
We do.
What do you guys got coming up?
I have tomorrow, next week, I got one of my here's why creationists are wrong about this and the argument you should use. It's another mitochondrial DNA one because I'm going to keep beating that horse as long as it's still moving. And then
too, by the way, I hear you.
And then I think what I'm going to do after that is I've got a bunch of things planned. I think the week after that is going to be I've got a piece of my conversation with Dr. Jay Weil clipped because I'm going to do another here's how you beat this argument, but it's going to be for redundancy as a counter argument against junk DNA. And I'm going to make the 10-minute-ish, here's the thing, but then I'm going to change it up because I'm going to show when I actually employed it against Jay Wiles. Here's the thing, and then here's the use of that tactic. And so it'll show a 20 or 30-minute bit of that conversation, which features at least one extraordinarily on the nose, it's not my wallet.
Love it. Yeah. Every time.
Every time. It's just so satisfying when you get to but no. And then I don't know if I'm going to do it the week after that or if something else will come up, but I have in my possession the syllabus of Discovery Institute's Intelligent Design biology class designed for high school students.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
And I'm going to go through that, and I will invite other people to go through it with me.
Oh, please do.
How lovely. How fun.
It has literally, Great. it has lesson cell structure. And it'll be what are the components of a eukaryotic cell? How does the structure of a eukaryotic cell support intelligent design?
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
I love that. That's
yeah. So I'm going to go through that, and we're going to talk about how Discovery Institute accuses evolutionists of, injecting their perspective into science classes while just straight up trying to indoctrinate children.
Oh, I don't even know what to say about that. The fact that they're still banging that drum, although we all know that they've all but given up the ghost on a lot of that.
They're just straight up. They don't care anymore.
Yeah,
I think DI just doesn't care anymore. They don't care anymore. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
What do you got, Dapper?
And I want to thank everybody who during the stream subscribed to my channel because I started at 1270 something and I was within 20 something of 13K and now I'm at 13,020. So I picked up 40 during the stream.
Well done, chat.
So thank you, chat. You all rock. Appreciate it.
Well, before I go, I want to say that Robin Neenson 6580 for €3 said it's Dutch indeed. So good job, everybody.
Thank you.
So let's see, what have I got coming up? So tomorrow over on my second channel, Top Hats Off, which is not my science channel. Don't go there for science. I am going to be playing some Warhammer 40,000 Darktide with some friends. I'm going to be playing with Ziralon, Manya, and Ali. I don't think anyone would know Ali, but you might know the other two if you hang around my channel enough. That's just for fun. Then on Saturday, I have 2 streams coming up at noon Pacific. I have Dapper Reacts, where we're going to be going over, interestingly enough, a baraminology talk. So we're going to be finishing up our that series of videos about baraminology. Then at 5 Pacific, that same day, I'm going to be talking about physics with Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who is in fact a PhD physicist. And we are going to be using Roger from Mud Fossil University as a springboard. And just as a preview of the kinds of physics ideas that Roger has, he believes that electrons are made of an electron and a muon, which, yes, makes electrons infinite mass and infinite negative charge, recursive monstrosities. He also thinks that he has photographed the different parts of a photon with a cell phone camera.
I mean, technically.
No, not technically. You cannot photograph parts of a photon with a camera.
If you photograph a photon, it contains the parts.
But then you've photograph the entire photon in one hit on
and
the
it
sensor.
contains the parts. Every time I take a picture with my cell phone camera, I photograph all the parts of a photon, Dapper.
He thinks that the different pixels on his phone are depicting different parts of a single photon.
I mean, he probably also thinks that when you charge your phone, you fill it up with electrons. So,
well, that was jungle jargon, but yeah, he probably thinks that too.
Jungle jargon. Oh my god.
There's so many names that just aren't around anymore. I haven't seen jungle jargon in forever. Someone on Bad Sign Sunday was like, by the way, whatever happened to Guzman? This is a great question.
Oh, yeah.
Guzman! Where's Guzman?
All right. I'm going to say Guzman is a part of the Independent Fundamentalist Baptist cult. Ooh. And I think that there's a fair chance that his disappearance was related to difficulties around his family and church community and his YouTube activity. And I am not going to go looking for him to see what's going on, because I think that's what's going on there. So I don't have strong evidence that is circumstantial, but it's enough to make me say, you know what? I hope Guzman is well, and I'm not going to go try to hunt him down.
I hope Guzman is well.
So then on Tuesday, I've got Jackson with Jackson, where myself and Jackson Wheat, one of the science friends, take a look at the wild claims of Dr. Charles Jackson.
That's amazing.
The creationist. Then on Thursday, I am premiering the final part of my Georgia Purdom Hates Science series, which a little bit of a spoiler. If you're here, you get a spoiler for that. A friend of mine offered to do the voice work for me. And so after I received her voice work reading my script, I then had to go through and record something like 60 or so words that she couldn't get right, so that the correct pronunciation would come through by me interrupting with my own deadpan voice, pronouncing the word correctly. So if you want to see that nonsense, come by at noon on Thursday, which brings me to basically the entire next week. So there it is.
Folks, thanks for being here. What do I have coming up? I got a video coming out soon. We'll see. It's actually related to today's topic. It's called "What % Orangutan Are You?" At least that's it's very clickbaity. You guys like it?
I do. There's another super chat. I don't want us to miss it.
Wait, I'm going back. Got it. We got syllabus discovery and stooping in such close proximity is disturbing. Not even a joke, from Isabella Tracer for $5. Yeah. Well, excellent news, everybody. While we were having this fun debunking session, the CDC has officially softened their stance on the relationship between vaccines and autism. And when I saw that, I thought, what does that mean? And then I clicked on it, and now their key points from as updated today is that the claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim, because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. So folks, what I'm saying to you is that it matters to be right on things. It matters to hypothesis test. It matters to take science seriously, because while it's all fun and games to talk about, creationist hollow Barabins and the stuff that they do and say, it leads to measurable harm in the world when it's taken outside of the halls of the internet. It is important to treat experts with respect. You're allowed to be skeptical on things, of course, but that's got to apply to everything, including the snake oil that's currently being blasted out of every orifice of our government right now, at least in my opinion. So, we have to stay vigilant and hope for the best.
When you get science wrong, people die.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Anyways, my gentle, of course, very modern names. Thanks for so much for being here. And we love you. We'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.